Hey everyone, Samia Khan here with your Fox 10 News Now update. Happy Tuesday morning. Hope you guys are having a wonderful day so far. We're going to kick things off by giving you updates on some of the big headlines around the country. Then Ron Hoon will be joining me momentarily to talk about this evening's debate. Speaking of Ron Hoon just arrived. One of our top stories is obviously the Dem debate. It's trending on Twitter nationwide.
Hold on, SK. Is that a new necklace?
It's not new.
No?
It's not.
It's beautiful.
Oh, thank you.
I don't think I've ever seen you wearing it here for the News Now audience.
For the News Now audience.
I love it.
But in terms of our top stories, we have the Dem debate. Did you hear about MH17 and the role that Russia apparently played?
Well, Russia's denying it, but I think the 95% of the world knew they were.
Yeah, we assumed this last year, but now
Sure.
the official report has come out.
Right.
You're much taller than me.
I lowered this thing as much as I can.
I'm going to have to just...
Oh, look at
Get a
that.
little-
Oh, here's all we need. Just a little bit of that. There you go.
There we go.
Yeah,
Well,
look at
it's
that.
too high. I feel like there's too much headroom.
Is there? Okay.
There we go.
Oh,
Anyways.
look at that.
Okay, now that we've gotten that out of the way, top stories today. We have the woman who was periscoping while driving drunk.
Unbelievable.
Crazy.
Yep.
Did you hear about this story out of Texas? It's the most bizarre story. This college football player was on this trail and then just picked someone at random and killed them yesterday, and then apparently called 911 to report it. He was 21 years old. Apparently he was just angry for getting kicked out of his house or something, and he was just on this trail, picked someone at random, started hacking him. Someone was saying that apparently just used a machete on him multiple times. Sorry to get so graphic.
Oh my
I know, we're
gosh! No,
already
we did
starting
not
with the
have that
death
on our show.
I know, there's no...
Is it a trender? Is that where
I
you
found
saw
it on Facebook, yeah.
Oh.
It's trending on Facebook right now, but I'm sure we're going to get stuff coming in from Fox National on that one a little bit later on, but it's very
Okay.
disturbing. So
Right.
that's our disturbing story. Periscoping while driving drunk, also very disturbing.
Okay.
And then
Democrats debate, very disturbing.
Is it going to be that disturbing, though?
No, in fact, it would actually be cool if it was disturbing
I
because it's
know.
I'm afraid it's gonna be bland.
Well, I have some new news for you that'll make it somewhat more interesting.
Okay.
Who makes the Republican debate interesting?
Oh, I know what you're gonna say. Yeah, no, this is great. Donald Trump, and I love what he's gonna do. Go ahead, tell
He
everybody.
is going to be live tweeting the debate, which is going to be pure entertainment.
And it's possible there'll be more people spending time online watching his tweets
Yes.
than will be actually watching television to see what Bernie Sanders or Hillary Clinton are.
I would mind with
Okay, you
it's so
did.
disturbing. It's out of the Dallas area, and he was a college football player.
Do you have some pictures on it?
I'm gonna go. Let me see if I can find it.
Oh my gosh.
It was really disturbing. I had to restart my computer.
Okay, so his name was Thomas Johnson, and he played at one time he played at Texas A&M. He was no longer there.
Right.
And
Here it is on FoxNews.com. Former Texas A&M football player accused of hacking jogger to death in Dallas Park. How disturbing is this?
oh my gosh.
We have this picture, and it's from the Dallas Police Department. It's on FoxNews.com, so I feel like I'm allowed to use it.
Yes, sure, right. It's in the family.
It's in the family, and it came from, like, authorities. You know what I mean?
Police said that Johnson told dispatchers there was a man on the trail laying down with a sword in his head and not moving. That's how he phoned it in. Did he mention the part that he did it? They rushed him to the hospital. Johnson, who had taken the man with his cell phone and another man to see the body, sat on a concrete pillar and waited for police to show up. When the police got there, he said to an officer, I need to talk to you. He already had blood on his pants, and said, I just committed capital murder. Now, he hadn't played for A&M since 2012. He had 3
Okay.
catches for 22 yards. In their amazing win at Alabama in 2012, which was what started the legend of Johnny Football. Johnny broke into his aunt's house and stole her minivan. Oh my gosh,
It's
Samia,
so
this is
sad.
unbelievable.
He had so much potential.
Now-
It's one of those really sad stories.
Can I show that picture or not?
From Fox News.
This one here,
I like
think
that
is.
photo.
I know.
Let's just scroll. It's not even on here. I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, I guess you could show it on your phone, just like.
Could I do it if I give credit to?
I guess just pull up. It's on your phone. It's just showing people your phone. I think it's fine.
Okay.
Because we're not even putting.
This
it full
is him because he was a huge star at a high school, Skyline High School in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, and
on playing professional football anytime soon.
no, I know. So it's just unbelievable. Unbelievable. Well, again,
This is the guy we're talking about.
you know, this is
Out, even if you do some, just killing someone. And yes, Rachel, he was angry at something that happened to him, and he hacked an innocent person. Who the hell does that? That's what happened. He was angry,
well,
and he just apparently, according to the articles I read, picked someone at random. Didn't know the guy. He was a white male in his like 20s to 30s. The guy didn't have ID on him, so they haven't identified the victim.
really.
Yeah.
So now anybody who had a family member, you know, or a boyfriend or husband or whatever who took off for a jog a few hours ago and hasn't heard from him.
It's the most. I mean, we periodically share disturbing stories here from time to time. This
We
one's
do.
up there.
Yeah, it is.
It's.
It's
It
unbelievable.
doesn't even make sense. Like, you just. At first, when I had read the headline, accused of murder, former football player, I thought, okay, maybe it involved him just quickly shooting someone.
Yeah.
But then when I read the article and read the details, and like, it just, it's just so disturbing.
And you know
to
it's
visualize.
wrong because he sat there and waited for the police to show up and said, "Hey, I need to talk to you."
The fact that he was, he didn't even try to escape.
No. So he knew from the moment he did it, it was wrong. And so, you know, and now, hey, I need to talk to you. I just committed capital murder. Well, if you're clear-minded enough
Right.
to do that, then just don't do it.
I just don't understand how I don't know what goes through your mind as you're committing the murder, like as you're doing it, and it
Yeah,
just
you are so filled with
puzzles
rage.
me that people can
So filled with rage.
do that stuff and their brain doesn't stop them.
Yeah. But you know, it's like this guy that walked into the classroom in Umpqua Community College. Now, he said, everybody thinks I'm crazy, but I'm not. As he's walking into a classroom
And he was
to
saying
start
everyone else
murdering
was crazy.
people. Yeah. Number one, you are crazy. Number one. Number two, he felt like life hadn't worked out very good for him. So what gives you the right to go get a gun and decide who lives and dies of these
So
innocent
awful.
people in a classroom?
So awful. Tess saying some people have lost their humanity. I don't know if families are teaching values, love for mankind. These should be taught very young.
Yep. Well, okay.
I want to change things up.
I'm glad.
I want to move on from the
Good.
murder.
Yeah,
We could play the video of the Periscope.
okay, and then we'll talk politics
Yeah,
after
we
that.
do need to talk politics
Okay.
too.
Okay.
That was high on our list of
Yes, it
things to
was.
do. This story, of course, out of Florida. All the crazy stories end up. It's pretty crazy, and it's Periscope, which is a fairly new application, but you know, you and I use it for a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And suddenly, you hear about this story where this woman periscopes driving drunk. So, guys, this is a story that was sent to us from Fox National.
People do a lot of things they shouldn't behind the wheel, from drinking to texting, but this one might take the cake.
I am drunk beyond belief, people. I can't read your snaps. I can't read your periscopes.
That's Whitney Beal, periscoping drunk while driving, according to Lakeland police.
She is telling the world through her eyes how irresponsible, how intoxicated she is, showing everybody as she drives around the city of Lakeland.
Periscope is a live streaming social media app. Users can show themselves doing anything, and their followers will watch.
57 people. Oh my God. I didn't know I'd get this many people.
But this 23-year-old got some unwanted attention too.
More shots, Patron.
As she left the bar, viewers worldwide watched Beal's Periscope video she titled "Driving Home Drunk." They noticed her slurred speech and disorientation.
I feel like I'm gonna be drunk all the way home. All the way home, people. I'm gonna be drunk.
People who don't even know her sent messages begging Beal to pull over. One man dialed 911.
This young lady is somewhere in Lakeland, Florida. That's all we're allowed to see.
How do you know she's drunk?
She's slurring her speech, and she's going from one end to another on the street.
A quick-thinking officer downloaded the app on his phone and spotted landmarks on Beal's video, following her every move until he spotted her on a North Lakeland street.
They pulled her over, and it was just obvious from that point she was intoxicated.
She had a flat front tire from hitting a curb and didn't seem to know where she was. But Beal was alive and taken off the road before harming herself or anyone else.
Not a lot of people know about Periscope. It was something that we're well aware of now.
The things people do for attention. That's a whole... We started the day with a couple just disturbing stories.
Yeah, we did. I mean, when we ran this one, I looked at her and I said, you know, the picture of her, this is all the moving video, the Periscope video, but the picture of her, I guess, when she was arrested, her booking shot. You know, she's got the glasses on. She looks like she's probably a studious person.
Right.
You know? And yet she makes a decision like this. Hey, good luck getting hired on that first job interview out of college.
Oh, no. Now you're internet infamous. It's too late.
Totally.
It's too late.
And so I just looked at her and I said, where did you go off the rails?
Well, you know, it was interesting, though, watching some of that Periscope, because you could see that she was kind of excited that she had 57 viewers. And that's what I'm saying. Like, people do anything to get viewers, get attention, those sorts of things.
That is true.
And that's what I find so disturbing, that they went to the extent, because you and I know you have an interesting Periscope title, people are going to click.
That's right.
The one that you had this morning on the morning show with the snakes, I saw that, I was like, that's good. Snakes on a plane, no snakes on a studio. And I was like, that's good, or a set, I don't know. But it was good. And I was like, I'm going to click on that. Okay. Obviously, if the title of her video was driving home, I'm going to pull up the title.
Yeah, no, you're right. She was trying to get more attention. There's the mugshot, by the way.
Let me go back to that.
You just look at her. Maybe she's already sobering up a little bit there. But look, I mean, she looks like... I know you can't judge a book by its cover, but she looks like somebody who's got the potential to be a 4.0 student. She just does.
Right.
I don't know how or why exactly, but she just does.
It's the glasses. Glasses make everyone look smarter.
I guess so. Really?
Yeah. But...
Is that true? Is that actually true?
Driving home drunk. Okay, let me drop the lower third so viewers can see that.
Yeah.
Driving home drunk, entertainment, please.
Yeah.
Of course you're going to click on that on Periscope. How are you not? And it's... I mean...
I know.
It's pretty...
The sheer stupidity of it all. Okay, so... SK.
It's debate time.
Let's talk about the debate by starting off. Now, I'm trying to remember. You asked me such an interesting...
See, you when you were leaning the other way.
Oh, that's what it was. I just didn't have good posture.
Yeah, there we go. Keep the posture a little, and we'll be good. Slump. There we go.
Slump. Okay.
You can send your chiropractor bills to Fox National.
Okay, good. I was going to send them to you. So, what was the you asked me such a good question.
Oh, my goodness. This is a great question.
We always chat, which Samia, and I, every morning we chat about what we're going to do on the show. And I'm over here and you're like, you asked me a question. And I thought, ooh.
That's such a good question. And I thought it was a good
question. You remember what it was?
Too. And you're like, let's talk about that on the show.
Now, I don't
remember it.
I think it was something to the effect of, first we said, who's the most likely person to attack Hillary?
I got it.
Okay, what was it?
So you're talking about who the most likely candidate is to attack Hillary come the debate.
And it doesn't even have to be attacking her. It's just dig in. Somebody dig in and really try to get some answers.
Break her apart. Okay, so my question was, is it detrimental for a guy like Webb, for example, to attack Hillary Clinton, given that it's possible she could become president and he potentially might need a future job within the Democratic Party?
Yeah, I think it's a great question. I really, really do. I think you have to potentially have made the calculation that one of two things. Either she's not going to win, and so you don't have to worry about the Clinton machine grinding you to dust in the next few years. Or she or he looks at it and says, which would mean that he's calculating Biden's going to get into the race and win, or maybe Bernie Sanders, or maybe he thinks he's going to. I don't know. Or you're to enough of a place in your life and in your career that if the Clintons decide to try to squash you like a bug afterwards, it really won't matter. Now, this guy's interesting, and we had speculated it was going to be Jim Webb. He's a fascinating guy. He has a military background. He was, I believe, something like Assistant Undersecretary of Defense in Ronald Reagan's administration. Reagan was a huge fan. So this guy has bona fides enough in Washington, even on the Republican side, because I think he's considered he's certainly not a socialist.
Well, he's not Bernie Sanders.
He's not Bernie Sanders. He's considered more of a moderate to even kind of conservative Democrat, certainly pro-defense. He's written books that have been turned into either movies or TV shows. I mean, he is a kind of he's sort of a kind of a Renaissance man who can do lots of different things. And I actually don't think he at one time was a U.S. Senator. I don't think he wants to go back into the Senate. He's now out of office. And so,
Oh, you stole the mic from the set.
Well, it's more of a borrowing situation.
It's not theft unless you take it home. And even then, it's probably still borrowing.
You know what's funny about that? We wear these mics so many hours of the day.
Yeah.
One day I did forget about it, and I'm driving home with it on. I had to turn around.
Oh, by the way, I do want to acknowledge JR, our assignment editor, messaged me. Rick Davis is on his way to an active shooting scene. Our photojournalist, Rick Davis. So we'll eventually be checking in with him as soon as I get that live feed in. But in the meantime, we are going to be talking debate.
Yes, absolutely. Which I love that picture you've got of the win Democratic presidential debate.
Yeah,
and then they flash up a picture of Hillary Clinton or Bernie Sanders.
Is
and
that
I think
what they do?
people driving up and down the strip. Is it actual video that rolls?
Yeah.
You'll see in a sec. Yeah,
Wow.
Look, that's Byrne on the big.
And then they give everyone else names.
Right. Yeah, because they couldn't find a picture of them or something. But the whole thing's hilarious because people are driving down the strip and they're like, well, where's the magician?
Yeah, or like normally you look up there and it's like Mariah Carey.
Right, right.
Or like they have a lot of billboards for random DJs that are in town.
Yeah.
I noticed in Vegas. And now you got DJ Clinton on the
mic. Yeah.
And
Who's the guy? Is there a guy who's like Mr. Super Performer, Danny Gans or Gams or something like that? You
sure
guys, if you've been to Vegas, he's supposed to be like the newer version of Wayne Newton, kind of song and dance type man. I think it's Danny Gans. But anyways, yeah, so people are like, where's Donnie and Marie? Or whatever. Where's the dancing girls?
Right.
It's hilarious. Bernie Sanders. So, I think Jim Webb is the most likely to go after her. Number one, because I think he doesn't really respect her very much. Here's a guy who served his country in the military, which, by the way, I should just point out, I've already placed a phone call to his campaign. I haven't heard back, wondering if he was going to be doing any media today or tomorrow. So we'll see, if he gets back to us. Maybe he can spend a little bit of time here with us on News Now. But I think he doesn't respect Hillary Clinton that much. I could be off base about this. But I think that he feels like he has served his country in such a manner that I don't want to go too far down that road. Maybe he just thinks she's the greatest person to ever run for office. I don't know. But there's something there, I think, that would make him more likely than the other two. And part of it, I just think, is he's just a strong character. You know, he appears to be the kind of guy. By the way, he's a USC grad.
Oh,
Just like
whoa,
you.
whoa. Okay, now, I mean, who? He has my support. That's how it works. Don't you know how Trojans are?
How much? Yeah, no, I know how the Trojan coaches are. They show up at practice drunk.
First of all, don't go there. Secondly,
I
John
had
McCain
to.
went there yesterday when he sat in that same seat. You're
He
sitting
said the
where,
same thing?
You're sitting where John McCain once
Oh,
sat.
I believe me, I know.
And he made a comment about
Sark?
USC.
About Sark?
He refers to it as the University of Spoiled Children. You should go back go to our YouTube page and watch the 14-minute interaction with.
Oh my gosh!
It's good stuff. By the way, though,
Yeah.
I do see that Rick Davis's shot is almost up. It looks like he's walking somewhere, but momentarily we will be getting a live feed from that shooting scene. I don't have a lot of details about this shooting scene in terms of where exactly it is. It would be nice to find out where the shooting took place, what city Rick is in.
It sort of seems like we have a problem with this, doesn't it?
Yeah, it looks like he had to walk away because there was a second where the shot was up and he had this perfect shot, and then I saw an officer walk, and then suddenly he had to go far away.
Sure, well, if the police are
like
still doing their investigation.
If we look at that right there, he's fairly far away from the scene.
Mm-hmm.
You can't really see too much, but I guess, cameras have a good zoom. And we're getting these live images in. We don't really know what's going on. It is an active shooter scene, and I know Rick Davis is supposed to call in via IFB, so I'm just waiting for that light to come in. So when I see the light go off, and I know that Rick Davis is here, or not here, but he's on the line waiting to talk to us, we will check in once again with that feed.
Okay. Well, so I also feel like Martin O'Malley is a feisty Irishman.
Hold on.
What's happening?
Here's a gun. He's holding a gun. Sorry. I wanted to talk politics, but then I saw an officer with a gun, and the gun was out and drawn.
Yeah,
so I don't know if it's like...
It's possible they don't have the guy under arrest yet, right? Although it's not like he's in the position, you see other officers walking around. Oh, they're just going to be in the process of stringing up the crime scene tape.
Yeah. It's telling everyone to move. All right. It wasn't as exciting. I mean, it wasn't...
No, still.
It's not a hostage situation.
No.
Maybe we really don't have any details right now, to be honest.
Yeah, no, right. But
I don't even know where in the city this is, but we will find out.
Something's not making sense with that picture, SK, because he's standing there with his, with his gun, which would make you think, okay, are they dealing with, is the guy still on the loose? But then you just saw the news. The KFYI truck just driving down the street.
Rick Davis is walking over.
Yeah, so he's maybe going to go get some details.
We can be on Rick watch.
Yeah.
Oh no, he's just getting into our vehicle. He's just moving the Fox 10 vehicle right there.
There you go.
Or his vehicle.
Yeah.
By the way, we do know this is Tempe, and we'll give you guys an update when we actually touch base with Rick.
It's not going to be Chafee who goes after her, and I don't think it's going to be Bernie Sanders that goes after her, because Bernie's given all these sound bites already saying, let's just be respectful of each other.
Right.
Let's just, discuss ideas and have a kind of a highbrow type of discussion. Let's keep it civil. So I don't think there's no fireworks coming from him, I don't think. And Lincoln Chafee, just knowing his persona, I don't think he's got it in him. He's just too much of a nice guy. But these other two, O'Malley and Webb, they might. But as I said to Luzada this morning in our 4:30 half hour,
or before, that he's going to partake in this debate.
This is the silliest angle to the entire story today. That CNN announced, we have a podium number 6 backstage. It's all set. It'll be ready to go. We'll just move it out there if he does decide to show up. The odds of Joe Biden deciding to announce his presidency, his run for the presidency, on the stage tonight in Las Vegas are like 1 in 3 billion. There's no way that's the way he's going to roll it out.
How do you think he would announce it? If he does choose to announce that he's running for president, what would be the Biden way to do it? What environment?
You know what? I think he would go back to his roots. He could do it right there from the White House. He'd probably say to Obama, hey, can I use the White House as a backdrop? I mean, it gives that presidential feel.
That's a very smart idea, Ron.
Yeah. But I don't think he will. I think he'll go back to his roots because he's a Delawarean. think that's a word.
So he'll go back to Delaware.
I think he'll go back to Delaware, and he'll have his family around him, because they've been crucial in his decision-making process.
And he'll have his son's family.
Possibly.
Maybe.
Yeah. But I think that's the kind of guy he is. He's very loyal to his hometown and his home state, and he goes home every single weekend.
Wow.
So I think that's the way he most likely will do it. But to me, the thing I'm most curious about two items. Does Hillary Clinton make an obvious misstep tonight, because she's so careful about choosing her words?
Very
Sometimes
careful.
she's actually very, very good at it, but she's learned over the years to parse every single word so she doesn't get herself in trouble. And so I'd be surprised if she does. But if she either makes a mistake or does something that suddenly has people go, whoa, to the downside. Or maybe she comes across as the soft grandma, the image she's been trying to portray lately. And she comes across as so lovable that people just think she's the greatest. But she needs to, if she wants to continue to be the presumed front runner, she can't be perceived as having tied Bernie Sanders tonight.
You mentioned how she's trying to present herself as the grandma.
Yeah.
Yesterday, when McCain was sitting there, I asked him how important personability was, and showing that softer side of someone while campaigning. And his response is, "It's good if it's." He basically said, "Yeah, if it's actually sincere and they mean it."
Yes, that's right.
And that was his response. It was really interesting.
And that's how he ran when he was close for the presidency. Both, of course, in 2008 when he lost to Barack Obama. And before that, when he ran in 2000 with what he called the Straight Talk Express. That always has been, he is a blunt guy who speaks the truth. And so I'm not surprised at his answer.
He also mentioned the Reagan era. You should really go back and watch it.
Yeah, I
feel
really
like
need to.
You would appreciate it.
Oh, I would have, really. I was excited for you.
I'm sure
when I saw
you've
that
interviewed him
happen.
before.
Oh,
You've
many
had him
times.
here.
Matter of fact, the last time I was at a news conference, you got all these people assembled. And it's a news conference. It's actually in his office up around. Anyway, looks like you're going to have some action going here.
I know. We're
We're
getting the live feed, and I'm actually getting information now as far as where this whole scene in Tempe is. I'm going to wait for the shot to change because it looks like Rick is just trying to focus or white balance momentarily.
Yeah.
The viewers want to watch the white balance procedure.
Oh, viewers love that behind-the-scenes stuff.
Okay,
but
well,
the
I guess
timing
we'll
is
show
good. I
them.
think he's almost ready to go.
And you have to go to a meeting.
Yep, right. Is he going? Is he speaking?
Oh, yeah.
At approximately 9:30 this morning, the Tempe Police Department received a 911 call of shots fired in the 1100 block of East Bluebell Lane in Tempe. Officers responded and located a victim that had gunshot wounds in the alley in the area of 1100 East Bluebell. Tempe Fire Medical Rescue Department responded to provide medical aid to the injured person. That injured party is described as a male in his 20s or 30s. He, unfortunately, died at the scene. Tempe Police Department patrol officers and investigators are currently on scene speaking to neighbors and witnesses. At this point, we are looking for a person of interest that was seen in the area at the time of the shooting. That individual is described as a Hispanic male adult in his late teens with a skinny to light build. Last seen wearing a red baseball hat, a light-colored shirt, and baggy pants. That individual was reported as getting into a silver passenger car. We don't know the make or model at this point, but that passenger car fled the area around the time that the 911 call came in. At this point, our patrol officers and detectives are doing a neighborhood house-by-house canvass to locate any witnesses. We are in the very preliminary stages of this investigation, and so more information will most likely come out later on today. What I have provided you is the most I can provide to you at this point. We are asking that the members of the community or anyone with information contact the Tempe Police Department at 480-350-8311 or 480-WITNESS to report any information that they may think is helpful to the Tempe Police Department to solve this case. The identity of the victim at this point is unknown. The motive for this incident is unknown. Like I said, very early stages, but I wanted to get some information out to you so that you could help us as our media partners get the word out and solicit any information from the community. That's all I have at this time. Thank you.
Thanks, Scott.
Thank you.
All right, guys, again, these are live images coming in out of Tempe. We know the intersection now. It's near Miller Road and McKellips in Tempe, those of you that are familiar with the area, specifically the 1100 block of East Bluebell. Officers found a dead male in an alley. We just got the update officially from Tempe Police.
No, I just hung up the phone. Dalvin and tell JR I hung up.
Officers responded and found a victim.
Okay, I'm going to try it again.
All right, guys, now we're going to be speaking with photojournalist Rick Davis. He is live at the scene. Rick, this is crazy. Just police found a dead body there. Is that the story?
Yes. According to Scott Smith with the Tempe Police Department, a male was found in the alley, assisted by paramedics, and has been determined deceased here at the scene, and they're looking for a possible person as an investigative lead, and also searching the neighborhood to make sure that everyone in this area is safe.
And when did this happen exactly? When did police arrive on scene?
Well, I don't know the exact time frame. Within the hour, probably more closer to 9:45, 10 o'clock, I believe, is, when all the activities start coming out, that there was some type of shooting in the Tempe area around McKellips and Miller.
I noticed when you were first there, you were fairly close to the scene, and then police probably had to move you back a bit because the shot is different now. But when you were closer to the scene, did you see anything peculiar?
Yeah, there is I don't know, because they moved us back. I believe the name of the street is Dataford or something like that. Don't know the correct spelling of it. But it's in this area where the alley where this deceased person is at, that they get information that they may need to check some other locations for safety. So they moved the media back and asked residents to stay in their home as they do a door-to-door and make sure everybody else is safe on these two blocks.
All right, Rick, were you able to speak with any neighbors in the area?
Not at this point. There are a couple that are standing out trying to get information just like we are as the media is. I can tell you that the Tempe Police and Fire Command Center van has just shown up. So this scene's going to be here, I believe, throughout most of the day until they can figure out what exactly happened. So there's a lot going on, a lot that they need to figure out. And I'm sure as the day goes, things will change. We'll get some updates. But they are trying to find that person of interest. Did interview, like I said, Scott Smith with Tempe Police, and didn't have a description of a suspect, but talked about an investigative lead that they're trying to locate.
All right, Rick. Well, if you get any more updates, make sure to call us back and give us another update. We're going to continue to watch the scene live as it unfolds. Thank you.
Okay, just so you know, their command van is going to be coming through here as we speak. So we'll
Okay.
monitor this and see what happens.
All right. Rick, I have a question for you because you go to a lot of crime scenes. Is this area, I mean, does a lot of crime take place in this area, or is it rather unusual for this area of Tempe?
It's unusual. I mean, obviously, there are going to be things in neighborhoods and different, pockets of the city. This is on the border of Tempe and Scottsdale. It's just, roughly Scottsdale Road and McKellips is the main crossroad. Miller to the north is the border going into Scottsdale. So there's not a lot of crime over here, but certainly they get things that come up from time to time. One thing I could tell you, give you a quick update. I don't know how informative it is, but Scott Smith, the city of Tempe PIO, said that this victim in the alley may have been struck multiple times from gunshot wounds. So this can tell you the violence of what's happened here and why it's so serious, what they're doing, going door to door, making sure everybody's safe.
Right, very disturbing probably to learn if you're a resident in that neighborhood, finding out that something like that took place right around the corner.
Yeah, not a good way to start your morning with police tape going around your home and an active search for someone that at this point is allegedly a murder suspect. Just real quick, I'm going to give you a shot of some residents since you asked. There are residents up on their roof.
Oh, wow.
Trying to get a better view.
Interesting shot there.
For what's going on, as you can see. Yeah, they've come outside and they see all this activity, and they're taking our pictures, we're taking their picture. Well, and it is what it is.
Question, you mentioned that the cops are going door to door. Do you have any idea how many officers are there on the scene?
No, I know there are over 10. I mean, and fire personnel's out here too. And I'm sure that around the city they've put other cities on alert just in case this person is somewhere else. They're doing all they can to make sure that whoever this person is, if he sticks out somewhere else, they'll get information and hopefully detain this person quickly.
All right, Rick, thanks for all the updates. If you have a chance to speak with the PIO again or see anyone interesting, or if you were able to get an interview with a neighbor who is perhaps watching the scene unfold, make sure to let us know and we'll carry that live right here on News Now.
Okay, will do. Thank you.
Thanks, Rick.
All right.
All right, guys, that was Fox 10 photojournalist Rick Davis at the scene. I'm going to go ahead and actually update our lower third because I know some of you may have just joined and you don't know exactly where this shooting took place in Tempe. So I'm going to get the exact intersection, Miller Road and McKellips. All right, guys, we're going to continue to monitor this active shooting scene, and we will give you guys updates as they become available. But what I want to do right now is give you an update on what the top 5 stories of the day are. So first, you guys are looking at the win. And no, this isn't about a party in Vegas or anything. Well, unless you're talking about the Democratic Party. Yeah, I just pulled the Samia Khan and went there. But no, tonight is the big debate. It is round 1, the first debate between the presidential candidates within the Democratic Party. So we got Hillary Clinton, Martin O'Malley, Jim Webb, Lincoln Chafee, and obviously Mr. Bernie Sanders all taking the stage. Apparently also there is a podium in the back just in case Joe Biden decides, hey, you know what? Why not? Why not? Join the debate. Why not run for president? Highly doubtful that he's actually going to, but that is a top story. It's going to be trending on Twitter all day, obviously, and perhaps even into tomorrow. I know it'll probably be the #1 topic nationwide as the debate is going on. Plus, those of you watching the debate, make sure to also be monitoring Donald Trump's Twitter feed, because I can almost guarantee, I can't guarantee because I don't want you guys coming after me if the guarantee doesn't live up, but I am highly certain that Donald Trump will be tweeting some entertaining stuff. Trump saying that he will be live tweeting during the entire debate, and Trump is not one to hold back. So I encourage you guys to go find Donald Trump on Twitter during the debate tonight. We have a lot of other stories to get to as well. I saw that Halala, I believe in the chat room, was sad that she missed the story of the woman who was driving drunk and periscoping. Well, Halala, you are in luck, because I'm going to play that story for you guys again right now. It's out of Florida. It's crazy. It's one of those stories that's getting shared all over Facebook. People are talking about it, and you can see the video, and it's just like, driving drunk and periscoping, you probably shouldn't do that. Just saying. I'm going to go ahead and hold this up for you guys momentarily. Give me a second. I find that file. Alright guys, enjoy.
People do a lot of things they shouldn't behind the wheel, from drinking to texting, but this one might take the cake.
I am drunk beyond belief, people. I can't read your snaps. I can't read your periscopes.
That's Whitney Beale, periscoping drunk while driving, according to Lakeland police.
She is telling the world through her eyes how irresponsible, how intoxicated she is, showing everybody as she drives around the city of Lakeland.
Periscope is a live streaming social media app. Users can show themselves doing anything, and their followers will watch.
57 people. Oh my God. I didn't know I'd get this many people.
But this 23-year-old got some unwanted attention too.
More shots,
As she left the bar, viewers worldwide watched Beal's Periscope video she titled "Driving Home Drunk." They noticed her slurred speech and disorientation.
I feel like I'm gonna be drunk all the way home. All the way home, people. I'm gonna be drunk.
People who don't even know her sent messages begging Beal to pull over. One man dialed 911.
This young lady is somewhere in Lakeland, Florida. That's all we're allowed to see.
How do you know she's drunk?
She's slurring her speech, and she's going from one to another on the street.
A quick-thinking officer downloaded the app on his phone and spotted landmarks on Beal's video, following her every move until he spotted her on a North Lakeland street.
They pulled her over, and it was just obvious from that point she was intoxicated.
She had a flat front tire from hitting a curb and didn't seem to know where she was. But Beal was alive and taken off the road before harming herself or anyone else.
Not a lot of people know about Periscope. It was something that we're well aware of now.
All right, guys, this is one of those really disturbing stories, obviously. Pretty crazy. I just asked the chat room if they have any thoughts on this girl. I'm just going to keep this shot frozen right there while we talk about this story. John Hoffman says, social media makes you stupid. Tree saying she should lose her license. I think Halala, actually, I'm going to scroll up and read this comment. Speaking about encountering a drunk driver periscoper a few months back in Texas, saying that she watched a few months ago as a man did that very thing. It was incredibly scary. People were telling him not to drive, pull over. I called the police in Texas, and they said they couldn't do anything because they didn't know where he was. Protocol needs to be set up because this will happen again. That's a good point, Halala. And it was so interesting with this story because one of the cops was tech savvy enough to download the Periscope app, watch this girl, figure out based on landmarks, and then find her, track her down, and arrest her. So there's that. Let's see. Joe Foley comment. What can I say other than she's an idiot? Robert saying a young kid. Obviously, it is very disturbing. I don't think that it is the smartest thing to do. But, I don't know. People make dumb decisions, and people make even dumber decisions when they are under the influence, usually. So, not the smartest thing, and the thing is, she was drunk enough to know that she was driving drunk, or rather, she was aware enough to know what she was doing because she did title her Periscope this. It's not like she was just like hanging out, guys, and then she just verbally told the viewers, hey, by the way, I'm drunk. No, she literally titled the Periscope, entertainment please, drunk. Let me go back and find that clip. Give me a second. I want to go back to the shot of the Periscope. There's her mugshot, though. Mugshot. She's sad. There we go. That is the, Oh my gosh. Stay. Pretty crazy. Where did that image go? You guys saw it. Now it just looks like I'm awkward. There we go. That's the one I'm trying to find. I'm going to drop this lower third so you guys can see what I'm talking about. Right here in the corner, the name of her Periscope, driving home drunk, entertainment please. She literally labeled the clip about this crime that she was committing. I don't know. It is pretty crazy. Resolute Bell saying she should go to rehab after her humiliating stay in jail scared the devil out of her. Halala says she has the video of the guy doing the same thing. Can you send it to me, Halala? We could play the other guy apparently periscoping while driving drunk, I suppose. And let's see, Sal Orozco saying maybe she might delete her Periscope. Perhaps, but her name is out there now, and this is not going to be looked upon favorably, to say the least, in terms of her public persona, her internet image, because this is one of those stories where you hear about it and you're like, oh my gosh, and it's so like OMG worthy, I guess you could say, that multiple news outlets around the country, probably around the world, are writing about it because it's so absurd. And so there's going to be multiple articles out there about it, multiple videos out there about it, and basically her name will forever be linked to this crime. So I would think that she should change her name, to be honest, because any sort of future life circumstance, whether it's, you know, applying for a job or dating someone, I don't know, they're gonna Google you. Everyone Googles you. So that's my take. My advice for Whitney is change your name so that in the future, when they Google you, they may not come across this. Just my take. Bina chiming in saying she is an irresponsible, attention-seeking idiot. Tree saying, hello, I'm shocked yours didn't get all this attention. Perhaps he needs some special attention. Rachel saying she's just a dumb beaver. You guys are hilarious. Okay, so moving on, we're going to go back to the disturbing story that I told you guys about this morning. I am going to go ahead and look for that photo of the man I am talking about. I'm talking about this former football player accused of murder out of Texas. It's the craziest story. It's very disturbing. You guys can watch this video in the background while I go ahead and there we go. This is the article from Fox News. There's a photo right there, courtesy of the Dallas Police Department, of Thomas Johnson. It's pretty disturbing. This story is just like, wow, really? That happened? I'm sorry that we're going back to the death hour story, but this story is just, I'm sure you're going to hear about it more and more throughout the day because it just happened yesterday. So information, you know, takes a while sometimes for some of these stories to get picked up. But here you see a photo of Thomas Johnson. He was a former Texas A&M wide receiver. Dallas police say that he just randomly picked someone along this jogging path, this jogging trail, and attacked and killed that man with a large edged weapon. Anyone else feel super disturbed? I feel super disturbed right now. I don't know. So this guy that you're looking at right now, Thomas Johnson, used to play for Texas A&M, and apparently, according to police, he's already admitted to committing the crime. And he even called police to report the crime shortly after it happened. Apparently, he was just really angry and he had been recently kicked out of his house. So he was filled with rage and decided to take out that rage on a random innocent jogger. It's very disturbing. So basically, police say he used a large edged weapon. I think witnesses describe it as a machete. Here's a witness reaction, according to our Fox source in Dallas. This witness said you could tell it was a machete coming down on what? I wasn't sure at first, but when I got a closer look, I could tell it was a body, and he was repeatedly hitting it in the back of the neck. Very disturbing, very graphic. I apologize if this upsets you all, but it is one of those stories. This guy played high school football in Dallas, played 9 games for Texas A&M during the 2012 season while he was a freshman, but in the past year he has faced trouble with the law, arrested on charges of evading arrest, burglary, and auto theft. So, yeah. But the thing is, with those previous crimes, he got probation in connection with it. All he had to do was be on good behavior and nothing would happen. I'm pretty sure murder violates your probation, and aside from that, now you're screwed. You are either going to jail for a very long time, possibly life. I don't know. It could be a death penalty trial. Who knows? I'm just speculating right now. And this is just the disturbing story of the day. I'm going to read a couple more of your comments, guys. If any of you are commenting on this story in the chat room. Looks like you guys are not talking about this deadly story, so I'm going to change topics then. So we've talked about this. Another story I want to get to is the Democratic debate, which we talked about just a few minutes ago, but I'm actually going to play a story for you live from Mr. Doug Luzader. Before I do that, though, let's just dip into Josh Earnest, because maybe he's talking about the debate. I don't know.
Is negotiate with the Democratic minority so that they can get something done for the American people. And they can do that consistent with their conservative principles. It may require them to compromise a little bit. It may mean that they don't get 100% of everything that they want. But that's the essence of democracy, particularly in an era where there's one party in charge of Congress and another party that's in charge of the White House.
On Vice President Joe Biden, he's spent over 2 months now mulling very publicly this decision about 2016. And there's some who are starting...
My guess is he's been thinking about it even a little bit longer than that.
But there's some who are starting to say that he owes the Democratic Party an answer now, sooner rather than later. Do you think that the Vice President owes that to Democrats?
No. I think, quite frankly, that Vice President Biden, given his service to the party, and more importantly, his service to the country, is certainly entitled to the amount of time that he believes is necessary to make what is an intensely personal decision for him. Okay.
And also on the debate, in 2008, President Obama debated against Hillary Clinton many times. What advice do you think he would give to her challengers today?
He did engage in dozens of debates, and I don't think that's an exaggeration, with Secretary Clinton over the course of 2007 and 2008. I haven't spoken to him about any advice that he would offer. I don't think that he. I think the advice that he would offer is advice that he would offer any candidate, whether they're debating against Secretary Clinton or not, and that is that they should spend time preparing for those debates and be focused on communicating as clearly as possible with the American public what their priorities are, and that the person who can most cleanly articulate their values and priorities is typically the candidate that comes away looking the best in these debates. But again, every candidate will have the opportunity to do that tonight, including Secretary Clinton herself. Okay. April.
Josh, I have a couple of subjects I want to ask you about. Back when Joe Biden, listening to all the questions and about Joe Biden, but indirectly about him, has the White House set up some type of contingency plan if he does decide to run for president in 2016?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. So if he were to decide to run, this White House would just change and shift at that time, or it would just function as normal without him here on the campaign trail?
Well, you've heard me. I mean, certainly in the context of these briefings, we spent a lot of time talking about the important tasks that Vice President Biden has taken on in that role. And, I think that's one reason that the president, in the interview with 60 Minutes, described Vice President Biden as among the most consequential vice presidents in the history of the United States. And that's because Vice President Biden has taken on significant tasks, everything from working on gun safety initiatives to implementing the Recovery Act, to working closely with foreign leaders in a variety of hotspots, including Iraq and Ukraine, to advance the interests of the United States. Vice President Biden brings an astonishing set of skills and experiences to this job. It's why he's been such an important part of this team. And if he were to decide to dedicate some of those skills and experiences to running for president again, that would have an impact on some of the things that we're doing here. But we would, I guess, the other thing is it's hard to imagine a scenario where Vice President Biden resigns his seat or resigns the office. He certainly would continue to be in a position to make calls and participate in meetings. It just means that he would also have to dedicate some of his time to campaigning for the office. So the point is, yes, I would acknowledge that it would require some changes around here, but we would still benefit from Vice President Biden's service as vice president, even if he chose to run for president.
So let's say, and this is not hypothetical, TPP. Let's say Vice President Biden, as he's thinking about it, he decides next week, okay, I'm going to run. Do you still think that you have that person to talk to congressional leaders to help push TPP forward, or will the president be the one meeting with congressional leaders and talking and talking on the phone?
Well, the president already has been involved in those kinds of conversations, but I certainly, in that scenario, I wouldn't rule out Vice President Biden's involvement as well.
Okay. And the next subject, pretty simple. Criminal justice, there's a markup on some of the bills within the next couple of weeks. What does the president primarily want to see come out of that? Because we're hearing that the disparity in sentencing, the retroactive sentencing, is one of the biggest components of both. But if something fails, what is the biggest piece that you want to keep?
Mm-hmm. Well, April, I think the most important thing right now, at the beginning of this process, is for Democrats and Republicans to try to move forward in bipartisan fashion. I think the only way that we're going to be able to move criminal justice reform across the finish line in Congress is if Democrats and Republicans work together to get it done. And that's going to require, as I mentioned earlier, a willingness to compromise. And it means that Democrats aren't going to get everything that they want out of this reform effort, and Republicans aren't going to get everything they want out of the reform effort either. But there does appear to be significant common ground in confronting some of these issues. And while we're hopeful that a good piece of legislation will come out of this process in the Senate, at least where it started, I don't think there's anybody that thinks that will be a perfect piece of legislation. So that willingness to compromise, that willingness to accept less than 100% of what ideally you'd like to see will be an important priority for those who are engaged in these conversations. Substantively, though, I think that there's been extensive discussion about sentencing reforms. There's been a lot of discussion about reforms for juvenile justice programs. I would identify those as sort of two priorities in the context of this legislation.
Okay, thank you. And I want to go back to something you said about TPP. You said the president is reaching out. Could you tell us how he's reaching out to congressional leaders? Is he having meetings? What? Is he on the phone? Can you tell us?
I don't have a lot of details to share at this point, but I mean, I think the important thing to recognize is that the vote on this agreement is quite a ways off. That the text will have to be completed, translated into a variety of different languages. It'll be made public for 60 days before the president himself even signs it. There will be additional time for that text to be considered publicly before Congress would consider it, and it would go through the congressional process. So a final vote on legislation is quite a ways off. But I guess what I was referring to is over the summer, when we were trying to advance Trade Promotion Authority, the president was deeply engaged in the effort to move that across the finish line, and it required him to speak to the Democratic caucus at one point and even go to the congressional baseball game. So the president was obviously very personally involved in trying to advance that legislation that was eventually successful.
So there's no legwork, groundwork right now?
Well, there certainly is an effort to communicate with Capitol Hill to make sure that they understand exactly what's been completed here, to help them understand what's included in the agreement. But ultimately, we'll have the text of that agreement out so that everybody can consider it for themselves. Okay. Bill?
Just wanted to point out that you have an opportunity today to help the Vice President make an announcement, should he desire to do so, simply by opening up the photo op with the President, the Attorney General, and the Vice President, which is scheduled in about 10 minutes.
Yeah. I'm not aware that the Vice President has any announcements that are planned for today.
Well, why don't we ask him?
So I'm sure his office would be happy to take your call.
You're not going to open it up?
No, I don't think so.
Thanks, Josh.
Andrew.
I wanted to go back to the issue of Iran's missile test. If indeed they've broken a UN Security Council resolution, would the US countenance additional sanctions on Iran, even if that puts in jeopardy implementation of the nuclear deal?
Mm-hmm. Well, Andrew, let me just say that this is something that we're continuing to look at. And the details of this particular launch are important to determining whether or not they are in violation of the existing United Nations Security Council resolutions that govern Iran's ballistic missile program. The United States certainly takes seriously those violations. And you'll recall that when the president convened a summit meeting of our Gulf Coast partners at Camp David, that there was ample discussion about countering Iran's malign activities in the region. And we certainly do believe that there is more work that could be done to interdict materials and equipment that could be used to advance their missile program. That is work that requires international cooperation, and the President has indicated not just a willingness but even a desire to work more closely with our allies and with our partners in the Gulf Coast, or in the Gulf, to counter Iran's ballistic missile program.
And on a separate issue on Syria, just following up on the question about deconfliction before, reportedly the UK, the Royal Air Force in the UK pilots have been given orders to shoot down Russian aircraft if they are engaged by Russian aircraft in the Middle East. Has the President okayed any similar orders for US pilots?
I'd refer you to the Department of Defense for any operational updates like that. The Commander-in-Chief certainly has the expectation that our military pilots, whether they're operating in Syria or anywhere else in the world, will take the steps they believe are necessary to protect themselves.
Okay. And a final question, sorry, indulge me on Israel and the Palestinian territories. Is the White House concerned that we're seeing the beginnings of a third intifada? And if so, even if not, do you believe that the absence of a possible two-state solution following what was said by the Israeli Prime Minister during the election campaign has contributed to a situation on the ground that makes it more likely that that kind of intifada could take place?
Well, Andrew, let me start by saying that the United States condemns in the strongest possible terms the terrorist attacks, the recent terrorist attacks against Israeli civilians, which resulted in the murder of 3 Israelis and left numerous others wounded. We mourn any loss of life, whether it's Israeli or it's Palestinian. The United States continues to stress the importance of condemning violence and combating incitement, and we're in regular contact with both the Israeli government and the Palestinian Authority. We continue to be deeply concerned about escalating tensions and urge all sides to take affirmative steps to restore calm and prevent actions that would further escalate tensions. Andrew, you know, the policy of the United States has been that a two-state solution that is negotiated directly between the two parties is the most effective way for us to resolve the conflict between the Israelis and the Palestinians. And in the meantime, we've urged both sides to try to exercise restraint and to prevent the further escalation of tensions in a region that's been roiled by them for generations. Okay. John Giese, I'll give you the last one.
Yeah, thank you, Judge. 2 very brief questions on Russia. Has the administration, either through statement or in the President's talks with President Putin, have either weighed in on the case of Lieutenant Nadia Shevchenko, who was the Ukrainian who was Air Force pilot, kidnapped from Ukraine, brought to Russia, put on trial in Moscow, and as of yesterday, undergoing psychiatric evaluation after her hunger strike?
John, I'd refer you to the State Department for the latest of our efforts in that regard.
Right. And the other question is this. December will mark the 3rd anniversary of the President's signing of the Magnitsky Act, which are sanctions against individual Russians involved in the death of Sergei Magnitsky in 2009. He was a lawyer and accountant who got into a little row with the Kremlin. Last week, Vladimir Kara-Murza, who is a Russian dissident who went through a poisoning in May that I think you commented on, he said that the administration's targeted a lot of smaller level people with sanctions, but no major figures around President Putin. Are there any plans for that kind of sanctioning to take place soon?
Well, John, that's a difficult question to answer because when it comes to sanctions, it would not be in our strategic interest to discuss what future plans we may have with regard to sanctions. If we were to discuss those plans in some detail in advance, it would only make it easier for those who may be the target of sanctions to take steps to evade them before they're imposed. So I'd refer you to the Treasury Department, who's responsible for those implementing those sanctions. They may be able to give you a sense of what they're considering, but I would not anticipate them being able to provide a lot of information with a lot of specificity in advance because it would only undermine our overall effort. Okay. Thanks a lot, everybody.
Anything on MH17?
So, we can get you a statement on that. We have one.
So So at the very end right there, one of the reporters asked if we could have a statement on MH17, and that is one of the stories that I wanted to give you guys an update on. MH17 was that Malaysian Airlines plane that was shot down last year. Crazy story. I'm going to go ahead and actually show you some video. Oh, it looks like we have lost our Josh Ernest video. So quickly do they take our video away. It's going to give us time to transition. But looking at this video right here, this is a sort of reconstruction of the plane, some of the pieces, and you can look at that video. So this morning I went on Twitter, and MH17 was trending nationwide, and I'm like, why is MH17 trending nationwide? And then I clicked and I discovered that some new information had emerged. In fact, I believe, I'm just looking at some of the files just sent to us from Fox National, but it looks like Ukraine has now reacted to the report. Basically, the report, they have determined, according to investigators, that the plane was hit by a Russian missile, most likely. Again, this was always very controversial because the plane was shot down over Ukraine, and I know that the Ukrainian Foreign Affairs Minister spoke today, vowing to find those responsible for blowing up MH17. Again, Malaysian Airlines Flight 17 crashed in Ukraine last year, killing all 298 people on board. And apparently the victims' families were notified this morning before the official release of this report that just came out. I am just trying to download that soundbite from the Ukrainian official, so stand by, guys, stay with me. Today, investigators revealed that the doomed plane was hit by a surface-to-air missile over eastern Ukraine, happened over an area where pro-Russian rebels were fighting Ukrainian government forces. And the Ukraine foreign minister spoke about it during a visit to the UN. We're going to get that clip in right now. Just stand by while I work on that. You guys can keep looking at footage of this plane. This footage is pretty crazy. I remember seeing photos of it this morning and what they could reconstruct of that plane. While I wait for some of our video clips to come in as it relates to the story, this video is crazy. I'm going to read some of your comments in the chat room. It's a really sad story. Bina saying they didn't realize it was a passenger plane. At one point, one of the passengers' phones rang, and they were trying to find it. It's really sad, Bina. Les Chow Mein chiming in saying, I think Putin is a chicken. If I am him, knowing Obama will not go to war no matter what, I will take over more countries in Europe. Bina saying, Joe, some of this information released today was new to me, and it confirmed the rebels made a terrible mistake Maybe we already knew that, but I hadn't read up on it for a while. Rachel chiming in saying cowards will never show their faces. They killed innocent people for no reason other than their own gain. You know what? I believe I should have a story on this overall. Give me a second. I'm just working to get some of these clips that detail the final report. Stay tuned, guys. Going to play it for you momentarily. Going to read a few more comments while I wait for some of these sound bites to download. John Hoffman asking, why would a passenger plane fly over a combat area? That's a good question. Ringo Nader agrees with that question. Adding, there has to be some kind of detour when these things happen. Joe Foley chiming in saying it was a regular thing at the time. A lot of airlines kept to the same route and flew over Ukraine. Gringo Nader adding, if there is a high risk for possible conflicts, there needs to be a way out. You can't just expect that everything will be fine, even if you're not directly related to the conflict. Again, you guys might remember when this plane went down last year, a lot of people shocked, especially because it was a Malaysian Airlines flight, and it always seems that Malaysian Airlines flights seem to have bad luck. Obviously, with the Malaysian Airlines Flight 370, the missing plane that was never found. You know, and then this happening again. You know what was really crazy about this story? Really interesting. I remember it last year is that one of the passengers on MH17, knowing he was flying Malaysian Airlines, before he took off, he had posted a picture on Facebook and jokingly said, taking Malaysian Airlines, hope I don't die, or something like that. It was something like really creepy and ominous, and I was just like, whoa. I remember Facebook stalking him last year.
Hey Mike. Yes. Did you roll on Tempe? The shooting side? Yeah. Yeah. What'd you call it? What looks like shooting scene. Okay. 10, 13, 15 shooting scene. Okay.
So this is interesting, and this is coming out of the Netherlands. This is an animation of the crash of MH17. So we're going to play this video now, because it's pretty crazy. Just getting the video in now. And Dutch investigators releasing this time-lapse video showing the crash of the flight. This video just came out today. It's going to take a couple more seconds to download, but basically the animation shows MH17 flying over Germany, Poland, and Ukraine, heading east toward Asia. So I'm going to play this now. Where'd it go? And this is that animation. According to the Dutch Safety Board, flight restrictions were raised to level 320 as armed conflict progressively expanded in the air, and airlines assumed the unrestricted airspace above the restricted level was safe for travel. MH17 entered Ukrainian airspace at an altitude of 33,000 feet when it was shot down. Looking at that, oh my God, it's kind of terrifying to look at some of this video. It was shot down July 17th, 2014. Again, all 298 people on board were killed. So this animation basically is showing planes and helicopters that have been shot down in the conflict in eastern Ukraine before MH17 was shot down, and the map shows different airplanes flying over the area. We continue to watch the animation.
To be a conflict zone.
Oh wow, there's voiceover on this video. We should be listening to this. Who knew?
And several military aircraft had been shot down
I'm going to replay this because now there's audio. I didn't even know. What?
Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. The flight is prepared as usual, and the aeroplane is in an airworthy condition. On board of flight MH17 are 283 passengers and 15 crew members. The routing of this flight leads via Germany, Poland and Ukraine to the east, a standard routing to Asia that many airlines use. Flight MH17 enters Ukrainian airspace at an altitude of 33,000 feet, following airway Lima 980. The crew diverts a short distance to the north to avoid some thunderstorms when returning to the airway in the eastern part of Ukrainian airspace. In this region, an armed conflict between the Ukrainian government and armed groups is in progress. Therefore, lower levels of the airspace are restricted for civil air traffic. Flight MH17 is routed above this restricted airspace when it is downed by a Buck surface-to-air missile. At that moment, 3 other commercial airliners fly in that same area. Immediately after the crash of MH17, the question rose how it was possible that a scheduled commercial airliner flew over an area that was known to be a conflict zone. The armed conflict in Ukraine progressively expanded to the air, and several military aircraft had been shot down in the previous weeks. According to Ukrainian authorities, 2 of these aircraft were hit by more powerful weapons that reached higher than before. But none of the parties involved made any connection between the military developments and the possible risks posed to civil aviation. On June 6, 2014, a Notice to Airmen, or NOTAM, was issued by Ukraine to restrict the airspace over the eastern part of Ukraine up to flight level 260. This was done to protect military aircraft from ground attacks and to let them fly at a higher level. On July 14th, the restriction was raised to flight level 320. Airlines assumed that the unrestricted airspace above this level was safe. Most commercial airlines continued their flights over the region. On July the 17th, until the airspace was closed, 160 commercial flights passed through this area. 3 other airliners were in close proximity of MH17 when it disappeared from the radar screens. Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. The flight is prepared as usual, and the aeroplane is in airworthy condition.
And now the clip has started repeating itself. I'm going to go back to the video I was showing you guys earlier of the plane. It's pretty crazy. I'm just downloading some more sound bites. Authorities giving information on the final report that they released this morning, plus Ukraine reacting to the report as well. So stand by. More sound bites are coming up right here on Fox 10 News Now.
Just
Let's listen to the Ukrainian reaction to the report.
We will spare no efforts, literally no efforts. Together, it will be always joint position of G5 and of course all other nations to bring the perpetrators to justice. We've been working extremely committedly on finding the way how to address both politically but especially legally the process of bringing everyone who were behind this terrible tragedy to justice.
All right, guys, now we're going to hear more
You can see
the
the reconstruction
information
of
from
the
the
airplane
report.
behind me. Allow me to repeat the most important conclusions. Flight MH17 crashed as a result of the detonation of a warhead outside the aeroplane, above the left-hand side of the cockpit. This warhead was of the 9N314M type, carried on the kind of missile that is installed on the back surface-to-air missile system. As a result of the detonation, the forward part of the airplane was torn off. The airplane broke up in the air. The wreckage came down in an area of about 50 kilometers in the eastern part of Ukraine. The missile was launched from a 320 square kilometer area in the eastern part of Ukraine. In the period between 14 and 17 of July 2014, 61 operators from 32 different countries flew over the eastern part of Ukraine, where at that time an armed conflict was taking place. Malaysia Airlines was one of these operators. On the day of the crash, a total of 160 flights had operated above the area until the airspace was closed after the crash. None of the aviation parties involved recognized the risks posed to civil aviation by the armed conflict on the ground. In the opinion of the Dutch Safety Board, there was sufficient reason to close the airspace above the eastern part of Ukraine as a precaution. The Ukraine authorities failed to do so. Ladies and gentlemen, why was Malaysian Airlines flight MH17 flying over an area where an armed conflict was taking place? The question was on the minds of many people after the crash. The answer is as straightforward as it is disquieting. Almost all operators were flying over that area. And why? Because nobody thought that civil aviation was at risk. Firstly, the Dutch Safety Board investigated which operators flew above the area in the eastern part of Ukraine in the period between 14 and 17 July 2014. There turned out to be 61 in all. 61 operators from 32 different countries flew above the area. On the day of the crash, a total of 160 flights had operated above the eastern part of Ukraine until the airspace was closed after the crash. Every single one of those operators thought that it was safe. There was undeniable an armed conflict taking place on the ground, but above 32,000 feet, that is approximately 10 kilometers, the airspace was open to civil aviation. Nobody considered the possibility that civil aircraft at cruising altitude were at risk. In the Chicago Convention, the International Convention on Civil Aviation, it is specified that states are responsible for determining whether the airspace above their territory is safe. In the month before the crash, at least 16 military airplanes and helicopters were shut down in the eastern part of Ukraine. The Ukrainian authorities were aware of this. They stated that occasionally weapon systems were used that could reach the cruising altitude of civil airliners. Yet, despite all this, Ukraine did not close its airspace. Ukraine's position is that there was insufficient reason for closing the airspace above the eastern part of the country. We have, however, concluded that as a precaution, there was sufficient reason for Ukraine authorities to close the airspace above the eastern part. The risks posed to civil aviation were not adequately identified, neither by the state of Ukraine nor by the operators, other states and international organizations. Our investigation has shown that all parties regarded the conflict in the eastern part of Ukraine from a military perspective. Nobody gave any thought of a possible threat to civil aviation. Ladies and gentlemen, as you will be able to read in the reports, we have based our conclusion on several findings. An important part in this is played by the pieces of wreckage that we have recovered. Using these pieces of wreckage, we have built the reconstruction behind me. As recently as 2 weeks ago, Dutch investigations recovered pieces of wreckage from the area. It cannot be ruled out that more pieces of wreckage will be found in the future. However, we are certain that this would not compromise our conclusions. The conclusions that we are presenting today have been validated extensively. Our investigation not only aimed to the answer to the question of what happened, but also took into account what did not happen. Excluding scenarios is a proven method of investigation. Flight MH17 did not crash as a result of meteor strikes. We have excluded the possibility of the airplane itself having any technical defect or that of a bomb exploding inside the airplane. Nor did flight MH17 crash as a result of an air-to-air attack. Had that been the case, the damage pattern on the wreckage would have been different and the radar images would have shown other aircraft. We have investigated and eliminated all these possibilities one by one. Our report will tell you how.
All right, guys, so that is the report right there. I don't know why this lower third says MH17. I'll just do it generic right now. We are getting a couple live events in, so I'm going to show you what is coming in right now. Our live events, the details on these live events. I know that this one right here is a Jeb Bush event that's coming in right now. I can give you more details. I believe that this is in New Hampshire. This is in Keene, New Hampshire. Former Florida governor holding an employee town hall at Smith's Medical in Keene, New Hampshire, which I find interesting because this morning former Governor Bush made a policy speech on how he wants to repeal Obamacare, and that's I think he said it's the first thing he's going to do if elected or when elected. I think they usually speak as if they are going to get elected when they're giving those sorts of presentations. So it looks like people are lining up awaiting Bush's arrival. In the meantime, we also have this live event right here, which is an event featuring Ashton Carter, the Defense Secretary, and Secretary of State John Kerry. Both of them will be holding a press conference after co-hosting the 2015 Australia-US ministerial consultations with Australian Foreign Minister Julie Bishop and Defense Minister Maurice Payne. So basically, there's a press conference in Boston featuring Australian leaders and John Kerry and Ashton Carter. Sometimes I wish the official descriptions sent to us from Fox were more simplified, like the way I just explained it right now. Anyways, that is coming up. Stay tuned. we are on watch for one of these events to start. Boom, boom. Which one's it gonna be? I don't know. Stay tuned. Actually, you know what? I have an update. You know, I was telling you about that horrible story in Texas with the football player. What it looks like we're now getting video in about, we're getting more details from Fox National. Obviously a super disturbing story. I'm going to pull up some video now while we wait. So while I pull up that video, I'm going to show you another story. Since we are looking at something political on the screen, why not play this video? Oh, people are clapping. Does that mean Bush has arrived? As soon as I'm about to do something, Jeb Bush, you just upstage me. All right, let's listen into what Mr. Bush had to say, or has to say, because this is live.
Good afternoon, everybody. So we have a special visitor today, a special event at the Keene site. I'm very pleased to have it. We're welcoming Governor and presidential candidate John Ellis Jeb Bush. He is the son of former President George H.W. Bush. He is the brother of George W. Bush, former president. So he's got a little bit of experience in history. He grew up in Houston, Texas. He actually attended Phillips Academy in Andover, Mass. for high school, and went to the University of Texas, where he played tennis, graduated Phi Beta Kappa, and magna cum laude. In 1986, he was named Florida's Secretary of Commerce. In 1998, he was elected to the governorship of Florida, and he was reelected in 2002. He was and is Florida's only two-term Republican governor. So as governor, some of his main focuses were on environmental and also on reduction of government. Everybody, please welcome Governor Jeb Bush.
Thank you all. Thanks for the kind introduction. It kind of reminded me of about 2 years ago I was being introduced by someone and they didn't know much about me, so they went on Wikipedia, the source for all information, and this guy was all excited. So I was trying to find something I had in common with our next speaker, and so he said, like me, Jeb is an avid rock climber, and he had a secret desire to be a Hollywood actor. Then went on with the rest of the bio introduction, and I got up and I said, I think you just got, whatever you call it, Wikipedia'd, because I don't like rock climbing. I'm from Miami. We don't have rocks or hills or anything else. I come up here to see the beauty of your nature here, and I really never really wanted to be a Hollywood actor either. The guy was kind of disappointed by that, but the simple fact is that people in their spare time actually play games about how they can put things on their Wikipedia bios. And so if you read something about me, someone's probably playing a game. But I was governor of the state of Florida for 8 years. I spent 32 years in the private sector and 8 years as governor, which was a blast. A state that is the largest swing state, if you will, a purple state. It's a state that's got a lot of Democrats, 500,000 more Democrats than Republicans, and I got to apply conservative principles in a way that brought people together. And I tell that story because I think that's what we need in Washington, D.C. We need someone that actually has had the experience of fixing things and doing it in a way that isn't judgmental or, angry or trying to tear people apart, but trying to forge consensus to fix the things that are broken. Today, this morning in Manchester, I unveiled a plan to repeal Obamacare and replace it with a healthcare insurance system and a healthcare delivery system that looks more like the successful enterprises of the 21st century. It seems to me our health insurance, if you look at the history of it, it was designed literally after World War II. It was a time when the GIs were coming back home, and it was an incentive for companies to provide insurance for workers. It was an incentive because there was wage controls, and so the way to get people into the workforce was to give the businesses a deduction on their health care insurance. And the net effect was it was quite successful. We led the nation, led the world in job growth in that era. And people got, back then, 100% of their care was taken care of by the employers. And the costs were low. But over time, because we haven't challenged some of the notions of how we go about doing these things, we now have the highest, most expensive healthcare delivery system in the world. It's about 1/6 of our economy. It's roughly double what every other developed country pays. And the net result is our outcomes aren't any good either. And so if you wanted to start from scratch, I don't think the system that we have today would look like it is. I propose maintaining and protecting the insurance system where your employer pays the majority of your health care costs. 150 million Americans get their insurance that way. It gives them peace of mind. It's a great recruiting tool to maintain good employees. It's the right thing to do. Hopefully you all have wellness plans and other plans that focus on health as much as reacting to illness. That must be maintained. But what about all the other people that are now working in the shared economy or working 2 jobs or in a small business where the costs are so high? That's where our problem exists. Obamacare creates massive taxes and subsidies and confusion and complication and mandates, both employer mandates and employee mandates, from Washington, D.C. down, from the top down, and it's created something that's not popular, but more importantly, it stifles our ability to create economic activity. And what we ought to be doing is figure out ways to get people back in the workforce and be able to have access to health care insurance to allow them to live lives of purpose and meaning. So my proposal is to simplify all this, shift it back to the states in terms of the regulation, bundle up the money and allow people to create a 21st century insurance system, and then embrace innovation. You all are building devices. Hopefully each and every year you come up with new innovations that allow you to continue to be a world's leader, not just a U.S. leader in the products that you build. This company is well known globally as a global leader in the medical device business. And in order for that to be maintained, we need an innovative climate in our country that right now has lagged behind. What used to take 6 months to get approved now takes 3 years to get approved, over a decade of time. And the costs of that are higher and higher. And what happens is businesses go elsewhere where they can get the approvals faster and they can get their products to market quicker. So having the FDA be reformed so that it happens, drugs and biologics and medical devices, having those be approved faster and at a lower cost is one of the elements of a 21st century reform. Secondly, I think we ought to create, look, America's always great when we have big aspirations, right? The 60s was based on when Sputnik went up, it woke us up, right? And the President of the United States at that time, John F. Kennedy, said, we're going to create a goal of sending a man to the moon. And it happened. And there was spin-offs of technology that allowed us to lift our spirits, of course, but also to maintain our technological might. Well, I think we ought to be looking at aspirational goals of the great opportunities that exist to discover, for example, the brain. I don't know how many of you have loved ones.
All right, guys. I'm going to step away from this town hall momentarily. Since we're on the topic of Jeb Bush, I did record this morning, and I find it interesting, and I feel like you guys might find it interesting too. You can even see the backdrop of this. Innovate, End Obamacare. Jeb Bush holding this press conference. He's making a big announcement. He wants to end Obamacare if he's elected, saying that's the first thing he's going to do. He spoke this morning. Let's hear what Mr. Bush had to say.
And disruption all around us should be our friend, not our adversary, and it's especially true in healthcare, and we should liberate our system to allow for much more innovation to take place. Think about it. We have smartphones that can video chat with our doctors and caregivers. We have genomic medicine that can personalize treatment of cancer and other diseases. We have 3D printers that can turn out replacement blood vessels and liver cells and heart valves. Medicine has changed, and it is constantly changing. And we have to get Washington out of the way, stop its micromanagement so that we can have an explosion of dynamic response to the great challenges that we face, to turn them into opportunities not just for our better health, but also for economic progress for all of us. I believe, as I hope you do, that lives are saved by bold and courageous innovation, and that we have a moral obligation to make sure Washington doesn't get in that way. If we rely on the regulators of Washington, D.C. to decide what kind of health care we should get, we will continue to get a lot of frustration, higher costs, and a lot more complexity than what we need. Or worse, look at the VA scandal that has taken place throughout our country, the VA hospitals. President Obama and many on the left have used the VA hospital system as a model for government-controlled health care, bragging about how great it is. Well, the delays and deceptions speak for themselves, and we've been warned. If that's what the best that Washington can do, I think we need to move in a different direction. We need to unleash the power of millions of Americans, of doctors, of nurses, of entrepreneurs who are inventing the future of healthcare. Advanced screenings and medical tests that require only a stick of your finger for high-risk populations. Personalized therapies for seniors who live far away from major hospitals. Genomic medicine, so treatments match each person's physiology. An app on your smartphone that calls a doctor to your front door, just as it does for a car to come to pick you up. New devices that can mimic what our body was designed to do. I want all of us to embrace this change so that we can finally answer these questions with confidence. Did the patient get the care he or she needed? Did her health improve? Was there a more efficient and affordable way to get to the best result? My plan, therefore, focuses on 5 key steps. First, as I said, we'll repeal Obamacare. That means all of its mandates, its penalties, new spending, new taxes, the arbitrary picking and choosing of the parts of the law that are implemented and the ones that don't. All of that goes away, especially the new taxes on medical devices, drugs, and insurance, all of which that drive up the cost of health care for middle-income Americans. Second, instead of punishing innovation, we'll double down on it. My plan would aggressively support groundbreaking work at the NIH and our country's finest researchers as they find new treatments and new cures. If we started from scratch, if we didn't have a system of how we allocate the resources for the curing of diseases, the research that goes on, and if we started from scratch with the FDA, I can promise you it would be a less costly system that would take a lot less time and it would be more strategic in its efforts. And that's what we need to do. We need to reboot the strategy for health e-records and make medical record keeping more efficient, more shareable, and more secure. The President had a golden opportunity to be able to do this, but the simple fact is that the information technology funding through the stimulus was not focused on creating a shared platform from all of us to benefit. And so we have huge complexity in information technology, and that information is not protected.
All right, we're going to listen to Jeb a little bit later on because that's from earlier. You guys got the gist of it. He is not too pleased with the current healthcare system.
Yeah.
And obviously, he's simultaneously not just making the statement, but campaigning.
Let me ask you this, though.
Yes.
I mean, I
Mr.
feel like that's running on the last election cycle.
Like Obamacare is 2012.
Don't you?
It's not a hot topic.
It's just not a hot button.
It's just not what people are talking about right now. But maybe he'll make it a hot topic because think about it. Immigration, people weren't really talking immigration on a nationwide scale recently.
Correct.
Until Donald Trump made it the thing, I think.
Yes.
As far as
Yeah, he did.
my memory
Yeah.
recalls.
And your memory's good.
Sometimes. Depends on the day. Like I have a good memory in the sense I can remember things from a long time ago, but I couldn't tell what I did yesterday.
Yeah.
Well, yesterday I could because it was like the best day ever on FNN.
Oh, yeah. I think you remember yesterday pretty well.
But aside from yesterday,
Yeah.
like usually people come on Mondays, everyone's like, how's your weekend? I was like, I don't remember.
Let's say right now what we think are going to be the issues that determine this election, because I really don't think Obamacare, it just is not. I mean, I know there's some people that are definitely wishing it wasn't there, but then there are a lot of other people who like it, but it just doesn't seem like that's the one. I think immigration is certainly one.
Yeah.
I think, I wonder, I think these violent times that we live in.
Yeah,
I'm having a hard time putting a phrase on it necessarily, but I think people feel like it's just that the country's going downhill in terms of crime and how safe you feel. I think that's something that somebody's going to tap into and sort of figure out. What else?
Well, I just changed the lower third.
Okay.
So you must know what I want to talk about since I have you up here.
Okay,
we
right.
We briefly touched upon it
Well,
during your first
Correct.
News Now appearance
Correct.
this morning, but
Yes.
I know you had to go to a meeting, and
Yep.
then we were getting live images in from the shooting.
Yep.
So we weren't really able to go back
Correct.
to this topic, but this is a hot topic. It's trending nationwide,
Mhm.
and I'm glad you sat down with me again because I want to hear what your brain has to say.
About the debate.
Yeah.
Well, I think only one of the three. I think that coming out of the very first debate, the surprise was that A, of course, Donald Trump got the most talk, but B, Carly Fiorina got the second most talk,
Right.
and nobody saw that coming. I do believe one of these three gents is going to somehow cut through.
Right.
I don't know that he'll get to the place where he can be co-equal
Right.
with Bernie Sanders and Hillary Clinton,
Sure.
but it's possible. I think somebody's going to connect, and
Maybe get move up to 5%.
I don't think it's Chafee, but I think it's going to either be Webb or Martin O'Malley.
O'Malley seems like he could be.
He seems presidential in the
Yeah,
Samia
in the
Khan.
Samia Khan definition of presidential, which means you just look like a casting director would cast you in a movie
Yeah.
as president. He
Right.
he has the look.
Sure, he does.
Sure.
So in the Samia Khan view of things, he's got that presidential look. But I think that Jim Webb, it would be the guy. Like I said, he's written books, he's movies. I think he's got the phrase.
Personality?
Correct. But Martin O'Malley, if anybody, seems to be the angriest. Right? He feels like the party has set it up to have so few debates, almost as a favor to Hillary Clinton, that Debbie Wasserman Schultz, who runs
right.
the DNC, has sort of done it as a favor to Hillary
Right, so
Clinton.
people don't have a lot of opportunities to attack Hillary or
Correct.
point out her flaws.
Correct.
We're getting a question. It doesn't have to do with the debate, but I want to acknowledge it. Mike D asking Ron, what do you think about the Jeb plant yesterday?
Okay, now I've only seen the quick headlines on that. Did Trump get up after it happened and accuse the woman immediately of being a plant?
I haven't read about this. I don't know about this.
Okay.
Trump campaign accuses Jeb of sending a plant to ask a question.
Okay.
So. So, oh yeah, no. This is the girl. This is the one. This is the feisty girl.
Okay.
So this is the video I showed you guys over and over yesterday of the girl that's asking. Was it yesterday or last week?
Right.
It was, yeah, yesterday I think.
Yeah.
And I clipped this video, and it's this girl getting pretty angry with Donald Trump. You haven't seen the clip?
No.
I have to play this for you.
Here we
I
go.
clipped it on our YouTube channel.
Yeah.
And so now they're claiming that Jeb planted her there. Interesting.
Yeah.
No, but I don't think it was a plant. I think a lot of people there were more liberal leaning in the audience because no labels is. It's not just focus. It's the whole gist of it is for parties to get along and work together. But this video, I posted it yesterday, and it already has more than 50,000 views. Oh my gosh!
You posted it, and it got 50,000 views?
Good job.
SK.
I'm just gonna give myself a clap and a pat on the back because Jeff Moriarty isn't here to do that for me. You're welcome. I monetized it. There are ads on that. We're making News Now some money.
Pen drop.
Okay. So I'm gonna go
Pen
ahead
drop. Okay.
and pull this up now. For those of you who missed it yesterday. The thing is, yesterday was Columbus Day, so a lot of people weren't able to tune in,
Yeah.
which again kind of sucks because it was, McCain Day. But you guys can go back to our channel and watch that as well.
All right, here we go.
In the meantime, here is the plant. Not this woman,
You
but
turn
the
it
next
up over
woman.
there a little bit too.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you can prove me wrong, but I don't think that you're a friend to women.
I knew I shouldn't have picked her. I knew I shouldn't have picked her. All right, so let me give you that answer right now. I respect women incredibly. I have had women working for me in positions that they've never worked in terms of construction, in terms of so many different jobs. I had a woman who was in charge of the building of Trump Tower many years ago, before it was even thought, before anybody would have even thought of it, and did a fantastic job. I have given women more opportunity than I would say virtually anybody in the construction industry. I have a daughter named Ivanka and a wife named Melania who constantly want me to talk about women's health issues because they know how I feel about it, and they know how I feel about women. I respect women. I love women. I cherish women. You know, Hillary Clinton said he shouldn't cherish. Well, I said, I do cherish. I cherish women. My mother was one of the great people of the world, maybe the greatest ever, my mother. I respect women, and I'm going to take care of women. You know, Jeb Bush didn't want to fund women's health issues. You read that. You saw that. And then he took it back later. I will take care of women, and I have great respect for women, and I do cherish women. And I will take care of women. And I'll take care of us also from the enemy, meaning the enemy on different shores that's looking to come in and do numbers. Believe me, I will take care of the people in this country far better than any of the folks that you're looking at right now. That I can tell you. Okay, yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Oh, I thought it was finished.
Is it on? Okay. I want to get paid the same as a man, and I think you understand that. So, if you become president, will a woman make the same as a man, and do I get to choose what I do with my body?
You're going to make the same if you do as good a job. You're going to make the same if you do as good a job, and I happen to.
All right, so that was the clip from yesterday, and it's very, yeah, that stance, the way that I was just like, and it was just very, like, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, she is now internet famous, I suppose. But, you know, Mike D is giving us some interesting info, saying that she is a volunteer for the Jeb campaign. She's a Jeb campaign worker.
Okay.
Tree saying doesn't necessarily mean Jeb planted her there, though. And then Mike D saying Bush's campaign on Tuesday confirmed she's an unpaid volunteer with the campaign. But they also said that her question was not sanctioned by the campaign. They didn't ask her to do this.
Hey, by the way, when did we pick up our new Quebec viewer?
I don't know.
Royale, Quebec.
I have no idea.
I love
but
Quebec.
Mike D saying she was deleting pro-Jeb tweets yesterday, and she shut down her Twitter, according to Mike D. Anyways, that's that.
Yeah.
I know I have to wrap up here.
Yeah.
30 seconds ago. But final thoughts.
There'll be an unexpected headline for us to talk about tomorrow.
Right.
We said that the very first time around with the first one, it turned out it was Carly Fiorina. The expected headline came true that Trump, you know, got the most time and sort of stole the show. But
And on that note, I'm going to take my lunch. I think Ron is going to enjoy the rest of his afternoon. Mike Pace will be joining you momentarily, but in the meantime, let's go watch the man that the I shouldn't say feisty girl, the questioner campaigns for, Mr. Jeb Bush, live in New Hampshire.
These are trading arrangements. They're not. These are guideposts, and it requires vigilance, and it requires actually applying what the trading agreement says. It's not liberated, you know, it's not libertarian trade. There's all sorts of rules of engagement in international trade, and sometimes I don't think our country does a good job of defending American interests in that regard. Yes?
I have a more general question. I think most politicians...
We got it. We don't need a mic. I can hear her right here. I hear you. I can tell.
I think most politicians probably ultimately have good in their nature to go get something done. But when you get to Washington, you can't get anything done. You're always making deals. How do you change that? That's what we need to change.
So, I was governor of a swing state. Lots of Democrats, lots of Republicans. And in 8 years' time, I balanced state budgets. I left the state with $9 billion of reserves. Started with $1. We reduced the state government workforce by 11%, but 7 out of the 8 years, Florida led the nation in job growth. We challenged the things that were holding us back, second highest workers' comp costs in the country. We reformed these things. We had broad bipartisan support. We created the first voucher program in the country, the second and third voucher programs in the country. I mean, I had big fights, don't get me wrong. There were a lot of people that were kind of had their way, and they weren't happy that we were shaking the thing upside down, disrupting the old order. But we got it done, and the state benefited. So the outsider idea is a great one, kind of instinctively say, well, let's just bring new people in and throw the other bums out. And I don't mind that because I've never lived in Washington. I've never been a part of the Washington culture. I know how to disrupt things because I went to Miami to Tallahassee to do it. But you don't do it with anger and division. You've got to do it in a way that's more civil than how we're looking at doing things now. And so you start with the premise, just as I said, that you don't ascribe bad motives for people that disagree with you. They just might be wrong. It's okay. And they can have, I love the idea of having actually a debate about ideas and trying to forge consensus. It requires a different kind of leadership. When I was governor, I used my email address, jev@jev.org. Still have it. If anybody's got something they quietly want to let me have it on, I'm happy to respond to you. And on October 30th, or 31st, I guess it's 30th because Halloween would not be a good time to release a book. Might scare people. But I'm releasing a book about my emails called Reply All. So when I was governor, I actually allowed people to tell me what they thought. And if they had a good idea, I would steal it. And if they were mad and there was a legitimate reason to be mad, I tried to fix it. I think you start with a servant's heart. You don't start thinking you're up on Mount Washington, smarter than everybody, kind of throwing down lightning bolts once in a while. You start with the premise that you're the servant, not the master. And that kind of servant leadership can change cultures. And along the way, I think we need a balanced budget amendment for Washington to force the consensus. We need the president to have line item veto power. They called me Veto Corleone when I was governor. 2,500 separate line items. I promise you it brought order to a process that was kind of unruly beforehand. We need to make sure that people show up to work. I mean, if you don't show up today, if you didn't today, you get a deduction in your pay, I assume. I'm guessing. I mean, most companies have that. Well, Washington ought to have the same. They got the French work week up there. I mean, they're working like 3 days, and they don't show up to vote on committee hearings that are important. We got national security challenges that are important. They don't show up to vote. There ought to be a deduction in their pay just to remind them that they're not the master, they're the servant. There's a series of things, lobbying reform, the deal cutting. If there's going to be deal cutting, make it transparent. Put a light on it. Lights work when there's transparency. When you turn on the light in the kitchen, the cockroaches go. They don't stick around, do they? Cleaning up the process just by being honest about how it works and being totally transparent, I think, is part of the process as well. States do this better. Bringing some state experience to Washington would be helpful. So don't give up. Yes, ma'am. Yeah. No. So the question is, what do I think about veterans? And she doesn't think that we take very good care of our veterans, and she is absolutely right. So we have you know how big the Veterans Administration is? 330,000 employees. It's gigantic. And yet,
all right, everybody, we're going to dip out of that for a little bit. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Mike Paish. Happy Tuesday afternoon to you. I'll be here till about 2 p.m. So we got a nice show for you. A lot of different kind of mixes on the stories. So I think you'll like it. We'll get you updated on that Tempe shooting that is really a manhunt situation now for a suspect or suspects, whoever shot somebody dead in Tempe. We're going to have an update on that story for you coming up in just a little bit. But we got some other little fun stuff too. We got some fun stuff too. It's not going to be all just shootings and horrible things that are going on in the country. We got what everyone wants to know. McDonald's new breakfast, menu items. We got the down low on how long it'll take to work all those calories off for each item. It's gonna be a fun little situation there. I know some people might not want to hear that, but it's good to keep yourself honest and then keep yourself accountable too. So we'll be detailing that as well. Also, very scary situation in Washington. A burglary was caught on camera. we're going to have the details on that and have that story for you. That is one of my top 5 stories that I want to share with you this afternoon. Also, a school district out east is banning Halloween. Yes, it is true. A school district out east is banning Halloween, and we'll have the whole details on why the school district is saying October 31st, not going to happen. No school-related activities for Halloween for them. And then also, Playboy is covering up. They have opted, starting next year, early next year, to not have any more revealing pictures on their magazine. So we'll have the story on that. But first, I want to get to our top story, an update. It just happened on our Fox 10 at noon. Andrew Hasbin had the story of the Tempe shooting update. I'm going to get to you that right now.
You can't go online to get an appointment because
And that's not.
information technology.
Hold on. We got it.
Are
There we
looking
go.
for a deadly shooting suspect on the run.
The shooting happened just before 10 this morning on Bluebell Lane. That's near Miller and McKellips. Andrew Hasbin joins us live.
And Celeste, you can see behind me, they got a big portion of the street here shut down as they look for someone who could potentially be the shooter. At this point, we know one man is dead and his killer is apparently on the loose. The call came in around 9:40 this morning. Let's show you some video of the scene now. Tempe police received the call of shots fired in the 1100 block of East Bluebell Lane. Police and fire crews found one adult man at the scene with what appeared to be fatal gunshot wounds. Tempe police say the man is in his 20s, possibly his 30s, and he was pronounced dead here at the scene. He appears to be the only victim at this point. Police are looking for one person who fled the area in a silver passenger car. Tempe PD describes him as a Hispanic man in his late teens with a skinny build. He was last seen wearing a red baseball cap and baggy pants.
At this point, our patrol officers and detectives are doing a neighborhood house-by-house canvass to locate any witnesses. We are in the very preliminary stages of this investigation, and so more information will most likely come out later on today.
And investigators are still kind of canvassing this neighborhood, looking for any information that may lead them to this person of interest. They're also asking anybody who may have seen that car or that person leaving the area to give them a call. Reporting live in Tempe, I'm Andrew Hasbin, Fox 10 News.
All right, thank you, Andrew. That is a story, of course, that we will be covering and updating you on all afternoon and into the evening. Kinsey will be here as well. So hopefully we will be having some updates for you regarding that story out in Tempe. I do also want to show you the extended interview that our photographer had with the Tempe PIO there that you just saw. But this is the extended version. And here you go.
Okay. My name is Scott Smith. I'm a lieutenant with the Tempe Police Department. At approximately 9:30 this morning, the Tempe Police Department received a 911 call of shots fired in the 1100 block of East Bluebell Lane in Tempe. Officers responded and located a victim that had gunshot wounds in the alley in the area of 1100 East Bluebell. Tempe Fire Medical Rescue Department responded to provide medical aid to the injured person. That injured party is described as a male in his 20s or 30s. He, unfortunately, died at the scene. Tempe Police Department patrol officers and investigators are currently on scene speaking to neighbors and witnesses. At this point, we are looking for a person of interest that was seen in the area at the time of the shooting. That individual is described as a Hispanic male adult in his late teens with a skinny to light build. Last seen wearing a red baseball hat, a light-colored shirt, and baggy pants. That individual was reported as getting into a silver passenger car. We don't know the make or model at this point, but that passenger car fled the area around the time that the 911 call came in. At this point, our patrol officers and detectives are doing a neighborhood house-by-house canvass to locate any witnesses. We are in the very preliminary stages of this investigation, and so more information will most likely come out later on today. what I have provided you is the most I can provide to you at this point. We are asking that the members of the community or anyone with information contact the Tempe Police Department at 480-350-8311 or 480-WITNESS to report any information that they may think is helpful to the Tempe Police Department to solve this case. The identity of the victim at this point is unknown. The motive for this incident is unknown. Like I said, very early stages, but I wanted to get some information out to you so that you could help us as our media partners get the word out and solicit any information from the community. That's all I have at this time. Thank you.
All right, so that is the update there, and we will be covering this story for you all afternoon and into the evening. And right now, a manhunt is going on in Tempe and the East Valley for the suspect or suspects that committed this crime earlier today. That was our top story. I'm glad everybody is with us this afternoon. It's going to be a great show. Like I said, we're going to be talking a little bit later today about those new McDonald's all-day breakfast items. Well, we're going to see just how long you gotta work out to burn it off. It'll be fun. That'll be a fun one. And then also, school district out east is banning Halloween. How could they do this? Well, we're going to have the story on that. And then we're also going to have just a sad story out in Tennessee. An update. I showed you the story yesterday. We're going to have an update for you on that Memphis, Tennessee police officer that was killed over the weekend. So it's going to be we got a jam-packed show. So I'm glad everyone's watching today. It's a good Tuesday afternoon, and really the big story for Tuesday evening tonight, well, is the Democratic debate. The first one happening tonight, and Fox National News has an update for you.
Hillary Clinton making a surprise visit to a culinary workers union protest outside of Trump International Hotel in Las Vegas on Monday.
And you have to say no to efforts to prevent you from organizing.
Clinton is in town for the first Democratic presidential debate of the campaign season. The most recent Fox News poll shows she's still the frontrunner among Democratic primary voters, receiving 45% of the vote. Disconcerting, however, for the Clinton team is the 16 points she's lost.
This is not just a gradual erosion. This is a pretty steep drop. And I think, again, it's best explained by her loss, the loss of confidence in Hillary Clinton among independents and Republicans.
Some say one of the major issues with Clinton is her flip-flopping on major issues.
Every major issue she has shifted, and it's why the base of the Democratic Party, they kind of like her, but they do not love her.
In fact, it's Vice President Joe Biden who would have the best chance in beating a Republican candidate, according to the new numbers. Yet to announce his candidacy, if the election was held today, Biden beats Republican frontrunner Donald Trump. Lincoln Chafee, Martin O'Malley, and Jim Webb will also be participating in tonight's debate. Republican presidential candidate Donald Trump has said the debate will be boring, so he will be live tweeting during the event at the request of many. In Washington, Peter Ducey, Fox News.
Can you imagine Donald Trump? He's going to be live tweeting this event. I just don't even want to know what some of these tweets are going to be tonight. It's going to be epic. You know, it's just going to be something crazy. You know what? In all fairness, after tonight and after the debate is over, what would happen if Donald Trump is the #1 newsmaker out of this debate? Could you imagine? It could happen because this guy is going to be a wild card once again on Twitter. He's a wild card in life. Now he's going to be a wild card on Twitter for this debate. Let me know your thoughts, and I'll read some out to you. But man, it could go either way, right? Donald Trump going to be live tweeting that debate. It's our first Democratic debate, so should be interesting. Bernie Sanders and Hillary Clinton finally going to square off. So that should be good. We'll see what they both have to say and see how they handle possible attacks from each other. So, of course, Samia and Ron Hoon tomorrow, they're going to be kind of doing the analysis of that debate. So it should be interesting. Stay with us all day. all evening. We love that you guys are such loyal fans. That's why we do this for the Fox 10 News Now community. So we appreciate that. Lots to cover, though. Lots to cover, including I want to talk about right now just a little bit. Wait, let me put up this so we know what we're doing. Right, Fox News Now. Boom. Okay. I got to put this out there, guys. I'm really nervous. You know, I'm from Chicago, and I'm a White Sox fan, but the Chicago Cubs are really dominating in the postseason. Did you see yesterday's game? Wow. They hit a record yesterday. They hit 6 homers in the postseason game. That's an all-time record. Wow. They are on fire. And you know what? I see a lot of that team in my 2005 Chicago White Sox team. And I'm such a big fan of that. I have to say it, though. The team is just clicking on all cylinders, and they're getting those timely hits when, of course, you really need them, and they're doing it. But I'm hoping that St. Louis tonight, or this afternoon really for us, can tie it up and go to a Game 5. Can you imagine a Game 5? It's going to be something. I mean, we're already going to see a Game 5 from Kansas City and Houston. That'll be good. So, and then we're also going to see a Game 5 with Texas and the Blue Jays. Toronto. So it is just a jam-packed postseason. It's a really good postseason, though. Lots of action, and should be interesting. Let's see what is anyone saying. Oh, I like this. Can't even hear this. The choke is coming. Watch for it. I hope you're right. I'm with you on that one. I think it will be coming. Boy. And you know what? It's the Cubs. It's one way or another. It's going to happen, right? I don't know. I hope that choke is coming. But, they keep on talking about Back to the Future, the movie where they said in 2015 the Cubs are going to win the World Series. Oh, no. Hope that movie is wrong, but I don't know. It's just it's a fun time to be a baseball fan, as always. In October, you gotta love baseball in October. It's one of the most exciting times of the season because it's really do or die situations all the time. So we'll be covering that for you as well. We'll see what happens this afternoon with the Cubs and Cardinals. That's the most. It's going to be the most watched game of the day, no doubt. No doubt. Also, a little bit later, hey, we're going to update you on all the fun and festivities that will be happening starting this weekend for the Arizona State Fair. It's happening. It's starting this Friday. So we'll have all your entertainment guide. We'll have a fun way for you. Brett Michaels is performing. Meatloaf is performing. So lots to cover there and tell you about. Let me know if you guys are going to be going any day to the State Fair. It's happening on Friday, and a little bit later today we'll have a full rundown of fun activities for you and the family if you want to partake in that fun stuff. So lots to go over there, but I do want to get to one of our other stories that are in our top rundown for the afternoon, and we're going to update you on that horrible story out in Memphis, Tennessee, with the officer that was shot dead earlier this past weekend. So I'm going to hit that up for you guys, and I'll be right back.
For one neighbor, it's the same story.
I had witnessed the suspect show his anger and violence.
But this time, a different outcome.
Mr. Clark had a severe anger problem, and it's a little late now.
Today, Officer Terrence Ulridge is dead. Lorenzo Clark is behind bars in connection with his death, and houses in the neighborhood are riddled with bullet holes. One neighbor says she tried warning police about Clark over a year ago.
I told him, I said, something's going to happen out here on this street.
Neighbor Karen Lack says she's witnessed Clark's anger several times. She remembers Clark's behavior a year ago during an episode with another neighbor's dog.
When I saw how he acted that day, I said, something's going to happen with that man, because he looked like he was ready to kill somebody that day.
She says cops came out but never filed an official report.
There was nothing on file of anything recent of Mr. Clark's anger problem.
Now these streets have 2 less people living among them.
It's a very sad story there. I see a lot of people are still commenting on the Cubs and a little bit about the State Fair. We'll have all story reactions to that in a little bit. It's going to be a fun State Fair, I think. It always is, though, isn't it? Always so much fun and activity. Look at it. I got a little video here playing. We're going to break it down for you, all the fun and activities in a little bit. But yeah, that's what the Arizona State Fair is known for. The rides, the food, the entertainment. It's coming up. We'll break it all down for you. Don't worry. We're in it. I'm here till 2. We're here all day. So we are going to be streaming for you, streaming you the best events, the best things to do. As always, catching you up on the very latest for news, sports, traffic, whatever's happening, we've got you covered. Do want to now go. Looks like Jeb Bush is doing a little talk right now. I just want to peep in, and we'll hear about 5 minutes from him.
At the federal level, we have a responsibility to stop the flow across our borders because people are being killed. I've met loved ones every time I campaign here in New Hampshire. I've met loved ones that have lost someone because of an overdose of heroin.
Governor Bush, thank
you. You bet. Hey. Thank you. Thanks. Hey. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. I just got more just of
Oh, you want a copy of it?
No, I got it. She just said we were talking.
You already got
she
it?
just sent it to me. Yes.
What'd you get out of it? You have it with you on your...
No, it's she just sent it to me via email. So
okay. I wonder if you got the full loaf of bread.
Oh, I think I got the full. I think okay. I asked for the full because I read all that. It's my job as a partisan into all that care. So
yeah. So imagine state by state creating a totally different kind of system. It's not Medicaid.
Right.
This. You get to start from scratch. You wouldn't have as many mandated benefits. You wouldn't have as much mandated anything.
So I'm very encouraged because
more transparency.
It really killed us. I don't think the U.S. the average person didn't understand what happened.
But it's not their fault because it's all mysterious. It's the most complicated thing in the world.
Yes. No. So I'm going to be interested.
Well, if you have any ideas, do you have a card?
I don't have a card with me.
So I'll give you one. Do you have any thoughts or ideas? Pass it on to that's me, Jeb at jeb2016.com or jeb@jeb.org. Thank you. Take care.
Right back.
How are we doing? Everybody fine? I know I'm not supposed to talk to the press, but just want to show a little respect for the Fourth Estate. They're hardworking people, always doing what's right. God bless America. Many countries don't have a free press. That kind of guy. Rupert, you on the other hand?
I know.
All right, so that was just a little insight into Jeb Bush wrapping up his rally there and talking to the media a little. He said he wasn't supposed to, but he appreciated them. So that's the very latest with the Jeb Bush rally. If we have any other feeds come in, of course, we will take those when appropriate. But I'm happy to be with you this afternoon. Coming up on 12:30 this Tuesday afternoon. I hope everyone is having a great day. We're going to be talking about these, like I said, looks like in the chat, everybody wants to hear about the State Fair. And if I'm going, and you know what, I might go. I'll probably go one of those days, though. Of course, you got to go. And probably got to see, Bret Michaels, too, right? So we're going to update you on all the top stories. I do, if you're just joining us, I want to recap a story that happened earlier this morning. There was a shooting in Tempe. We do have the very latest, and I'm going to play that for you right now. And this is Andrew Hasbin reporting.
And we're hitting the air today at 12 noon with a Fox 10 News alert out of Tempe, where police are looking for a deadly shooting suspect on the run.
The shooting happened just before 10 this morning on Bluebell Lane. That's near Miller and McKellips. Andrew Hasbin joins us live.
And Celeste, you can see behind me, they got a big portion of the street here shut down as they look for someone who could potentially be the shooter. At this point, we know one man is dead and his killer is apparently on the loose. The call came in around 9:40 this morning. Let's show you some video of the scene now. Tempe police received the call of shots fired in the 1100 block of East Bluebell Lane. Police and fire crews found one adult man at the scene with what appeared to be fatal gunshot wounds. Tempe police say the man is in his 20s, possibly his 30s, and he was pronounced dead here at the scene. He appears to be the only victim at this point. Police are looking for one person who fled the area in a silver passenger car. Tempe PD describes him as a Hispanic man in his late teens with a skinny build. He was last seen wearing a red baseball cap and baggy pants.
At this point, our patrol officers and detectives are doing a neighborhood house-by-house canvass to locate any witnesses. We are in the very preliminary stages of this investigation, and so more information will most likely come out later on today.
And investigators are still kind of canvassing this neighborhood, looking for any information that may lead them to this person of interest. They're also asking anybody who may have seen that car or that person leaving the area to give them a call. Reporting live in Tempe, I'm Andrew Hasman, Fox 10 News.
All right, so that is the very latest. Thank you, Andrew. That's something that we will be following all afternoon and evening for you. Lots going on, including later in the show. I do have, look at it, I got it right here. I got the full list of the McDonald's breakfast items and how long each item after you eat it will take for you to work out and burn off that food. It's something. It's very, very eye-opening. I'll just say that. That is coming up a little bit later in the show. But wow, very, very something here. Wow. I am hearing in my ear that there is breaking news. A car is stuck in a ditch. It's not local, but we're going to head to it. I'm going to go right to it, and then I'm going to get some info. See you, Alexis. Have a great one. My buddy Alexis leaving. She had a great day. She produces the noon. But we are going to go to this breaking news situation that is happening right now. I will get you all the details as soon as I am able to. So we will take it and see where we're at from there. All right, it looks like that helicopter is leaving. I was able to get that it was in Georgia where there was a car rescue. Their car was in a ditch. So that's just the way sometimes it goes. You know, you go to it and the scene for them is wrapping up. So we will try to get some details for you on that, but it was just so brief. We really didn't even get really anything to talk about. So that's just the way it goes sometimes on News Now, right? You just never know when that feed is going to drop on you. But a little bit later, like I was saying earlier, we do have the McDonald's breakfast items, how long you're going to have to work out. And it's going to be hours. I'm just going to say that for some of the items. You're going to have to work out hours to burn off some of that stuff. So, should be interesting with that. But yeah, the stuff that we just saw, those aerials, they were coming from Georgia, where there was a car in a ditch for a rescue. So and then the helicopter went away, and no more coverage. So I do want to get to you a story that that I teased a little bit earlier when I first came here on Noon. It's that Connecticut school district that is saying bye-bye to Halloween. Can you imagine? They're saying no costumes, no parades, no treats. It's going to be a no day for them on that week of Halloween. We're going to show you the story, and then we're going to talk about it right after.
Costumes through school parades have become tradition. This letter, dated October 9th from the Live Oaks Elementary principal, Rosemarie Marzanato, ruffled some feathers. In it, she wrote, quote, Halloween parades will not take place in any Milford elementary schools. The decision arose out of numerous incidents of children being excluded from activities due to religion, cultural beliefs, etc.
I'm sure after they vetted out all the issues involved in it that they decided that it was the best decision to make.
Elementary students are also prohibited from simply wearing costumes to school, a decision a third-grade teacher in West Haven can't understand.
I think a lot of pressure is put on these kids at an early age, and there's a lot of learning going on, so one day of fun is not going to really hurt it.
Susan Glennon, the Milford Board of Education president, declined our request for an on-camera interview, but she said, I need to stress that this was not a board decision. It was between the superintendent of schools and the principals at each of the elementary schools. And she says, I do encourage the principals to rethink their decision.
It's a choice, to celebrate Halloween. Nobody makes you celebrate Halloween.
John DeRosa, a member of the Milford Board of Education, in a phone conversation today said he and his wife kept their kids home from school during Halloween celebrations because they simply didn't believe in them.
I feel like the holiday is disappearing as well. You don't see kids trick-or-treating as much as they used to.
DeRosa says the Board of Ed was completely blindsided, having no clue this was even being considered. The superintendent of schools, Betty Fieser, did not respond to our request for comment. There is a Board of Ed meeting tonight at 7, but the public will not be permitted to comment on the Halloween topic because it's not on the agenda. In Milford, Tony Terzi, Fox, Connecticut.
Wow. So tell me, I want to hear your guys' view and take on this story out of Connecticut, where this school district is banning Halloween. You think it's a good idea? You think it's unfair to the kids? And it just seems like it's just taken away on a tradition that seems to be so fun, especially for school kids, right? You dress up, you share candy with your peers, and it's just a really fun time because you could watch Halloween movies and things like that, and play, Halloween sorts of games and listen to spooky stories. I just remember as a child in school, Halloween was always like a real fun week, right? I mean, everyone, you could just feel, especially out in the Midwest where Halloween, with the cooler temperatures, you could really, fall was definitely in the air, and sometimes even winter was already there as well. But I want to hear your thoughts. Let me know what you think. Tree says, I think it's stupid. If you don't want to celebrate one holiday, don't celebrate any of them. Good thought. Good thought. Frankie says, there's no need to ban Halloween. I remember that was a day we'd spend in the hallways, watching all the classrooms parade around the halls in their costumes. See, right there, Frankie. Yep, that's exactly what I'm hitting at. Just seems like a real fun time. And it's just good memories that some of these children out there aren't going to have now. Sad. Rachel Johnson says, Halloween is fun. Let them eat cupcakes. Definitely. And speaking, cupcakes is a really good segue here, because we're going to go back to the Chicago Cubs for a minute because they are just red hot. But our Fox station in Chicago had a fun little live shot this morning about cupcakes. Yeah, we're look at this. We're talking all about like McDonald's and cupcakes today. All the fun stuff in life, right? You gotta love it. So let this video load here. You know how they got to play the commercial, and then once I see that up, I will take it. But yeah, so what happened was it's called Cubs Cakes in Chicago, where they're having a bunch of, fun cupcakes, but they're calling it Cubs Cakes because, well, the Cubs are deep in the postseason, and they're trying to advance later this afternoon. So once this video loads, and it's almost done. Okay, great. Let me move it on over. Okay, this is coming from our Fox 32 in Chicago. Take a look.
All over Chicago, and Cubs fans sporting their team spirit today.
Yeah, and it could earn them a pretty hefty reward, as in
Exactly
cupcakes, sweet reward. Fox 32's Jake Hamilton joining us as he's traveling around Chicago, joining us from Addison and Sheffield, North Side. Jake, you got cupcakes.
What's up, guys? Yeah, after the game last night, Cubs fans around the city are enjoying that sweet, sweet taste of victory. How better to do it this morning, live out here in Wrigleyville, than by handing out some cupcakes. We are here with Sweet Ride. I'm here with Lupita, responsible for these beautiful creations. Lupita, you feeling a little bit, feeling the Cubs fever, and it's translating into cupcakes?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, after the way that the Cubs have been playing, how could I not be inspired to make some cupcakes and support our team?
Well, they're looking beautiful, and throughout the morning we've been saying, hey, Cubs fans, real Cubs fans, come out here, say hi, come meet Lupita, come grab some cupcakes, and yet here we are with Cab, who I think may be the greatest Cubs fan I've ever met. Cab, good morning. How are you feeling this morning?
We're doing it today. We're destroying those Cardinals today. They're going home. That's it.
So you saw the live shot on Good Day Chicago earlier. You came out here, you found us, you wanted to grab a cupcake. Lupita, can you hand her one? Can she have one?
Sure. Do you want...
All right, she's flying the W. She's flying the W. So you're predicting a big win tonight. We're going to go to the NLCS.
Yep.
Also, you've got a little bit of your grandfather has some great connections to some great grandfather. Who? Tell me a little bit about.
Traveling White Sox umpire in the 1900s, according to my grandma, and I don't think she'd lie to me.
Love that. So even though she's got some White Sox history, she's decking out. She's representing the Cubs. She's feeling great. Can we get one last Go Cubs Go as we head into the next hour?
Go Cubs go!
All right, guys, we are going to be live out here in Wrigleyville all morning long. Swing by, say hi. If you think you're a bigger Cubs fan than Cab, which I don't think anybody is, feel free to come by and try to challenge her. Also, she's a huge fan of Darlene and Corey. You want to say hi to them?
Darlene, Corey, and Mark Stroh! Darlene and Corey, I have
That's what I'm talking about.
There we go.
She's got gifts for you guys. She's got gifts.
Matching my earrings.
And Corey, I know Corey wants me to bring back a cupcake for him, so I have a very special cupcake for you, Corey. Look at that.
What do you got?
A Jake Hamilton cupcake. That's all you need, baby.
I've always wanted such
Jake's
a thing.
Cakes.
Yes. Very nice.
Exactly. I thought so. All right, guys, let's send it back.
All right, there was the fun in Chicago earlier this morning for their morning show. Yeah, that was some fun stuff right there. Don't you agree? I don't even like the Cubs, and I'll take a cupcake there, wouldn't you? I mean, that just seems awesome. So, fun little story there. A little bit about the cupcakes and the Cubs because it is postseason time, and we'll just see what happens. I'll have an update for you guys tomorrow, and we'll talk about what happens if the St. Louis Cardinals win. We push it to Game 5. If not, Cubs advance to the NLCS. So, should be interesting there. Rich says the curse of the Billy Goat. Yep, it is still in effect. It could happen still. Something is going to happen. Mark my words. Either, even if they advance the NLCS, something like a Steve Bartman thing is going to happen. And boy, I think Steve Bartman should go to the game. I think if the Cubs go to the NLCS, I think they should. Steve Bartman should go and then try to undo the curse. So, could be interesting there. Got another fun story for you here. While we're talking about food, we just talked about cupcakes. Now I want to show you a story that is actually trending on our Fox 10 Phoenix website. And you can go there either now or after. and share it with your friends because this is a top trend right here. I'm going to go to it. Look at that, folks. A restaurant is offering ownership for finishing off a 30-pound burrito and a margarita in 1 hour. Yep. It's really something, guys. Take a look at this. It's a 30-pound burrito. I'm going to get you the info because I know there's some people that might want to take this challenge. Okay, it's a Brooklyn, New York restaurant, okay? And they say if you eat this 30-pound burrito and a margarita in 1 hour, you get 10% of the restaurant business there. How cool is that? If you're wondering what is in this ginormous burrito, well, it's more than 3 feet long, and it's filled with chicken, steak, chorizo, cheese, rice, beans, and salsa. And then you gotta wash it down with the margarita. Unreal, right? I'm going to go back to your comments here. Tell me what you think about this massive 30-pound burrito. There's no way. There's no way I could even try that. And here are some of the rules that the restaurant is saying. It says, in order to win, you can't stop for a break or even, and they put this in quotes, for the discharge of bodily fluids. Oh boy. According to the rules. Also in the fine print is that the restaurant is not responsible for death or illness that might occur during this massive, massive meal. And if you don't make it, you're still going to have to cough up the $150 for the entrance fee. Now that is one pricey burrito. At least you will have the honor of attempting this massive feat there. Unreal. Keep things in perspective, though. There's a world record on this, and the giant burrito stands at 14.5 pounds. So this is more than doubling. This is crazy. But it is a top trending article on our Fox 10 Phoenix website. Go to it, check it out, share it with your friends. You're gonna be one of the cool people because you're gonna be picking up on a story that is trending, and yeah, it's a great talker though. It's a great talker because I don't think you can do it, but boy, I bet there are some people who can give it a good shot. Sid says if someone does become successful, they won't survive the massive heartburn. Yeah, that's true. Oh man. I'm just looking at it and I'm intimidated. Maybe we should give this to the Cubs. Maybe we should give this to the Cubs before their game. You never know. You never know, guys. But wow, what a feat this would be if someone could knock down this 30-pound burrito. I don't even want to know what it would do to your insides. But it is a story that is trending on our Fox 10 Phoenix website. Go to it, share it with your friends and family because everyone's going to have a different kind of reaction, right? They're all going to be like, what is going on? So, check that out when you can. It is a definite trending story on our website. Wow. All right. We're going to catch you up on some of the latest headlines coming up, but we also have a story that we are following in Nevada. Sad story going on. A Nevada student is missing. So we'll have an update for you. I just want to readjust this. Okay, it is adjusted. And I'm going to play this story for you right now.
Call anyone that, to get in contact with us.
A distraught mother in Rhode Island is making a plea from thousands of miles away. The last time Jacqueline Thatcher heard from her daughter Diane was on October 5th from a Goleta hotel.
She checked into the Super 8 hotel. She stayed overnight. She called me. She had already checked in. And then she checked out the next day.
Days passed and no one heard from the 23-year-old. All the family knew is that Diane was hoping to connect with high school friends in the Santa Barbara area. Her family filed a missing persons report with the Sheriff's Department on Sunday, October 11th.
We immediately had aviation search the area where her cell phone was traced. As the day progressed, we realized that her car was actually abandoned by the side of the road.
A black Honda CRV was found on Hollister Avenue, a few miles from the hotel. The same day Thatcher checked out. The left rear tire was flat. No one knew it belonged to Diane until deputies made the connection on Sunday when the car was finally towed.
At this point, we have no reason to suspect foul play, but we do consider this suspicious.
Diane's cell phone is no longer picking up a signal, but her family continues to hold out hope that she'll turn up and come home.
It's just a terrible thing to go through. I'm just asking, has anybody seen her?
In Santa Barbara, I'm Elise.
Wow, that is a story that you don't wish that on anyone. You could just see how the family is in turmoil. It's a story that we will continue to watch for you, and we hopefully we get some news on this student returning home safely. That's what we're hoping for. I do want to do a shout out though. Switching gears a little, I want to say happy birthday to the Navy on watch for 240 years. So I want to give them a big round of applause to all the great servicemen and servicewomen protecting our freedom. That is awesome. 240 years strong, and we know it's going to be another great 240 years. Amazing, amazing feat there. Wishing all of our service members, both foreign and domestic, we're thinking about you, and we greatly appreciate what you do for us each and every day. We can't thank them enough, and I think everybody in the chat definitely has that same sentiment. So really appreciate the Navy and all military for what they do each and every day. Man, we didn't ask them. They got up and wanted to make a big difference in the world, and they are every day. So we appreciate their service. Lots more happening today. Lots more to cover. We got a full show. I'm with you for another hour. So sit back and relax. Get some lunch. Bring it back, and we're going to be just talking about some stories that we need to update you on, including the Tempe shooting scene. That's one of our top stories that we are covering for you, and hopefully we'll be getting some updates for you. You're definitely going to want to watch Fox 10 at 5 and 6 if you are local, and then we also stream the show, so you can go on the website and look for that if you are not local. So be on the lookout for that. And then a little bit later, I know I've been teasing, I have entertainment stories. We're going to be talking about the state fair that is happening on Friday. That is going to be happening. I got a full rundown of all the activities and events. And then we also have, we got to talk about food one more time, right? Because I do have the rundown on the McDonald's breakfast items, how long you're going to have to work out if you eat some of those. I've been teasing it, and it's a good tease because I know you guys are going to want to stick around and hear from that McDonald's menu and just how long you're going to have to work out. Think of what was it, a week ago we had them on and they showcased us the McDonald's breakfast items, but now we're going to really dig deep and try to hit on those calorie numbers. And I'm just saying that a couple of these, more than a couple of these, you're going to have to work out for a couple of hours just to knock out that. So be on the lookout for that. That's happening, in a little bit. It's going to be within my hour. But I do want to hit on a story that I teased earlier at noon. It's coming from Washington. A burglary was caught on camera. Can you imagine this? We have security systems, but then to actually see someone. We're going to talk about it right after on the other side of this story. So this is coming from Washington.
Probably strung out. I think he was not right in his mind.
The suspect somehow missed the surveillance camera directly over his head as he spent more than 15 minutes trying to make his way through the door.
Stupid. Got some cardboard over it to protect it from hands and fingers that might be curious.
Sunday morning, Tanya Goodwillie and her staff found this giant hole in the wall and one of the glass doors shattered.
He kicked the window in here and he kicked this window, broke that window. You could see the cracks going all the way up. And then this plywood, he kicked through it.
The damage adds up into the thousands. A quick search of the security system found this guy wobbling around the front door of the store, waiting for the right moment to kick his foot back into the glass. Besides the damage, dance instructors say his form is awful.
He could probably use a few lessons. No, just kidding.
Goodwillie posted screen grabs of the suspect and shared them online, hoping someone could recognize him.
Some of his friends would recognize him, and they would go like, "Dude, what were you doing?"
But now Goodwillie has to explain to her students that they'll still be safe at dance class.
This is a home away from home for so many families and children, and we all feel violated and we all feel hurt.
Yeah, violated. That is the key word. I think if anyone has ever gotten anything stolen from them, violate. You just feel violated, right? And then to see the actual video of that security cam with that suspect there, man, that is sometimes hard to watch, but we hope that this suspect is eventually caught, and they got a really good picture of him thanks to that security cam, so shouldn't be too hard on that. We're covering a lot of stories for you this afternoon, coming up on 1 p.m., so we're going to kind of regroup here and just re-rack the show, give you all the top headlines. That's what we do here at Fox 10 News Now. We appreciate everybody watching this stream. It's going to be a great day. I'm feeling it, and I'm trying to push it out to the rest of you. It's going to be a great Tuesday afternoon. If you are a music fan, Florence and the Machine is in town tonight, playing at the Auction Pavilion. Florence and the Machine tonight. So if you are a big music fan, you might want... tickets are still available, I was looking at. So, interesting. I love Florence and the Machine. I think she's great. You want to talk about natural talent. That's her. And that's her band, right? I mean, they just got that raw talent that you don't see too often anymore. It's a really shame, with all the musical acts, she can do it with a band or she can just do it acoustically. So, really great that she is out in the valley tonight. Take a look at that if you can and if you're available. Also, a little bit later in the show, we're going to be talking about the Arizona State Fair. We're going to have a whole entertainment kind of run through of what is going on. Starting on Friday is the big kickoff to the State Fair. You got to love that. Means actually, when the State Fair is happening, those cooler temps are going to be happening. And speaking of cooler temps, I just want to show our 10-day Foxcast right now. Yeah, I know Wednesday and Thursday it's looking rough right now with 99 and 100 respectively. But then you got to look at that next week, because the next week is what I'm really, really looking forward to. Look at that. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, all in the 80s. We will take that. Very, very interesting. I will take an 86 with a low of 64 on Wednesday. Yes, I will take a couple of more of those. I think we all will, right? It's a great 10-day Foxcast right there. Wednesday, Thursday, a little iffy. I know we don't want to see 100 anymore, but we're almost there, guys. Just think, once November hits, it's It's clear sailing for Arizona residents. Something to brag about, right? Gotta love it. All right, it's coming up on 1 p.m. I do want to show you, if you're just joining the stream, our top story that we are covering. It is the Tempe shooting that happened earlier this morning, about 9:40. So we're going to replay the earlier newscast from Andrew Hasbin's report, and let me see. Can I get that for you? Yes, I can. Here we go.
At 12 noon with a Fox 10 News alert out of Tempe, where police are looking for a deadly shooting suspect on the run.
The shooting happened just before 10 this morning on Bluebell Lane. That's near Miller and McKellips. Andrew Hasbin joins us live.
And Celeste, you can see behind me, they got a big portion of the street here shut down as they look for someone who could potentially be the shooter. At this point, we know one man is dead and his killer is apparently on the loose. The call came in around 9:40 this morning. Let's show you some video of the scene now. Tempe police received the call of shots fired in the 1100 block of East Bluebell Lane. Police and fire crews found one adult man at the scene with what appeared to be fatal gunshot wounds. Tempe police say the man is in his 20s, possibly his 30s, and he was pronounced dead here at the scene. He appears to be the only victim at this point. Police are looking for one person who fled the area in a silver passenger car. Tempe PD describes him as a Hispanic man in his late teens with a skinny build. He was last seen wearing a red baseball cap and baggy pants.
At this point, our patrol officers and detectives are doing a neighborhood house-by-house canvass to locate any witnesses. We are in the very preliminary stages of this investigation, and so more information will most likely come out later on today.
And investigators are still kind of canvassing this neighborhood, looking for any information that may lead them to this person of interest. They're also asking anybody who may have seen that car or that person leaving the area to give them a call. Reporting live in Tempe, I'm Andrew Hasbin, Fox 10 News.
All right, thank you so much, Andrew. We will be covering that and looking for updates throughout the afternoon with Samia and Kinsey. So be sure just to have the stream open. And of course, you know about News Now. We always cover the latest and greatest when it comes to news, sports, and traffic. I do want to show you, because we are News Now, we can show things in its entirety. I want to go back to that PIO, Lieutenant Scott Smith of Tempe, just his whole interview that he did with the media.
I don't know if you can hear me.
Okay. My name is Scott Smith. I'm a lieutenant with the Tempe Police Department. At approximately 9:30 this morning, the Tempe Police Department received a 911 call of shots fired in the 1100 block of East Bluebell Lane in Tempe. Officers responded and located a victim that had gunshot wounds in the alley in the area of 1100 East Bluebell. Tempe Fire Medical Rescue Department responded to provide medical aid to the injured person. That injured party is described as a male in his 20s or 30s. He unfortunately died at the scene. Tempe Police Department patrol officers and investigators are currently on scene speaking to neighbors and witnesses. At this point, we are looking for a person of interest that was seen in the area at the time of the shooting. That individual is described as a Hispanic male adult in his late teens with a skinny to light build. Last seen wearing a red baseball hat, a light colored shirt, and baggy pants. That individual was reported as getting into a silver passenger car. We don't know the make or model at this point, but that passenger car fled the area around the time that the 911 call came in. At this point, our patrol officers and detectives are doing a neighborhood house-by-house canvass to locate any witnesses. We are in the very preliminary stages of this investigation, and so more information will most likely come out later on today. What I have provided you is the most I can provide to you at this point. We are asking that the members of the community or anyone with information contact the Tempe Police Department at 480-350-8311 or 480-WITNESS to report any information that they may think is helpful to the Tempe Police Department to solve this case. The identity of the victim at this point is unknown. The motive for this incident is unknown. Like I said, very early stages, but I wanted to get some information out to you so that you could help us as our media partners get the word out and solicit any information from the community. That's all I have at this time. Thank you.
All right, and that is, of course, our top story of the day, our top news story, and we will be looking for updates throughout the afternoon, so be on the lookout with Samia and Kinsey coming up a little bit later this afternoon as we go into our newscast hours. Of course, you're going to want to watch Fox 10 News at 5 and 6, and then our evening shows at 9 and 10 as well. Do want to bring you right now, the Dow just closed, and let me just take off this graphic, and it was down 49 points today. So it was a little bit up during the morning hours and then came down, but only down 49 points there. So that is that. Let me get back. So we will be covering more stories for you, including I'm here with you until 2. I've been talking about it all day, haven't I? Does McDonald's breakfast items, how long, if you consume them, how long will you have to work out? That is coming up a little bit later as well. Playboy, they're covering up. Starting next year, early next year, they will say goodbye to the fully nude spreads in their magazine. So we will showcase that. So be on the lookout for that as well. As well, a little bit coming up a little bit later, we're going to talk all about the beautiful Arizona State Fair coming up on Friday. We're going to have a bunch of things to do, all the acts and festivities, and I want to know from you guys if you are going as well. You gotta love that. I do want to catch you up on some other stories that we've been talking about, including happening tonight is the Democrat debate. First one happening. It's going to be a Bernie Sanders, Hillary Clinton face-off finally. Here is the update.
Hillary Clinton making a surprise visit to a culinary workers union protest outside of Trump International Hotel in Las Vegas on Monday.
And you have to say no to efforts to prevent you from organizing.
Clinton is in town for the first Democratic presidential debate of the campaign season. The most recent Fox News poll shows she's still the frontrunner among Democratic primary voters, receiving 45% of the vote. Disconcerting, however, for the Clinton team is the 16 points she's lost.
This is not just a gradual erosion. This is a pretty steep drop. And I think, again, it's best explained by her loss, the loss of confidence in Hillary Clinton among independents and Republicans.
Some say one of the major issues with Clinton is her flip-flopping on major issues.
Every major issue she has shifted, and it's why the base of the Democratic Party, they kind of like her, but they do not love her.
In fact, it's Vice President Joe Biden who would have the best chance in beating a Republican candidate, according to the new numbers. Yet to announce his candidacy, if the election was held today, Biden beats Republican frontrunner Donald Trump. Lincoln Chafee, Martin O'Malley, and Jim Webb will also be participating in tonight's debate. Republican presidential candidate Donald Trump has said the debate will be boring, so he will be live tweeting during the event at the request of many. In Washington, Peter Ducey, Fox News.
Uh-oh, Donald Trump live tweeting. What could happen with that? That is happening tonight, so if you are on Twitter, you might want to check out what he's saying in between some of these candidates speaking at the debate. Should be very, very interesting. I do want to catch you up on another story, the latest on the MH17 investigation with that airline. Here is the very latest.
This is what's left of the forward section of Malaysia Airlines Flight 17, which was shot down over Ukraine last year with nearly 300 on board. The badly damaged plane serving as the backdrop for the Dutch Safety Board's presentation on the cause of the crash. Investigators say the Boeing 777 was taken out by a Russian-made BUK warhead. which detonated less than 4 feet outside the left-hand side of the cockpit.
As a result of the detonation, the forward part of the airplane was torn off. The airplane broke up in the air.
An armed conflict between Ukrainian troops and pro-Russia rebels taking place in the area where the plane went down. Despite the violence, 61 operators from 32 countries flew over the region between July 14th and the day of the crash.
None of the aviation parties involved recognized the risks posed to civil aviation by the armed conflict on the ground.
Moscow insists it is not supporting the rebels, while the US and other countries say there's evidence otherwise. The White House releasing a statement on the MH17 investigation reading, quote, "Our assessment is unchanged. MH17 was shot down by a surface-to-air missile fired from separatist-controlled territory in eastern Ukraine. The victims and their loved ones remain in our thoughts and prayers." Russia's state arms producer revealed the results of its own investigation, saying that if indeed the plane was shot down by a Russian-made BUK system, then it was fired from inside Ukrainian-held territory. In London, Benjamin Hall, Fox News.
All right, so that is the latest with that investigation. And looks like on our feeds that we will be getting in a little bit a Ted Cruz rally that will be happening very shortly. We'll take you and take that live and take you there, and we'll stick with it for a little bit there. That's what we do at News Now. We kind of weave in and out of news, and it gives you that kind of nice perspective on the day, and that's why we appreciate everybody always watching and being part of the stream. You guys are awesome in the chat room. So we have a Ted Cruz event coming up in a little bit. Once he does appear, I will take that for a little bit, and of course, we will be also talking about the big trendy story today on the McDonald's breakfast items. When you consume them, how long will it take to work them all out of your system? So that is coming up in a little bit, as well as the state fair coming up on Friday. That's coming up on Friday, and I'm going to have a whole schedule for you that we're just going to kind of play off. And I got a little preview of here of the carnival rides from past years. Wow, look at all the fun there is. That is a good spread. That is coming up in a little bit, so stick with us as we're going to take you through the afternoon here. That's what we do. I'll be here till 2, and then Samia and Kinsey also here, so we got a full show for you, packed this afternoon. Lots to talk about. Look at that. Wow. Let's get on some rides now, huh? You know, they're setting up right now for the big state fair coming up. One of our other stories that was a big talker already this afternoon. I know a lot of you were chatting in the chat room a little bit earlier. Maybe some of you haven't even seen the story yet, but it's a story out of Connecticut where a school district is saying bye-bye to Halloween parties associated with the school. We're going to go to that story right now. Let me know what you guys think. You guys have been great in that chat room. So good. Here we go.
Customs through school parades have become tradition. This letter, dated October 9th from the Live Oaks Elementary principal, Rosemarie Marzanato, ruffled some feathers. In it, she wrote, quote, "Halloween parades will not take place in any Milford elementary schools. The decision arose out of numerous incidents of children being excluded from activities due to religion, cultural beliefs, etc."
I'm sure after they vetted out all the issues involved in it that they decided that it was the best decision to make.
Elementary students are also prohibited from simply wearing costumes to school, a decision a third-grade teacher in West Haven can't understand.
I think a lot of pressure is put on these kids at an early age, and there's a lot of learning going on, so one day of fun is not going to really hurt it.
Susan Glennon, the Milford Board of Education president, declined our request for an on-camera interview, but she said, "I need to stress that this was not a board decision. It was between the superintendent of schools and the principals at each of the elementary schools." And she says, "I do encourage the principals to rethink their decision."
It's a choice, to celebrate Halloween. Nobody
nobody makes you celebrate Halloween.
John DeRosa, a member of the Milford Board of Education, in a phone conversation today said he and his wife kept their kids home from school during Halloween celebrations because they simply didn't believe in them.
I feel like the holiday is disappearing as well. You know, you don't see kids trick-or-treating as much as they used to.
DeRosa says the Board of Ed was completely blindsided, having no clue this was even being considered. The superintendent of schools, Betty Fieser, did not respond to our request for comment. There is a Board of Ed meeting tonight at 7, but the public will not be permitted to comment on the Halloween topic because it's not on the agenda. In Milford, Tony Terzi, Fox, Connecticut.
Can you believe it? Wow, we were just talking earlier in the show with some of the people commenting, and it's just like, that is a scary thing, right? I mean, to take away Halloween, it's kind of like, you know, you have so much memories of school functions, and, you know, remember dressing up in a costume and sharing treats with friends. So kind of a sad thing that is happening to that school district, but that is with the times that is happening. We're going to be going live to a Ted Cruz event. Some of his supporters are talking at this event right now, and once Ted Cruz comes on stage, we will take you live to that event. We'll stay with it for a little bit. We have some other stuff that we want to talk about, including the Arizona State Fair, all the fun activities, then the McDonald's breakfast items that you're going to want to listen to how long after you consume them that'll take to work them out. I know some people don't want to hear that kind of stuff, but I think it's fun to talk about. It's a good talker, and you might want to share the story with your friends and family as well. And then we got some entertainment news as well, including a big story with Chrissy Teigen and John Legend. No, they are not going on tour together. So I got some other news with them. That's coming up in a little bit. Looks like Ted Cruz is making his way in front of his supporters. So we're going to go to that for a little bit. Here we go.
Well, God bless the great state of Iowa. I am thrilled to be here. Thank you for coming out this afternoon. It is great to be with y'all. You know, I spent most of last week in Washington, D.C., so it is great to be back in America. We've had kind of an interesting couple of weeks in D.C. The Speaker of the House announced he's stepping down. There's a lot of speculation about who his replacement's going to be. You know, for a long time, all the reporters in Washington were trying to get me to come out with a candidate, to endorse a candidate, and I told them over and over again, look, I'm going to leave that decision for members of the House. But I'll confess, I finally broke down. You know, yesterday I finally gave in. I said, all right, you want a candidate? Here's who the next Speaker of the House should be. How about Mark Levin? Can you imagine the great one as Speaker of the House sitting down with McConnell going, Mitch, we're not going to do it. We're going to defend the Constitution. It doesn't matter what you say. Now that would be real leadership. We also had an interesting moment in Washington a couple of weeks ago when Pope Francis came to town. I'll tell you, it was really incredible to sit on the floor of the House of Representatives to listen to the Pope address a joint session of Congress. I will admit, though, the day before the press conference at the White House was a little bit awkward. Every time the reporters addressed a question to Your Holiness, Obama answered. Well, and then the next day, President Xi, the president of China, was in Washington, D.C. to meet with Obama. You know, it was remarkable. Media outlets all across the globe reported on this momentous meeting between the world's most powerful communist and the president of China. You know, we're here today because our country's in crisis. We're here today because we're bankrupting our kids and grandkids. Because our constitutional rights are under assault from Washington. And because America has receded from leadership in the world. And yet I'm here today with a word of hope and encouragement and exhortation. All across this country, people are waking up. And I'm here to tell you, help is on the way. So I want to ask everyone here to look forward. Look forward to January 2017. If I'm elected president, let me tell you what I intend to do on the first day in office. The first thing I intend to do is rescind every single illegal and unconstitutional executive action taken by this president. The president says he's got a phone and he's got a pen. Well, you live by the pen, you die by the pen, and my pen has got an eraser. But sadly, the corruption hasn't been limited just to the White House. It's extended across every branch of the federal government. The second thing I intend to do on the first day in office is instruct the United States Department of Justice to open an investigation into Planned Parenthood and these horrible videos. And to prosecute any and all criminal violations by that organization. The administration of justice should be blind to party and ideology. The only fidelity at the Department of Justice should be to the laws and the Constitution of the United States. Amen. The third thing I intend to do on the first day in office is instruct the Department of Justice and the IRS and every other federal agency that the persecution of religious liberty ends today. That means that every serviceman and woman has the right to seek out and worship God Almighty with all of our hearts, minds, and souls, and their superior officer has nothing to say about it. Yeah. That means that the Little Sisters of the Poor, a Catholic charity that the Obama administration is persecuting, will find that the case against them has been dismissed. Amen. The fourth thing I intend to do on the first day in office is rip to shreds this catastrophic Iranian nuclear deal. The single greatest national security threat facing America today is the threat of a nuclear Iran. Amen. And it makes no sense whatsoever for President Obama to be sending $100 billion to the Ayatollah Khamenei, who chants death to America. In January 2017, we are going to have a commander-in-chief that makes clear to Khamenei and to the world that under no circumstances will Iran be allowed to acquire nuclear weapons. The fifth thing I intend to do on the first day in office is begin the process of moving the American embassy in Israel to Jerusalem, the once and eternal capital of Israel. You know, a lot of presidential candidates, both Democrats and Republicans, have made that promise. And yet, inevitably, when they get to the White House, they don't do it. Their teams tell them, they say, you know, if we do this, other folks in the Middle East will be really, really unhappy with Well, if you hadn't noticed, they're already really unhappy with us. And the single biggest difference between me and the other very fine men and women standing on that debate stage is that with me, when I say I'm going to do something, I'm going to do exactly what I said I would do. That's day one. There are 365 days in a year, 4 years in a presidential term, and 4 years in a second term. By the end of 8 years, there are going to be an awful lot of newspaper reporters and editors and journalists that check themselves into therapy. In the days that follow, I will go to Congress and we will repeal every word of Obamacare. We'll pass common sense health care reform that makes health insurance personal and portable and affordable and keeps government from getting in between us and our doctors. In the days that follow, I will instruct the U.S. Department of Education, which should be abolished. Yes. Yeah. I will instruct the Department of Education that Common Core ends today. In the days that follow, we will rebuild our military. We will honor the commitments made to our soldiers and sailors and airmen and Marines. And that includes protecting every serviceman and woman's constitutional right to keep and bear arms and defend themselves. That means the next time a jihadist shows up at a recruiting center in Chattanooga, he's going to encounter the business end of firearms wielded by a dozen Marines. In the days that follow, we will finally secure the borders and end sanctuary cities. We will stop releasing violent, criminal, illegal aliens, and we will pass Kate's Law. And you know, next week, the Senate's going to take up legislation that I authored, along with Iowa's own Chuck Grassley, to end sanctuary cities and to pass Kate's Law. It provides that any city whose Democratic mayor, whose Democratic city council says we're going to defy federal immigration laws, we're going to invite people here to break the law, any city that does that stops getting federal money. And as you know, Kate's Law is named for Kate Steinle, that beautiful young lady murdered by an illegal immigrant who kept coming in over and over and over again, a repeat felon that the mayor of San Francisco gladly welcomed to his city as a sanctuary city until he murdered that young lady. That legislation provides that if you have illegal re-entry with an aggravated felon, you have a mandatory minimum of 5 years in prison. Now, next week, we'll vote on that, and in all likelihood, it'll be a party line vote. The Democrats will all vote against it, but it's going to be interesting because there are Democrats who pretend they want to secure the borders. There are Democrats who pretend they want to enforce our immigration law, so I'm looking forward to seeing some Senate Democrats explain why they don't want to incarcerate people like the murderer of Kate Steinle, why they want to continue to send taxpayer monies to cities that are openly defying federal immigration law and aiding and abetting the undermining of our legal system. And when I'm elected president, we're going to have a federal administration that finally enforces the law and secures the border once and for all. In the days that follow,
all right, well, we are going to just dip out of that coverage. We might go back to it if we do have time, but we have some other stuff that we want to talk about. We've been teasing and teasing all afternoon, for my shift at least, about the Arizona State Fair coming on Friday. I do just want to catch you up on some of the latest headlines, though, before we get into all the fun stuff. Also, we're talking about McDonald's and their breakfast menu and how long you're going to have to work out if you're going to eat some of their food items. That is all coming up in the next half an hour, so stay tuned. I'm not going to let you guys, not going to leave you guys hanging, though. Okay, thank you all for being in this chat. We appreciate it, and thank you for watching this stream. Just to catch you up on the latest news headlines, of course, that shooting scene in Tempe left one person dead, suspect or suspects still at large. So that is a story that we are going to be covering for you all afternoon, so be sure to check out our stream all afternoon. Kinsey and Samia will be here as well, giving you the very latest when that information does come in. And of course, watch Fox 10 Phoenix at 5, 6, 9, and 10 all afternoon and evening, including, you know there's going to be something to be said about this Democratic debate happening a little bit later this afternoon into the evening. Donald Trump says he's going to be live tweeting it. Who knows what's going to happen with that, right? We don't know. We do not know what is going to be happening. It's just a crazy, crazy situation where Donald Trump is the epitome of a wild card. Just that wild card situation. So you never know what is going to happen when Donald Trump is voicing his opinion on Twitter. Should be interesting. But I've teased you guys long enough. We're going to hear all about the Arizona State Fair coming up on Friday. Teased you long enough, right? Say, Mike, you just teased us too much. Well, here we go. This is what you can expect from this year's Arizona State Fair. Kicking it off on Saturday for entertainment is Bret Michaels at 7 p.m. Then Sunday, October 18th, we got Meatloaf. Then Wednesday, October 21st, Rick Springfield. Thursday, October 22nd, Sheryl Crow will be here. Friday, October 23rd is Gary Allen. Saturday, October 24th is Austin Mahone. Sunday, October 25th is Jack and Jack. Wednesday, October 28th is Jackson Brown. This should be a great one. Thursday, October 29th is Jane's Addiction. I'm going to say that again. Thursday, October 29th is Jane's Addiction. And then Friday, October 30th, should be another great show. Flo Rida will be here at the Arizona State Fair. Then Saturday, October 31st, Halloween night, third day. Oh, and if you're a Stained fan, Aaron Lewis with William Elliott Whitmore on Wednesday, November 4th. Then it's Thursday, November 5th, Jason Derulo. He says it way better than I can. So that's why you're going to go and see him on November 5th if you can. And oh my gosh, is this happening? Yes, Friday, November 6th, Hanson. Do you remember them? They're going to be here. Wow. So that is the entertainment package for this year's Arizona State Fair. Let me know what you guys think about that. Rachel really wants to see Bret Michaels. and Jane's Addiction. Florida, of course, will be here. Guys, I can't believe Hanson is still around playing music. I know they haven't. Have they come out with anything of recent? No, probably. They're probably just going to be doing their old stuff. What was it, like 96, 97? Was that Hanson time? I think so. And if you guys are wondering what the fare tickets are, well, they have right now on the website an Arizona State Fair general admission pre-sale. It goes anywhere from $3 to $6. The adult pre-sale is $6, child pre-sale is $3, and senior citizen is $3. You have until October 15th to be part of this pre-sale action. And then they also have VIP parking tickets for $20. Get you right very close to all the action. You don't have to travel far then to get into all the rides and fun of that. They also have, for each entertainment act, they do have reserved seating if you want to upgrade and not be part of the general admission. So for like Sheryl Crow, it's $20. Rick Springfield, $20. It looks like it's $20 across the board for the acts. Oh, Jane's Addiction reserved is $25. So be on the lookout for that, guys. It ranges anywhere from $15 to $25. So if you want to get a little bit closer to all that action, you got to check that out as well. Lots of planning if you are a family, you know. It's like, what do you want to hit up, really? Lots to do. Look at all that fun, though. I am going to read you off some discounts that they will be having. There's a read and ride program. You read 3 books, you earn 3 carnival rides. You could check that out on azstatefair.com. Save a little bit money. Lots of discounts on the website, so do check out that. Hours and regular admission prices are $10 for adults, $5 for children. That is if you don't get those pre-sales. So if you get the pre-sale, you're going to save a lot of money depending on when and where you want to go. Definitely something to check out. Of course, you know, they got all that food there as well. Lots to think about when you're thinking and planning for the Arizona State Fair. Entertainment, Flow Rider, Bret Michaels, Meatloaf, Jane's Addiction, Rick Springfield, Sheryl Crow. The list will go on, and including Hanson. You know you want to go see Hanson. You know you just want to drop a paycheck to see Hanson, right? Oh, boy. You gotta love the Arizona State Fair starting on Friday with entertainment starting this Saturday with Bret Michaels kicking it all off. Should be a great time. Let us know if you're going. Send us some pictures if you are. We'd really appreciate it. I do want to go now, while we're talking about entertainment, I do want to go to one of our top trending stories on fox10phoenix.com right now. You know what it is. Look at this. Yes, folks, this is a challenge being put on by a New York restaurant. You are looking at a 30 30-pound burrito. Now, if you here's the deal. You need to polish this 30-pound burrito off, as well as wash it down with a margarita. And if you do it all within an hour, you're going to get 10% of the restaurant business. You're going to be an owner. Oh, I want to hear these comments. I want to read these comments. No, Rosa, I could not do that at all. 30 pounds? I don't even think I could knock off 3 pounds. Wow. And I think this is going to be a great segue, because right after this burrito story, you know what we're going to next. We are going to the McDonald's breakfast, taking a look at all of the items they have and just how long it's going to take you to burn those calories off. That is coming up in just a little bit, but I want to talk about a little more about this restaurant in New York City offering up this deal. What a promotion, because if you think about it, it's getting their name out across the country. I mean, it's trending on our website. You know, it's just going to be trending everywhere, and it's just great advertisement for them. Don't you agree? And if you try and you don't make it, you're going to have a $150 bill. They call it the entry fee. I wonder, here's what I wonder. Say you don't do it, and you have food left, which you would. Of course you would. Can you pay the $150 and then just like invite your friends and kind of chow down on it? I mean, how would you even go about eating this? Would you try to use it like just a fork and go at it, or would you actually try to pick this thing up? I don't think you could pick it up. Wouldn't it everything fall apart? Because it's loaded. Just loaded with, steak, chicken, chorizo, rice and beans, salsa. That'd be very interesting. I don't know. I don't know what you would do. You would need a whole game plan for this for this challenge. How would you go about it? I don't know. But it is coming up on 1:40. We are going to move on to what everybody wants to know today. It's this trending topic with the McDonald's breakfast items. Just how long will it take you to burn off some of their most popular all-day breakfast items at McDonald's? We're going to get right into it, folks. There's no more sugarcoating it now. I appreciate everybody watching the stream up until this point. I've been with you since noon. I got about 15 more minutes with you. This is what we're all here for. Okay, we're going to start off with the Egg McMuffin. Nutrition facts: it has 300 calories, 17 grams of protein, 12 grams of fat. How long will it take you to walk it off? Just under 4 miles. It says it's 7,500 steps with 3.75 miles that you would need to walk to burn that off. Next up is the Hotcakes and Sausage Meal. That has 510 calories, 15 gram protein, 25 grams of fat. Any guesses on this one? This is going to take you a little bit longer. 6.4 miles of walking. That's 12,800 steps to get that out of your system. And what about a bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit? 450 calories, 17 grams of protein, 26 grams of fat. That's going to take 5.6 miles of walking. Here's what I wanted to know, and I'm glad they put this down. The hash browns. Because this is one of my items that I get. I like these. Nutrition facts are 150 calories, 1 gram of protein, 9 grams of fat. It's going to take you less than 2 miles to walk that off. 3,800 steps. So, that's something to consider there. And that is some of the look of the most popular items there. Also, a bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit. What do you guys think about this one? 450 calories, 19 gram protein, 26 grams of fat. That's going to take 5.6 miles to burn. Very interesting. That's one of the top stories out there trending. So now you know, before you eat, you got a little walking to do after if you're thinking about chowing down on that. Also, news story of the day, kind of a trendy story, was Chrissy Teigen announces that she and John Legend are expecting their first child. So congratulations to them. That is awesome. They're a great couple, don't you agree? Awesome couple. The guy makes incredible music. Another one that we were talking about earlier about raw talent when we were talking about Florence and the Machine, because Florence and the Machine are in town tonight at the Action Pavilion. But John Legend, another one of those raw talent, just beautiful, beautiful voice. They're a great couple. It just seems like they get it, right? They're not like they seem like they're really into it. You know, some of these Hollywood couples you look at and you're just like, is this a stunt, or did they really love each other? But with John Legend and Chrissy, I think it's a real deal. Also, AMAs were announced. The nominations were announced today, and Taylor Swift, Ed Sheeran, and The Weeknd lead the nominations with 6 apiece. So, congratulations to them. Taylor Swift is, every time she puts out an album, she's like collecting at the award shows, right? I mean, the girl is on, she gets it. Ed Sheeran is great too, so that should be interesting to see him, how he does on the AMAs. That's coming up in November. Well, it's 1:45 now. We're going to go back to this Ted Cruz event. I'm going to leave it up for the remainder of my period with you, but it's been a great afternoon with everybody. I appreciate everybody watching the stream and commenting, of course, because that is what gets us all going, and we can talk about different topics as such, but I appreciate it. We will be following that Tempe shooting incident that happened earlier this morning. Be sure to check out Samia's stream, Kinsey's stream, all evening and afternoon. We appreciate you all watching. We're going to go back now to Ted Cruz out in Iowa, but I will see you all tomorrow. Let's make it a great day.
And if you Googled it, even Sam Donaldson cracks up laughing in response to that. That's how we communicate and go straight to the people. Yes, sir.
I like your mother. I'm also a computer programmer, so I think that's awesome. This is a little technical question, but in 1919, the federal government, in compliance with the 9th and 10th Amendment, passed the 18th Amendment to the Constitution to legitimize the prohibition of alcohol, making it constitutionally legitimate. Do you believe a similar amendment is needed to legitimize the war on drugs?
It's a good question. My view, do I believe it is necessary to legitimize the war on drugs? No. And if you look at, for example, prohibition is not viewed kindly by historians or most Americans as a successful effort. And in that instance, it was a constitutional amendment attempting to strike down all those laws, and is the only amendment we've ever repealed because it didn't work very well. Although I will say this, when it comes to drug policy, listen, drug addiction is a serious problem. It is a problem families across this country struggle with. In my family, my sister passed away, and she struggled with drug and alcohol addiction most of her adult life, and she died of an accidental overdose. So I've seen firsthand what can flow from this. I think there are good faith policy arguments that people can have that our current approach is not being as successful as it is. I think there's a lot of good arguments, for example, increasing treatment and prevention rather than just incarcerating people, particularly for nonviolent offenses. It's one of the reasons I'm one of the co-sponsors of the Smarter Sentencing Act, to reduce and eliminate mandatory minimums for nonviolent drug offenders, and instead to move towards treatment and rehabilitation, helping them overcome their addiction.
That's awesome.
Yes, sir.
I am becoming very concerned with the amount of power that the Supreme Court is getting. What can be done about this judicial tyranny?
Great question. The gentleman said he's becoming very concerned with the power the Supreme Court is getting. What can be done about this judicial tyranny? You know, we have a Supreme Court that is out of control. In June of last year, in a period of 24 hours, this court issued 2 decisions that were an absolute travesty. The first, a handful of justices on the Supreme Court ignored federal law, rewrote Obamacare in order to force that failed law on millions of Americans. And then 24 hours later, a handful of unelected federal judges purported to strike down the marriage laws of all 50 states and decree that what had been marriage for over 200 years suddenly and magically in the U.S. Constitution no longer was permissible to be marriage. Now, there are a number of candidates in the Republican field who, when that decision came down, they essentially waved the white flag. They said, it's settled, it's the law of the land, we surrender, we accept, we give up, move on. Now, I got to say, it is astonishing to see Republican presidential candidates reading word for word the talking points of Barack Obama. My view is very different. That decision was fundamentally illegitimate, it was lawless, it was judicial activism, and it is found nowhere in the Constitution. So you asked what we can do about it. On the Obamacare front, I've already pledged my #1 legislative priority will be repealing every word of it. On marriage, I've introduced a constitutional amendment to protect the authority of state legislatures to define marriage as the union of one man and one woman. I've introduced legislation in Congress stripping the federal courts and the Supreme Court from any jurisdiction over challenges to marriage. And the most important difference, the one that will happen the fastest, the next president in all likelihood will appoint anywhere from 1 to 2 to 3 to even 4 Supreme Court justices. Listen, Republicans in the past, many of the worst judicial activists were put on the bench by Republicans because they were unwilling to risk the political capital, unwilling to fight for a jurist who had a record as a principled constitutional conservative. I have spent, without exaggeration, my entire life fighting judicial activism, starting when I was a law clerk to Chief Justice William Rehnquist on the Supreme Court, going on to spending over a decade litigating before the court, defending the Constitution and winning conservative victories one after the other after the other. I give you my word, there are few, if any, decisions I will take more seriously than a Supreme Court nominee, and every justice I put on the court will faithfully follow the law and will not impose his or her policy from the bench.
What are your plans to take away Common Core? Because I used to have straight A's in math, and ever since Common Core came here, I
haven't. You know, to our folks in the media, I would love for y'all to get this young lady's question. How old are you? 13. What grade are you in? 7. So the question what's your name? Grace, who's 13 and in 7th grade, she just asked, what can you do to end Common Core? She said she used to have straight A's in math, and now you said you've got F's? Look, if you look at Common Core, in my view, the federal government, under the Constitution, has no business sticking its nose in education. Education belongs at the state level, or even better, the local level. And the reason for that is you have accountability. If your local school board does something that doesn't make any sense, you and your parents and your family, you have direct accountability. You'll see the school board members at the grocery store. You'll be able to say, look, what you're doing doesn't make any sense. And you know what? If they don't listen to you, you can run against them and throw the bum out. If you have a policy that comes from some unelected bureaucrats in the bowels of the Department of Education in Washington, D.C., they don't care what you think or I think or anyone else thinks. Most of them have never been to Iowa. They couldn't even find it on a map, which is why the Common Core geography standards are so bad. Iowa's the panhandle down on the Atlantic, is that right? But here's the good news. If you look at how the Obama administration has forced Common Core on the states, it's used what are called race-to-the-top funds, federal funds that through abusing the executive power of the federal government, they're coercing and bludgeoning the states into adopting these standards. Now, everything done with executive power can be undone with executive power. And so on day one, on January 20th, 2017, those federal mandates will end, and we will leave it to the states to define the curriculum that makes sense for the students. All right, I'm going to wrap up with something else, which is twofold. Number one, I just want to make an ask of each of you. If you guys agree that our country's in crisis, if you agree that it's now or never, if you agree that Washington isn't listening to the American people, then my ask of you is very simple. Join us. We're building a grassroots army across the state of Iowa and across the country. I would ask every one of you, if you share that urgency, sign up and volunteer. Join us. Commit to come caucus for us. In fact, volunteer to be part of the county leadership, part of the precinct leadership. Volunteer to reach out to your friends, to your family, to your neighbors, and say, come out to this election. It matters. Our campaign, the momentum we have right now, it is surging, and it is surging because of the men and women in this room. It is surging because of the power of the grassroots coming from the people. And listen, I'll be very candid with you. I can't win this race. It is beyond my ability and beyond my capacity to win this race. But together, we can win this race. The only way we can win this race is if it comes from the grassroots and comes from the people. And with that, what I want to do, just to wrap up, is I want to introduce you to my wife, Heidi Cruz. So Heidi is beautiful, she's brilliant, she's a California blonde, she's an amazing businesswoman, she is a phenomenal mom to our two little girls, Caroline and Catherine, who are the joys of our life. She has exceptionally poor eyesight. I like it. A few people, that took a second. And she's my best friend in the whole world. Heidi, would you come out and say a few words to folks?
This is my favorite part of the campaign trail. So yes, I would love to come out and say a few things, especially since he's leaving. I can say whatever I want. This is really the joy of campaigning, is being out here on the road, meeting each and every one of you, understanding what you're doing in your lives, what your kids are doing, what you care about, what your dreams are for this country. Because my guess is that we share those. And we're in Texas. This is a different part of the country, but we have some dear people, close friends, a woman who lives with us who's from Iowa, and so we feel a special kinship to your state. And I've been here many, many times with Ted, and there are a lot of common bonds with Texas. Ted
Is it backwards?
Yeah. No, of course the wife does not have to support. And I'm just going to make as to whether or not I...
We're going to have your jacket. You work on this. I'll give you a hand. Dead center. Got it.
reaction in there?
Happy.
I'm so pleased. So very pleased.
She did a herky.
I did. Bruce, do you think the shot looks okay?
Do I want a jacket or do I want to leave the jacket off?
I kind of like the look of the jacket. I like that you don't have a tie. I like the shot. Why did Miller not like it? Yeah, he says he'll look like he's in a cave, but Miller never likes backdrops.
Yes. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Alright guys, it is 2 p.m. and I am back with you here on Fox 10 News Now. Hope you're having a great day. It looks like they were just miking Ted Cruz up. He's probably doing a live interview with Fox News National. So I'm going to cut away from that because it'll be really awkward if you guys just watch it and only hear responses. And to be honest, I'm not even sure if I'm allowed to be streaming that. But I know what I'm allowed to be streaming, and that is the top stories of the day. So I'm going to give you an update on the latest in the world of news, both national and local. Let's start with local. No, let's start with national. I take that back. So obviously there is that shooting in Tempe. You guys remember it. I'm going to pull up some video for you right now. We brought you there live this morning. Rick Davis was on the scene. Let's just pull up some video. And there we go. That was the scene. It may look familiar to you. Well, that is where the shooting took place. Police discover a body. This is what we know so far from Tempe police. Let me see. So the Tempe shooting, 9:40, Tempe police received a call reporting shots fired in the 1100 block of East Bluebell Lane. Tempe police and fire responded immediately to the scene and found one adult male victim with what it appeared to be a fatal gunshot wound in that area. No other victims were located there. So according to police, the suspect probably fled the scene in a vehicle, and police are actively searching for the suspect. They've set up a perimeter, and they continue to search the area, house to house, ensuring the neighborhood is safe. Apparently, we got an update from police saying they're looking for a Hispanic male in his late teens, last seen fleeing in a silver passenger car. He was wearing a red baseball cap and baggy pants. Pretty crazy. So, that's one of our top stories. In addition to that top local story, another top local, I said I was going to do the national stories, and I guess I did local. Anyways, is the Basline killer who's in court. I'm not going to tell you any additional information on that story because Steve Kraft will be joining me in about 5 or 7 minutes, and he'll be giving us the full update on the Basline killer who was in court. But basically, this guy is serving a very long term. He's actually on death row, and the court heard his appeal this morning, and I'm going to hold off on what happened until Steve Kraft joins me. Moving on, let's see. I'm just looking at my top 5 stories. So we have 3 stories that are trending nationwide, more in the realm of politics. The rapper T.I., he's trending nationwide. He was trending on Twitter this morning. Now he's trending on Facebook. Basically, a lot of people giving T.I. some flack because he said that he would not vote for Hillary Clinton because she's a woman. In fact, the rapper said that women make rash decisions emotionally. They make this is the quote. Let me get it right. It's kind of like, I just know that women make rash decisions emotionally. They make very permanent, cemented decisions. So that was his take. He said that in a radio interview, and now he is being heavily talked about, which is interesting given that the debate is tonight. Interesting timing. A lot of people focusing on the Democratic Party and the potential Democratic presidential nominees, which is another one of my headlines tonight, is the Democratic debate. It's the first one. We've already seen 2 Republican debates. This is the first Democrat one. 5 contenders debating in Las Vegas, although CNN is saying they have a podium in the back just in case Joe Biden wants to join in, wants to announce he's running. Joe still has not decided. Joe, if you're watching, please make a decision soon. We would really appreciate that. And last but not least, this will make some people very happy. An update in terms of Planned Parenthood and all the controversy behind it. The organization has announced that it will no longer receive reimbursement for fetal tissue. And she wrote of the change in a letter to the National Institutes of Health. However, she, the president of Planned Parenthood, also reiterated that the allegations that Planned Parenthood sells tissue is completely false. So those are our top stories as of right now. I'm going to play some video for you while we wait for Mr. Steve Kraft to join us at 2:10 p.m. So, let's see what I can play for you. There are a few stories I did not play for you. Here's a story I played for you a couple times this morning, but I'm going to play it again. The girl who was periscoping while driving under the influence. Yeah, here's an idea. You're already not supposed to drive under the influence. Throwing in live streaming, periscoping, probably not the smartest idea. So, I'm going to play this story once more. I know I played it for you already, but I figure why not play it once more, because it's just one of those stories. You're just like, did that really happen? Maybe I should go back. I want to see that Periscope again. And so I'm going to play it again, and some of you may have missed it the first time around, so enjoy.
Behind the wheel, from drinking to texting, but this one might take the cake.
I am drunk beyond belief, people. I can't read their snaps. I can't read their periscopes.
That's Whitney Beale, periscoping drunk while driving, according to Lakeland police.
She is telling the world through her eyes how irresponsible, how intoxicated she is, showing everybody as she drives around the city of Lakeland.
Periscope is a live streaming social media app. Users can show themselves doing anything, and their followers will watch.
57 people. Oh my God. I didn't know I'd get this many people.
But this 23-year-old got some unwanted attention too. As she left the bar, viewers worldwide watched Beale's Periscope video she titled "Driving Home Drunk." They noticed her slurred speech and disorientation.
I feel like I'm gonna be
got some
drunk all the way home. All the way home, people. I'm gonna be drunk.
People who don't even know her sent messages begging Beale to pull over. One man dialed 911.
This young lady is somewhere in Lakeland, Florida. That's all we're allowed to see.
How do you know she's drunk?
She's slurring her speech, and she's going from one to another on the street.
A quick-thinking officer downloaded the app on his phone and spotted landmarks on Beale's video, following her every move until he spotted her on a North Lakeland street.
They pulled her over, and it was just obvious from that point she was intoxicated.
She had a flat front tire from hitting a curb and didn't seem to know where she was, but Beale was alive and taken off the road before harming herself or anyone else.
Not a lot of people know about Periscope. It was something that we're well aware of now.
Pretty crazy, guys. Do not drink and drive. I'd also probably suggest that you don't drink in Periscope, because it's highly likely if you are super drunk that you will say or do something during that Periscope that you may regret later. So that's just my personal advice to all of you live streamers out there. I want to check in with the chat room. I saw that Tess was asking me to open up Trump's Twitter feed. He's already tweeted that he intends to live tweet the debate. That is correct. We did talk about that a bit this morning. Donald Trump himself, live tweeting the debate. It's going to be very entertaining. I imagine that Trump's Twitter feed might be more entertaining than the debate itself. I'm going to pull up Trump's Twitter. It's time for Trump's Twitter. Trump Twitter time. I could make that a daily segment where every day we just look at the latest things Trump has tweeted. Maybe, possibly. Just coming up with these ideas, guys. A recap on Mr. Trump's latest tweets in the last 12 hours, let's say. Looks like he's retweeting people. At the request of many, and even though I expect it to be a very boring 2 hours, I will be covering the Democrat debate live on Twitter. Someone should inform CNN that, despite spending millions of dollars on the graphics, it's not the Democratic debate, rather the Democrat debate. Interesting. Let's see. Retweeting some more. Sheldon Adelson is looking to give big dollars to Rubio because he feels like he can mold him into his perfect little puppet. I agree. The arrogant young woman who questioned me in such a nasty fashion at the No Labels yesterday was a Jeb staffer. How can he beat Russia and China? And that is Trump tweeting about that young woman who asked Donald Trump a question at the No Labels event. You guys remember the story. She was, you could say, a little bit sassy or a bit feisty. She asked Donald Trump... she told Donald Trump that she doesn't believe he's a friend to women, and then followed up with a question about how she's interested in finding out if she would get paid the same amount as a man, and if she would have the right to do what she wants with her body. We can watch that again a little bit later on. Donald Trump just doing lots of retweeting, really. Come on, Donald Trump. How can Jeb Bush expect to deal with China, Russia, and Iran if he gets caught doing a plant during my speech yesterday in Donald Trump? So basically, Donald Trump and their whole campaign believe that Bush's team actually planted that girl because she is a volunteer with the Bush campaign, but she is not paid, and the campaign denies that they staffed her there. So she could have just been someone who really didn't like Trump. Not planted, just a Trump hater. I don't know. Just my take. And Donald Trump making his big announcement that he will be hosting Saturday Night Live on November 7th. And these are the latest tweets from Mr. Trump. A lot of you in the chat room wondering if Trump is really tweeting, though. Rachel saying, I wonder if it's really him tweeting. Rob saying, I wonder who tweets for Trump. I'll be honest, based on, the way he's speaking and his persona, I kind of think he does tweet for himself because it sounds so Trump-like. But maybe he doesn't, or maybe he has someone on his team, his social media person, that tells him about things to tweet, and then he just types it really quickly. I'm not really sure. Just my take. Tess also saying, I'm betting Trump will tweet himself. He says he's watching and tweeting live. I think he'd look forward to actually tweeting it. Yep, I'm with you, Tess. Hi, Steve Kraft. I'm ready. Oh, I've been ready. I'm just reading Trump tweets. Trump tweets, yeah. Steve Kraft will be joining us momentarily, guys. Stay tuned. It's going to be rather interesting. All right, guys, we are going to move on from Trump to Kraft.
Wow, that's an awkward transition. Left on.
Steve Kraft joining me. Most of you would think that because we had Donald Trump's face up that Steve is up here to talk politics, but no. I have you up here to talk about a local story.
That's
the
right.
Basline killer. I'm going to pull up some video.
That's
so
right,
he was
Mark
back
Godot.
in court.
Back in court, trying to get his convictions, his death row convictions, overturned. A variety of legal theories with David Goldberg, his appellate attorney, basically throwing a Hail Mary pass today, truth be told, in the Arizona Supreme Court.
Right. So
That's Mark Godot, a horrendous string of brutal murders and sexual assaults.
Well, not allegedly. He's been convicted of it.
Yeah.
But his wife maintains his innocence.
She has been a staunch supporter. You know, he did over a decade for sex crimes, then got out, was a construction worker for a while. Then there was this awful string of sexual attacks and cold-blooded murders in East Phoenix mostly, but not exclusively. And he's convicted of those, and that's why he's on death row. So this man has spent most of his life behind bars.
Wow. So what, I mean, I know that I was doing some background research, and DNA led them to him?
DNA, just a lot of physical evidence.
Right.
And
What
some
other
eyewitness evidence, because not everybody he attacked was killed. You know, some people were sexually assaulted and survived. And someone else he tried to shoot, but the gun malfunctioned, and he wasn't able to kill somebody in one instance. But these are some brutal murders. And if you lived on the east side of Phoenix, you were in fear of this Basline killer for months and months.
How long? When did?
05, 06, that part. It's almost 10 years ago now.
Yeah.
It's a long trial. There were 74 criminal charges, 32 different victims of, all sorts of crimes. Some on the west side, a woman killed in one of those food trucks at a construction site.
Oh my gosh.
There was a woman killed in a brutal home invasion on the west side. I was outside that house.
So he picked his victims at random?
Yeah, there was an element of that.
He didn't have personal relationships with these people prior to the
A couple of them he, if memory serves me correctly, a couple of them he knew slightly. But no, these were just a string of attacks on people. There was a Yoshi's restaurant at 24th Street and Indian School where there was a brutal murder.
At the restaurant?
Right next to it.
Oh.
Right next to it. The east side of Phoenix was just terrorized by this person. And the evidence, according to the jurors that convicted him, was overwhelming. The only person who doesn't agree with any of it and thinks that everyone has been fooled and that the police lied and the prosecutors committed malpractice is Wendy Carr, who was married to him and has stood by him.
Mm-hmm. And you spoke with her today.
We did. We spoke with her outside the courthouse. Very briefly, not to belabor it, but the legal theory underpinning this oral argument today appeal was that prosecutors lumped together all these charges in one big ball of just one steaming ball of crime.
So he wasn't fairly tried because
so they
there
didn't
was so
separate
much.
out the charges sufficiently, so the jurors didn't consider each one separately and independently of the others. That's the argument, at any rate.
For their appeal.
Correct. That's one of the big arguments. Another big argument was that the jurors were prejudiced. The jury pool was prejudiced by, for example, police tipping off reporters and photographers around town that we have arrested the man we think's the Basline killer, and we're going to bring him into the jail at 4 o'clock.
Like they were announcing when you could shoot video.
Right, which is common.
Right.
That happens all the time.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that was a complete joke of an argument. Does that prejudice jurors around Maricopa County? Just because we know when the guy's going to be coming in and we take pictures of a suspect? We take pictures of suspects all the time.
I guess was the concern rather that the juror, it wasn't fair because most people on the jury had already watched the coverage, the news coverage?
Well, that's what the theory was, but when there are 4 million people in this county.
Right.
You telling me you can't get 12 impartial people who maybe didn't watch Channel 10 that day or Channel X?
I'm sure there are a lot of people who don't tune into the news.
Of course there are. Jodi Arias, they do juries twice for her, and that was a much more notorious case than this one.
Although we did learn that there was one juror who did watch some stuff.
Well, I think
Let's not get into Arias again.
the second Arias trial, if you look back at it, was kind of a fool's errand when you think about it.
You mean a waste of money?
Waste of money, and legally now it can be told. I just thought it was a kind of a we're kind of going into a place where we haven't really gone before, a sentencing retrial, where we kind of brought in all this evidence, had this little mini trial that took longer than the original
Do you
trial.
think it only happened because there was already so much attention, it was already sensationalized that they just kept going?
The county attorney couldn't let it go, and Juan Martinez couldn't let it go. He wanted to have her scalp.
What's Juan Martinez doing right now?
I think he's been writing a book, hasn't he?
Oh, I mean, I ask you. 'Cause
I mean, if there's anyone who blew that case,
it's him.
It's him. If you think about it, he got 11 out of 12 people to vote to have her put to death, but he dropped the ball on one of the jurors who, frankly, the defense attorneys knew there was an issue with her.
Right.
He missed it, and after the trial, he just kind of shrugged his shoulders and glossed right over it. Instead of, I was a little surprised, just as a civilian, that he didn't own it a little bit more and say, "Wow, coulda, shoulda, woulda. I should have been on that one. I wasn't."
Maybe he just wants to forget and move on.
Maybe, but prosecutors generally get slam dunk cases. That was a slam dunk case.
Right.
The only issue throughout was what the punishment would be.
Sure.
This was another slam dunk case. Most of these, there's such a mountain of evidence by the time it's all brought to trial that it's very difficult to, when you look back at it, have it overturned, especially when you have 9 people killed, as was the case in the Basline killer case.
They were that convinced he was tied to all of these murders.
Murders, sexual assaults, armed robberies. It was a very, very long list. It was just.
Was he a guy where, when he was arrested, you go out, you talk to people who knew him? Did a lot of people who knew him seem surprised a decade
Well, I
ago?
talked to some neighbors at the time, and even someone who's convicted of the most heinous crime is capable of helping an old lady cross the street, or pick up somebody's groceries if they've fallen out of the car, or
right.
Maybe help someone change a flat.
I
mean,
see.
people aren't going around committing murder 24/7.
Sure.
So
there are moments of kindness, is what you're saying.
I'm not denying that perhaps with this man there were some of those moments, but bottom line is that there were at least 9 moments where people got killed. At least that's what the jurors found. And the question for the Supreme Court is, were there enough errors in law committed, any errors in law committed at trial, sufficient to release this man back into the community?
Is there, is it possible that prosecutors could be wrong and that the DNA was misleading and the science was wrong? Is it possible? Is that some?
Well, I mean, you can't blame Mr. Godot for having an appellate attorney and his wife Wendy Carr very much supporting that attorney. The attorney is paid for by the county, public defender on appeal. And the state has its own prosecutors and its own attorney general's office lawyers,
right,
arguing to uphold a conviction. This is just how the process works. You are allowed to contest the finding of the jury.
Right, if you are on death row.
Absolutely.
Automatic
or
appeal.
Anybody
but
else.
automatic appeal.
Yeah, right.
If you're on death row.
Right, and so he is availing himself of his legal right to that appeal. And I certainly can't judge and would not judge or guess what the Supreme Court will do. I would only tell you that it's highly unusual for a case like this to be overturned. But
especially with so many victims.
True, but that's the job of the attorneys, and that's the job of the 5 justices, or judges, on our state Supreme Court.
Yeah. And I know in the last year, we've seen someone on death row have her, penalty over.
She's out.
Yeah, Deborah Milkey.
Yeah.
But that was a different scenario.
Yeah, she was not declared innocent, but they found that there wasn't proof of guilt to hold her on death row. So she was released.
But has anyone else been able to win over their appeal after being on death row besides
yes.
her in recent years?
Yes. And I attended some of those hearings into a man named Ray Crone, who was convicted of a brutal murder.
I mentioned him before.
And that he was freed on the basis of DNA. That proved that wasn't his DNA.
So I guess that's my question. Is it possible that new DNA evidence could prove that it was never really
That's going to be one of the arguments, but
right.
It wasn't really the focus of this, frankly.
Today.
No. The focus was not a technical argument about the DNA. The focus was allegations of charging him with too many crimes, roping them all together. Mm-hmm. So the jury had kind of this big package, chapters of crimes. There were like 10 or 12 or 13 chapters in the indictment.
Wow.
It was a huge process. So we'll see what the court decides.
So walking out of that, what was the conclusion, walking out of that courtroom? Well,
I don't make a conclusion. That's not my job. All I can do is tell you what I heard.
Okay.
And what I heard was, a lot of healthy skepticism on the part of members of the court, which is their job. They try to ask skeptical questions of each side, and they did. My only observation is it would be a huge decision were they to overturn this conviction.
Right. Wow.
So afterwards, we were able to talk to Wendy Carr. We sought her out because, not just me, but a bunch of other reporters, because, we obviously want to reach out to all sides and see what she has to say.
Right. So I clipped the full raw interview.
And it's good to play the whole thing. And that's the great thing about Fox News Now, because that gives people the whole context.
Right, they get to see the whole story.
Yeah, I love that.
All right, let's watch.
Oh, dear.
And I think people want to, it's your point of view, really.
Yeah, but I just don't. It's such an invasion of my privacy. It's a security thing.
Wendy, will you say anything?
All I'll say is I continue to be an advocate for Mark's innocence.
Okay, and Mitch, what is your hopes with all this going on? What are your hopes?
Well, that the truth come out and that the real evidence comes out, and the corruption and the cover-ups come out, and the law enforcement who would have testified on Mark's behalf have a chance to speak. And I will always be an advocate for his innocence.
Do you believe that this will have some impact? What's going on here?
I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know the law that well.
What has these last few years been like for you? Have you been able to push forward?
You just do.
Have you talked to him about this appeal? What is he telling you about his hopes for it?
Well, we're always hopeful. We're always hopeful.
How is he doing in prison?
He's doing fine. He looks good. He's okay. He's always hopeful. Researches his case constantly. He's good.
What does he do to keep his spirits up?
He researches his case. We maintain our marriage. He's innately a positive person. Very strong.
So you still support Ann Lowe?
Very much so.
What do you say to all the people out there who think that he's a killer?
I say I'm sorry that they were given such incorrect information, and that only compounds their agony. It's awful that they've been lied to throughout all of this.
So, Wendy, would you argue that the killer or the person responsible for this is still out there?
Killers. All I know is that Mark did not commit these crimes. There is no evidence. What people don't know, he was excluded from all of the DNA prior to involving, the DPS person, Lorraine Heath. He'd already been excluded from all the DNA.
What about the DNA evidence that was found at his apartment?
There were some bad players in this investigation, and one of those, Mike Nischler, actually transported those items to his apartment. And those are the only ones.
Do you believe that evidence was planted at your home?
Yes, absolutely. It's easy to do.
The ring and the
Well, yeah, absolutely. The ring was a ring from Walmart. We were told they went to Walmart, picked up another ring. You should talk to Dave Barnes, who was on the task force, or Shannon Hogan, who was writing a book with Dave Barnes, and they'll tell you who brought that ring to our house.
What do you have to say to the argument that in certain areas it actually stopped arrest?
Why do you say they stopped? They didn't stop. When you think someone's going to get killed, they're going to call it a baseline crime. I don't want to be on TV.
Good interview, SK. Good interview.
Well, sometimes we had to have our camera kind of dip down to avoid walking into a tree.
Yeah, but you did that on the fly. You got it all.
So it's a bit. Anyway, but that gives you a pretty good feel for what Wendy has to say.
Right. People commenting in the chat room, a few people commenting. I'm just going to read some of those. Happily saying, I don't understand these women that support these crazy killers and marry them. Happily adding, I'm not a fan of the death penalty, as you know, although I feel these people should be locked away forever. D just rocking agrees. That's one I don't think I even want to understand. It's too close to insanity for me. Women who get obsessed or...
It's certainly... not uncommon. It's not uncommon. I don't understand it either.
Right. Isn't there Scott Peterson have someone on the side?
I think everyone who's doing heavy time like that has somebody who
is writing them letters.
I'm sure Jodi Arias gets letters from admirers too.
Right.
I'm not sure. There's some deep Freudian something or other in there.
People are weird.
Yeah.
D just rocking saying, or we read D's. Tess saying prison romance with violent offenders doesn't make sense to me either.
No.
And Joe saying, how does she know what really happened? Was she there? I think not. Reality check, lady.
Now, somebody asked, why are there other reporters in our video? Well, in this case, when you're walking down the street in a sort of a mob like that...
Yeah, I'm going to actually pull up the video again so people can just...
It's unavoidable. And when we're on, our newscast at 5, 6, 9, and 10, whatever, we selectively clip out other stations so that, when we just have kind of a close-up of Wendy in this case, or as best we can approximate that, like right there, we'll use that clip.
Right.
But since we're playing the whole thing, you're going to see other reporters, because there are a lot of reporters who are covering this story. It's just how it is.
So you guys should tune into our coverage because it's the best.
Well, thank you. It is.
And it's come on.
And and out there on stories like this, I know all the other reporters in town. They know me. Mostly we get along. We are friendly rivals, but we are rivals.
We've all seen the movie Anchorman.
We are rivals. Sometimes there's sharp elbows. Sometimes tempers flare when you're sticking your microphone in front of somebody else's.
Right, absolutely.
There have been a couple fights. I have not been in a fight, but I've seen some very close calls over the years.
People want the exclusive sometimes.
Yeah, and in some imagine being like a paparazzi fighting each other to get a picture of...
Yeah, because then whoever sells it first makes all the money.
That's when the fists really fly.
You're like, who has Harvey Levin and TMZ on speed dial?
There you go.
Gotta get those pictures.
That's right. That's when they're really sharpening their elbows.
Yeah. I'm going to read a couple more comments. Fleece Johnson saying, don't agree with all of you on this one. If my wife of over 10 years was secretly killing people, I'd give her the benefit of the doubt over a court. I know her better than any juror or attorney does.
Maybe you would, but maybe you wouldn't. Consider the Unabomber was turned in by his brother. His brother recognized his ravings in that writing that he did that the Washington Post and the New York Times printed, that crazy screed that the Unabomber wrote. And his brother said, in good conscience, I can't let this guy continue to live somewhere in Montana and send mail bombs to kill people.
Terrible.
Yeah.
A couple more comments I want to read. Rachel thinks the next thing she's going to do, she as in the wife, Rachel thinks the next thing she's going to do is play the race card, saying that there's a racial element to this perhaps in terms of discrimination. Robert saying it's the thug life, I guess. They love the bad boy type. Tess saying I can only imagine the people that love these convicted killers or still have relationships with people in prison. I can only imagine these people are desperately lonely. And
somebody's joking about the FA Cup and League Cup in England. Talking soccer here.
Oh, of course. It's probably Joe Foley, who refers to soccer as football.
Yes, he does.
Gunklinger, here's actually a very interesting story, and it also is very relevant right now because I ended up actually watching all these videos over the weekend in some weird, disturbing way. Gunklinger saying the 3 choppers that went down in 07 were all buddies, weren't they?
I think there were 2 helicopters that went down.
There were 2 helicopters that went down, but they were for a couple of stations.
Yeah, Channel 3 and Channel 15.
Crazy, and this is something that, I'd heard about, but I never really looked into the coverage, and for some reason I was reading an article and I should probably not put a different lower third up since we're not talking about that. I was reading an article that mentioned that and mentioned our coverage of it, and I went on YouTube and you could watch the video of that reporter's final work.
Well, I was there that
crazy.
day. I was there that day.
In the park?
Yes. Just after it happened. We were driving within a mile or two of that when we were turned around coming back from a story and sent there. It was really, really hot. I remember that. I remember finding a piece of a rotor blade somewhere
Oh my gosh.
and telling police. But there were pieces of it over a wide area. It was terrible. It was
Yeah.
terrible. I knew some of the people, not everybody. 3 of the 4 I knew.
But still.
Yeah, and they were all really nice people.
And it was all over some sort of
It was
the
a car
police
chase. It was a
right?
chase,
Yeah.
right? And it was an era when there was just a lot of, helicopters were and are a pretty great news tool, and
Right,
it
we
was
used
a tragedy.
Sky-
It was just a
yeah.
tragedy. Yeah.
Wow.
And there's a monument to it at Steele Park,
That would make sense.
Indian School Steele Park, and there's also we've done a few stories on anniversaries of it.
I know we acknowledged it on air this year.
Yep, they were very talented and good people.
Sad. So sad. Yeah, it was very, I don't know what possessed me to go do all this extra research and information. So then I watched all the coverage, and then, Saturday night, I think I was just freaking out about life and the concept of death and how something like that can happen to this, you know what I mean? In such a, it felt so oddly real listening to his report prior to it. Just
Yeah.
don't, if you guys just don't look it up if you
No, I'm not
don't
going
need to.
So, are you psyched for the Democratic debate tonight?
Thank you for changing the topic. I am, and I even kept our lower third from yesterday.
Oh, how about that?
Because that's actually one of my top stories. It is 2:30, and some of our top stories, just to recap, the Dem debate is a huge story. I know everyone's going to be talking about it today, tomorrow. Donald Trump's going to be live tweeting it. Are you going to be following that?
Absolutely.
It's going to be so fun.
Absolutely.
You're not in Vegas though.
Nope.
Why? Didn't work out?
I'm not sure, but I'm hopeful that, you know what, there could be a lot of debates.
But there's not as
we
many
may not
Democrat
go to,
debates.
That's true. I think they have 6. We may not get to every single one, but I'm hopeful that we go to more of them.
Yeah, it's always fun FaceTiming with you, reading your tweets, getting the updates from you. Now we're going to have to watch Trump tweets.
I think we're going to do a better job than he will.
His is going to be more retweeted, though.
Yeah,
Let's
that's
be
true.
real.
I know.
Just saying.
Yeah, that's true. The guy's a master of, after all this is done, he could go work at Twitter.
Yeah, I mean, he could. I don't think
If
he's
he's
looking
not
for a
president.
job.
If he's not president.
But even if he's not president, I don't really think Donald Trump is the work at someone else's company type.
No.
You know?
No, I don't
And
see
actually,
that.
speaking of Twitter, I think they just laid off 377
They did.
people today.
They laid off 8% of their workforce.
Twitter layoffs. Am I right with 377, or did I make
Something
that
like
up?
that. It's 8%.
Let me find out.
The stock is up 5%. Isn't that the way it is in America? People get fired, the stock is up.
336.
Yeah. Wow. You're close.
Yeah, it was in the 300s, and there were 2 digits that were the same.
What was his letter?
Oh, the Twitter layoff
Yeah.
letter?
Yeah, it's like...
Or the tweet?
Oh, the tweet. I just saw you had a letter up there.
He's the head of Twitter, Jack, said, made some tough but necessary decisions that enable Twitter to move with greater focus and reinvest our growth.
Translation, I fired a bunch of people.
And here's the letter. We can pull this up. Let's watch it. Let's look at it. Everyone can watch.
This is full of euphemisms. We plan to part ways. Come on, man.
Actually,
Parting ways, and we're
how about you just read it? This text is too small.
team, comma, from Jack Dorsey to all employees, subject to more focused Twitter. We are moving forward with a restructuring of our workforce. Maybe we can translate. We're firing a bunch of you guys so we can
How
make
about
more
this?
money.
I have an idea. I'll read a line and then you translate. So it'll be your interpretation.
All right, let's do it.
Team, we are moving forward with the restructuring of our workforce so we can put our company on a stronger path to grow.
We've been losing money, so we're going to fire some of you guys.
Emails like this are usually riddled with corporate speak, so I'm going to give it to you straight.
This one's riddled with corporate speak, too. Let's go to it.
The team has been working around the clock to produce streamlined roadmap for Twitter, Vine, and Periscope and they are shaping up to be strong.
We're trying to figure out who to lay off.
The roadmap is focused on the experiences which will have the greatest impact. We launched the first of these experiences last week with Moments, a great beginning and a bold peek into the future of how people will see what's going on in the world.
We're trying to figure out a way for Twitter to finally make a profit.
That's actually exactly what it said. The roadmap is also...
Can we put this on the screen for folks to read?
Okay, but we're going to keep reading it, yes?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I like this breakdown that we have going
Breaking
on.
it down. We're keeping it real.
This is so good. So fun.
Wow.
Can I, like, make the text bigger? Oh, I can.
Oh,
there you
yeah.
go. Now I got
That's more
it.
better.
I'm tech savvy. Move over.
You are.
Jeff.
Wow. How did
Just
you do
not
that?
the only tech savvy one, okay?
Oh, no question.
So we've already gotten through this part. We're going to go.
Oh, there it is. Good. All right. Love that.
So I'm going to start here.
The roadmap.
The roadmap is also a plan to change how we work and what we need to do with that work.
We're throwing a bunch of spaghetti against the wall to see what sticks.
Product and engineering are going to make the most significant structural changes to reflect our plan ahead.
Hopefully our technical guys can get it right this time.
I actually interpret it as if you're in the product or engineering departments, you're probably the ones fired.
Oh, that's true.
Is
the
that
most structural changes to
Yeah.
reflect? Yeah, we're going to can some of you guys.
Yeah, we feel strongly.
And make everybody else work twice as much.
See, and here's this next line. We feel strongly that engineering will move much faster with a smaller and nimbler team while remaining the biggest percentage of our workforce.
Translation, if you want to keep your gig, you got to work twice as hard.
Oh, man. Where is this?
Wow.
Okay, and the rest of the organization will be streamlined in parallel.
That's a warning to everybody else.
Oh. So we have made an extremely tough decision. We plan to part ways with up to 336 people from across the company.
Yeah, fired.
We are doing this with the utmost respect for each and every person.
Everybody gets a goodie bag on the way out.
Twitter will go to great lengths to take care of each individual by providing generous exit packages and help finding a new job.
We'll endorse you on LinkedIn.
And keep you verified on Twitter.
You know what? I'm never going to work for Twitter. With this kind of attitude.
Oh my gosh. Let's take this time to express our gratitude to all of those who are leaving us.
Thanks. Don't let the door hit you on the way out.
We will honor them by doing our best to serve all the people that use Twitter. That seems like it's a funeral line.
It does.
It's the death of
Nobody's
your job,
being
death of
buried
your
here.
career.
You know, it's Silicon Valley. People come and go.
All right. We do so with a more purpose-built team.
Yikes.
Which will continue to build strength into over time as we are now enabled to reinvest in our most impactful priorities.
Didn't I promise not to use corporate speak?
I'm going to move the lower third. Thank you all for your trust and understanding here.
That's the way it goes.
But it is right.
C'est la vie.
The world needs...
You should have used French. C'est la vie.
But this isn't easy, but it's right. The world needs a strong Twitter.
Really?
And this is another step to get there.
As always, please reach out to me directly with any ideas or questions. Here's an idea. Can I get my job back? Or question. Well, he's in a tough spot. Twitter's been losing money. It's never really shown that it can be profitable.
Right, that's true.
And it's his job to, turn the ship around. And in our economy, one way they turn the ship around is by having fewer sailors.
It's true, but because it's one of those things where you think about Twitter and you think, wow, it's this huge company, so many users are on it, it should be making money, but really, it hasn't made any money.
No.
In fact, yesterday when John McCain was here, sitting right there in that seat,
right.
He and I ended up talking about Snapchat and how it's the future, and we made a joke about how Twitter was so last decade, literally yesterday, and then this news comes out, and I was like, we predicted it.
Well, you know what? To be serious, I've dealt with some of the people on Twitter and Vine. I once made up a story that was entirely made out of vines.
Right.
And I found them to be really nice.
You mean the people that work there?
The people I dealt with at Twitter in their PR department.
At the company, okay.
Yeah, they put it on their corporate blog.
Oh, cool.
Our story
was
posted on their blog. And they were nice. They were very professional. They struck me as being very young and hip and cool. And
that's like all startups. Everyone is very young and hip
they were
and cool,
nice.
And it's that corporate culture where they tell you can take unlimited vacation days, but no one wants to because they want to work hard.
Yeah.
But then they give you food and they house you and there's a gym there and your life
so
is
you
like
never
pretty
leave.
much set.
Wow, I could not take that at all.
Have you watched HBO's Silicon Valley?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I love
that
show.
I love Ehrlich.
That was good. Oh my gosh.
T.J. Miller?
Oh yeah, T.J. Miller.
Hilarious.
He is always doing shows in L.A., comedy shows.
I
Like,
saw
all
him.
the time.
I saw him last week at the Oddball Comedy Festival in Chula Vista, California.
I did not know that you went there. Interesting.
I went
have
there
some friends.
with my son.
Oh, cool. Oh, to promote his comedy career. But
Oh,
that's
no,
a
just
completely...
no. Just because we wanted to check out comedians. He just
Yeah.
wanted to see comedians.
Oh, fun.
It was cool.
Yeah. T.J. Miller's good.
T.J. Miller was hilarious. A guy named John Mulaney, who's one of the up-and-coming comics in
Right.
the country. Really, really
Yeah.
good. Aziz Ansari was there.
He's good.
Amy Schumer was supposed to be there, but she didn't show because she had a hosting gig on Saturday Night Live. So,
Right. Huh.
Anthony Jeselnik was there.
Yeah, all the big names in comedy.
Yeah.
But back to Silicon Valley.
Anyway.
If anyone watches that show, think of Hooli.
Yeah.
That's literally they modeled
Well, the
Hooli
guy
off
who
of like
did the
Google.
show is Mike Judge, the same guy who did Beavis and Butthead,
Right.
and King of the Hill,
Mm-hmm.
and who worked in Silicon Valley.
Oh, I didn't know that.
He
part
has
of
like a technical background as a programmer or some. That's what he was originally. He was a
Right.
tech guy,
That's so interesting.
and so he really knows how to satirize this culture.
Right.
And really, if you work in that world, to be laid off is no great. It's not a black mark against you. It's just the way it is there.
Yeah, and people get it, and you get great severance packages probably.
Right.
I mean, there's a lot of money in Silicon Valley.
I guess, but it just seems like it's such a, brutal competition. You have to really love it.
Yeah, I mean, I have friends that have their own startups, and it's up in San Francisco, and they work until like 2, 3 a.m. Very rarely make time for friends.
It's just like Fox News Now. This startup, you guys work unbelievable
all
hours.
day, all the time.
You guys never go home. This is your home.
It is my home. I actually sleep right under here. I have a blanket and a pillow.
Jeez, you're not kidding.
I want to read a couple of comments because a couple of our viewers in the chat room responded to the letter. Mike D saying, horrible letter. Next to go is the CEO.
Well, he's also the guy who developed Square.
Right. But
So
yeah,
he's
and Square is huge.
Yeah, he's a really formidable guy. I'm sure he's a real brilliant guy. But if you've ever read the history of Twitter, it was, a lot of backstabbing and a lot of mean stuff attending the creation of that. Just like Facebook, just like everything else.
But they rehired one of the guys.
YouTube, same
The
deal.
news just came out that Twitter rehired one of the guys that
Maybe someone had a
they
lawsuit.
had let go.
Yeah,
Or
but I
they
mean,
wanted to bring back his vision, the original founder.
right. Well, having said that, I mean, I like Twitter.
Yeah, it's a great tool. You're good on Twitter.
Well, I think it's great. I like it better than Facebook.
I do too. I'm
For what I do.
Yeah. Instagram. But
Instagram's
I'm getting
cool for
very
pictures.
into Snapchat now.
I'm not on Snapchat.
I'm on John McCain's Snapchat right now for probably
You know what?
10 more
Guarantee
minutes.
you, he doesn't have a clue.
No, he showed me. He was showing me Snapchat yesterday. Or his people.
Yeah, his people.
You want to see? I'm just going to...
My kids do Snapchat.
All the kids do it, and I am not one of those people, but it was time.
I know I should probably get hip. Get hip with the kids. Hey, by the way, time out here. Hey, Mike, score update.
4-2. Cubs.
Yes! Where's Mark?
Oh, no.
4-2.
Guys, the 24 hours on Snapchat are up. My photo with McCain is no longer there. It just expired like 10 minutes ago.
Oh, well, we're just
So
looking
sad.
into the Cubs-Cardinals game. You're a Dodgers fan, right?
I'm just not that into baseball. I'm more into the baseball stadiums and the food.
Oh, man.
So McCain's, because Snapchat disappears after 24 hours.
Ah,
we hit the
how
24
handy for a politician.
We hit the 24-hour mark about 5-10 minutes ago, so it's no longer there. I can't show you the real Snapchat, but I
Okay.
took a screenshot,
How cool is that?
and that was part of his.
Did folks see that back at the... You guys are good friends.
Oh, we're like BFFs.
I hope you asked them some tough questions.
Yeah. You should watch it. It was
Okay.
really fun. It was fun.
Good.
I mean, it was an interesting mix because I watched it late last
You know,
night.
he's running for re-election.
I do know
he's
that.
trying to curry favor.
But it was interesting watching the back and forth of it in terms of 1 minute we were like silly, the next minute we were serious, next thing we were joking, and then we got back to being really serious because there were moments, obviously I brought up Kayla Mueller,
Yeah.
and we talked Syria, but then we also were talking sports and Snapchat and
He
joking around.
knows a lot about sports.
Yeah.
He knows a lot about boxing.
You know what? JR
really
at
boxing.
the assignment desk told me he was really into boxing, but I didn't get a boxing question.
Yeah,
then.
all of us, John Hook knows him real well, Carrie knows him really well.
Yeah.
Carrie went to Cambodia. with Cindy McCain.
Oh, wow.
With her charity trying to find landmines.
That's so cool.
Yeah, you should have Carrie up here talking about that.
That's so cool. We should.
Yep.
And I know when he came in through the newsroom, when he walked through to the News Now set, he gave Linda a big hug, too.
He knows Linda. Everyone
Knows everyone. I
Everyone
mean,
loves
this is,
Linda.
you know.
Everybody loves Linda. Yeah, I've hassled him for years. I mean, he's a little prickly sometimes talking to me, but we're okay.
Well, it's because you have a different job to do, I feel like.
I do. I'm supposed to ask him, like...
The hard-hitting questions.
Right. I'll tell you our ultimate John McCain story, which he'll never mention. When he ran 2008 for the nomination, at the beginning, his campaign ran out of money, and his campaign was on life support.
Wow.
And so we got a tip that he was going to L.A. to try to find some money with some supporters.
Interesting.
So we found out what flight he was going to be on, Southwest Airlines, and we bought.
Southwest.
He did. And that's how broke he was. That's before they raised their fares.
Yeah, Southwest used to be
It's
so
not that
nice
cheap anymore.
and inexpensive.
But he got on the flight, and we bought tickets, and we got on the flight. He sat.
And you can select your own seat.
He was reading the
on
Wall Street
Southwest.
Journal in like the 8th row, kind of sinking down like this, like, you know, kind of keeping a low profile.
Did
A couple
you-
people recognized him, like, hey, how's it going?
Who sat next to him though?
Some guy, some regular guy.
I hope that person knew who they were sitting next to.
Some people did and some people didn't. But we went up during the flight and said, hey, we're on the flight too. And he looked at me like, oh, brother. So I'm saying, well, hopefully maybe we can ask you a little bit about how's it going and stuff. And we get off the plane. He was like, okay. So we landed, and he went to baggage claim. He's waiting and waiting and waiting for his bag, just like us. We get ours. His doesn't show up. Finally, it does. Then he's waiting around for someone to pick him up to bring him to Century City or Beverly Hills or wherever he was
Wherever he's
going.
going to get money. All the fundraisers in Los Angeles are always in either Beverly Hills, the Bel Air area, Beverly Glen, Beverly Hills area, or sometimes in Studio City, Sherman Oaks.
Or San Bernardino. So,
Are you okay?
she needs water.
I'm getting your water.
John McCain taught.
Knife is behind you.
Oh my God.
Isn't this your water coming?
Yes, that's it.
Oh. He just had a little bit.
Oh my God.
Do you need mouth to mouth? Are you going to be okay?
This is.
Sorry, I just get so excited when we're talking about McCain.
I know. She's all
and then Los
flushed.
Angeles. It was like together.
So she's waiting for a ride. His ride doesn't show up. So we said to him, dude, we'll give you a ride. It's no big deal. You just get in our news car. He's like, no, my ride is going to be here in a moment. So we were asking him about, you know, why are you picking up your own stuff? Why you're here? You were running for president. Now you're all by yourself on Southwest. That's about as low as you can go at that point. And from that point, got some money, went back to New Hampshire, and town meeting by town meeting, they have real town meetings, not like the ones he has here. He clawed his way back into the race, and he became the nominee.
Right.
He rose, Phoenix-like, from the ashes.
Clever pun.
But that was it was picked up around the country, that little interaction that we had with him waiting for his bag.
I want
at
to
the
watch
airport.
that.
Yeah.
Where is it? Is it on the internet?
Wow, that's a good question. I don't know. It's
2008. Oh, 2008.
2000, probably 07 maybe. 07. So it's been a while. Might be. But it was really interesting because that's when he had no money and no support and was all by himself.
You could
He kind of, and I think in a way he kind of liked being the underdog that way.
Why did he pick Palin though? Why? Questions that will never really be answered.
Because she was attractive.
Do you think he picked her or his campaign? people
Ultimately, he
convinced
did.
him?
Ultimately, he signed off on it. I don't think that was
Right.
his idea, personally. But I think people thought, hey, she's a governor. She's reasonably popular.
She's a woman.
She's a woman. She makes a good impression. She had something of a buzz about her.
Who decided that she made a good impression? Because I feel like the whole country
I don't
has a
think they-
fairly negative viewpoint on
Now
her.
they do, but when she
Right.
first came out and when she first had her first rally, she had a rapturous response. It wasn't until reporters started asking her serious questions and it became obvious she had no clue, that's when the wheels came off. If they'd just been able to keep her on a script and and she didn't have to actually answer any questions about like what's going on in the world, she might have pulled it off. But that's where the media gets their grubby fingers on you.
Yeah, I really think that she was
Yeah.
the downfall of the McCain campaign. A lot of people think that McCain would have been president if it weren't for Sarah
I
Palin.
don't.
Because
No way.
you don't think so?
Nope, didn't have a chance.
I just know people who say that. That's all.
Yeah, he
The
didn't have a
logic
chance.
being that people were all worried that McCain was older, and if he died, Sarah Palin would be president. That was like the thing everyone was
You're
talking
forgetting
about.
though that that was the moment when the Iraq War was in full, complete meltdown, and we were mired in Afghanistan. And after 8 years of President Bush, there was such a sour feeling in the country. I don't think any Republican could have won that
But
election.
I have a question for you. You brought up an interesting point. 8 years of Bush, now they want basically someone else, a different feel. I feel like we're now getting this. Is it just whichever party owns it for 8 years, it just goes back to the other party because there's always someone dissatisfied? Because right now, the Democrats have it, but there's so many people that we see in the chat room and elsewhere that talk about how dissatisfied they are with the current state of the country and now want someone like a Donald Trump.
It's very tough for the same party to win 3 consecutive elections.
Right.
I think it'll be very tough for the Democrats to win this next election. Now, what could happen, though, is if the Republicans don't unite behind whoever gets that nomination, that could mess it up. And also, if they don't kind of get back some of the voters who have kind of gone away from them, minority voters, female voters, Latino voters, Asian American voters, young voters, they've got to make some inroads there, African American voters. But even so, it's very tough to hang on to the White House. The last party to do that was the Republicans with George H.W. Bush winning in 1988.
After Reagan.
And he won after 2 terms of a popular president, and then he was running against Michael Dukakis, who was a weak candidate for the Democrats, and even in that election, Dukakis had a lead for quite a while. So, but I think it's going to be a fascinating election and a real struggle, and you'd think it would be tough for the Democrats, and that if Hillary gets a nomination, she would be a candidate with obvious and major flaws, but no one can predict it. That's the thing about it. It's a little bit like predicting who's going to win the Super Bowl or the World Series.
Or anything. Predicting anything.
I have no earthly idea who's going to be the next president.
Or who's going to win the World Series. You're hoping.
Yeah, I'm going to stay silent about that.
I want to read a couple more comments.
Then
you got to go. I know.
Yeah.
Chacha Ram saying Sarah Palin was eye candy. Yuck. And
she was.
Yeah, for some people, for sure.
In the political world, absolutely.
Yeah, relatively speaking. And
Yeah.
Joe Foley saying it's because.
Did you see Game Change with Julianne Moore? It was good.
Too. Joe Foley, it's because only the haters speak up. Most people who are happy with Obama or whoever just let it slide and not let it worry about them. That's true. The only people that are complaining are the people that are dissatisfied, and that's what you hear about. People who hated the Bush era, people now hate Obama era.
And also, I keep reminding people, we're in Maricopa County is, more of a red state sort of setting, but it's a country of over 300 million people. And, I was just in California last week, and they made jokes about Donald Trump at this comedy festival that I went to. And chorus of boos when the name Trump came out. If I'm here in Phoenix and I go to an event, there's a chorus of cheers. So
it all depends, but not
depends
only
where you are.
Not only the city, though, it's also your audience. If you're going to a comedy festival, it's probably a whole bunch of young kids.
Yeah, I mean it's a mix, but
typically more liberal leaning.
Yeah, but you can't judge what's going on in the country by just one setting. So if we were in Manhattan, we'd get one snapshot.
Right.
If we're in, St. Louis, we get a snapshot. If we're in Chicago, we get a snapshot. Phoenix is a snapshot.
Right. Tess saying, I saw them firsthand when I caucused for Hillary way back when in Washington State. There were rabid people. I knew that Hillary was going to lose.
I had the feeling she was going to lose when I went to the Iowa caucus in 2008. And Obama gave just an electrifying speech. And I saw a bunch of very jaded reporters from the BBC. They had like 50 people there. English reporters. And all these European reporters have seen it all, they're older, they're smoking cigarettes, how they are. And the minute the guys started talking, they put all this stuff down, they just leaned in.
He's a very
and I was
good
like,
speaker.
Something about this guy. I had a really, really funny feeling at that moment.
Interesting.
It was weird.
Huh.
But I haven't had that feeling in this campaign with any candidate.
yet. Either party.
That's right.
That's a lot
I mean,
of
Trump
candidates to
Trump
choose
gets
from.
people leaning in, but in a different kind of way.
Oh yeah, we're always tuning in to hear what Trump has
Yeah,
to say.
I love listening to him. I think he's a very entertaining guy, and he understands TV and understands mass communications
I mean, he's
better
an
than any of us.
entertainer. I mean, he has the most TV experience of everyone running.
And he has an outsized personality, and he's really nobody really thought he'd be in this position this late.
Right. Chacha's saying Trump is the monkey wrench that will give the Democrats another 8 years.
Well, I don't know. We'll see.
Maybe 4.
I don't know.
And Gunklinger talking about Dukakis, we're going to throw back Tuesday it. I think Dukakis' wife hurt him more than anything, kind of like the Kerry thing in 04. Well, I know you have to do work.
I do.
And we kept you here longer, but it's 3 o'clock, which means it's
That
the
means
top
we've
of the
got
hour.
a changing of the guard.
No, not yet.
Okay.
Okay.
Pretty soon. All right, so you're going to do an update?
I'm going to do an update, let all our viewers know of what the top headlines are, and then coming up at 3:30, I think we're going to be going live to Flagstaff. I think there's this walk related to the NAU shooting.
That's
so
gonna be
we're
important.
going to go there live a little bit later on.
All right, well, I got to get to work.
Thanks for hanging.
I got to write.
SK, a pleasure as always. We will definitely chat tomorrow
Go Cubs.
after tonight's debate.
All right, later.
And Steve Kraft says, "Go Cubs." I want to show you guys a story really quickly. Give me a second. Might as well be a political story since that's what Mr. Kraft and I wrapped up on. Plus, we do have the big debate tonight. So what story do I have? How about this? AEH. This is about the Clinton campaign in general. Let me just get this for you guys. And we can watch now. Oops.
Rivals, President Obama raised more questions, telling CBS's 60 Minutes he didn't know she had a private server, calling it a mistake because people in high office need to be more sensitive to perception, though he also went to bat for Clinton, jumping ahead of the results of the FBI's investigation of the server.
It is important for her to answer these questions to the satisfaction of the American public, and they can make their own judgment. I can tell you that this is not a situation in which America's national security was endangered.
The public is not satisfied, according to a pre-debate CBS News poll. 71% of registered voters believe her use of a personal server was not appropriate, up 7 points from March, despite months of Clinton pushback. Yet Republicans have their own trouble after House Majority Leader Kevin McCarthy's gaffe about the House Select Committee on Benghazi. Major Bradley Podliska, an intelligence officer in the Air Force Reserve who was a committee aide, told CNN he was fired for refusing pressure to focus on Clinton's email. Republican Chairman Trey Gowdy sharply denies that, insisting, quote, "This committee always has been and will be focused on the 4 brave Americans we lost in Benghazi." Though Clinton allies like Congresswoman Dina Titus note the strife has handed Clinton a gift.
We have said all along that this was politically driven.
Democratic National Committee Vice Chair Tulsi Gabbard was disinvited from Las Vegas after criticizing the party for holding just 4 debates before Iowa and New Hampshire.
Let's transform America. Thank you.
Democratic Socialist Senator Bernie Sanders, who again drew huge crowds this weekend in Tucson and Boulder, said Gabbard can use one of his tickets to the debate, as Vice President Joe Biden spent the weekend in Delaware, still mulling a run. Clinton allies are treating him a bit condescendingly, saying he should instead wait for a job in a new Clinton administration.
I think he ought to just end his career on a high note like being ambassador to Paris or something.
CNN, which is hosting tomorrow night's debate here at the Wynn, says they've got a 6th podium ready to go if the vice president wants to jump in at the last minute. No signs of that, though one of Biden's top fundraisers told me bluntly, "I think he's in, but sometime after the debate." In Las Vegas, Ed Henry, Fox News.
Thank you, Ed Henry, for that report. Since we are still talking politics, I'm going to show you guys one more story. This is a story that Steve crafted yesterday. It's a story we asked John McCain about briefly. This has to do with the new billboards that went up around Arizona about the VA lying. Let's see how Mr. Kraft's story turned out yesterday.
The billboard is right across the street from the VA hospital at 7th Street and Indian School. VA is lying. Veterans are dying. Brandon Coleman speaks for the group VA is Lying. He says he was a whistleblower criticizing the Phoenix VA and has been on paid administrative leave since last January.
As a disabled veteran myself, I don't expect perfection. I just expect progress. I want progress. If they mess something up, I want them to try to fix it, and that's all we're asking for here.
We watched as veterans checked out the billboard. Curtis Robertson agreed with the message.
I don't know, I find truth in that.
But another vet had no beef with the VA.
I love it.
Senator John McCain at Fox 10 today said the VA has not solved its poor service problem.
Frankly, I've been disappointed. I do believe we've made some progress, especially in the area of choice.
The VA responded to the billboard with a statement, quote, "The Department of Veterans Affairs respects this and any other organization's or individual's right to express their opinion. We encourage anyone with a specific concern to contact our team of patient advocates who work as liaisons for the Director's Office."
All right, guys, so you saw a brief glimpse of John McCain during Steve's report yesterday about the VA line and that billboard. Had to show you guys that. A couple other top stories today. So I've talked about, we already talked about the Basline killer going into court today, appealing his case. That's Steve's whole story. You guys can hear more about it at 5 o'clock on Fox 10. We've talked about the Democrat debate, don't say Democratic, Democrat debate. The Tempe shooting, I mentioned it about an hour ago. I'm going to play it for you guys again. This shooting out of Tempe, I know this is the story that Andrew Hasbin is on, and we took you guys here live, I don't know, sometime in the morning. So, a shooting took place, someone is dead, and they're looking for the suspect. In fact, why don't we just watch Andrew's hit from the noon?
And we're hitting the air today at 12 noon with a Fox 10 News alert out of Tempe, where police are looking for a deadly shooting suspect on the run.
The shooting happened just before 10 this morning on Bluebell Lane. That's near Miller and McKellips. Andrew Hasbin joins us live.
And Celeste, you can see behind me, they got a big portion of the street here shut down as they look for someone who could potentially be the shooter. At this point, we know one man is dead and his killer is apparently on the loose. The call came in around 9:40 this morning. Let's show you some video of the scene now. Tempe police received the call of shots fired in the 1100 block of East Bluebell Lane. Police and fire crews found one adult man at the scene with what appeared to be fatal gunshot wounds. Tempe police say the man is in his 20s, possibly his 30s, and he was pronounced dead here at the scene. He appears to be the only victim at this point. Police are looking for one person who fled the area in a silver passenger car. Tempe PD describes him as a Hispanic man in his late teens with a skinny build. He was last seen wearing a red baseball cap and baggy pants.
At this point, our patrol officers and detectives are doing a neighborhood house-by-house canvass to locate any witnesses. We are in the very preliminary stages of this investigation, and so more information will most likely come out later on today.
And investigators are still kind of canvassing this neighborhood, looking for any information that may lead them to this person of interest. They're also asking anybody who may have seen that car or that person leaving the area to give them a call. Reporting live in Tempe, I'm Andrew Hasbin, Fox 10 News.
So Andrew pretty much gave you the update in terms of one of our top stories today. Andrew will give you another update tonight on the 5 o'clock. But I'm here to give you updates on other top stories. I want to let you guys know that T.I. is trending. Yes, I'm talking about the rapper. Maybe you know him, maybe you don't. But T.I., he's famous for that song, Live Your Life, which for me, I thought was really inspiring. I took life advice from that. But that aside, T.I. under fire for the comments he made. He was doing a radio interview and apparently said that he was not going to vote for Hillary Clinton because she's a woman, but then going into further detail talking about it's kind of like, I just know that women make rash decisions emotionally. They make very permanent, cemented decisions, and that was his logic behind why he would not want a female president. So T.I. suddenly making headlines, pretty random. Jeb Bush this morning talking about how he wants to repeal Obamacare as soon as he is president. That is the first thing he's going to do. In fact, I showed a clip of him speaking briefly this morning, but I'm going to play more of it for you guys now so you can get a full idea of what former Governor Bush had to say about Obamacare.
Should be our friend, not our adversary, and it's especially true in healthcare, and we should liberate our system to allow for much more innovation to take place. Think about it. We have smartphones that can video chat with our doctors and caregivers. We have genomic medicine that can personalize treatment of cancer and other diseases. We have 3D PET printers that can turn out replacement blood vessels and liver cells and heart valves. Medicine has changed, and it is constantly changing. And we have to get Washington out of the way, stop its micromanagement so that we can have an explosion of dynamic response to the great challenges that we face, to turn them into opportunities, not just for our better health, but also for economic progress for all of us. I believe, as I hope you do, that lives are saved by bold and courageous innovation, and that we have a moral obligation to make sure Washington doesn't get in that way. If we rely on the regulators of Washington, D.C. to decide what kind of health care we should get, we will continue to get a lot of frustration, higher costs, and a lot more complexity than what we need. Or worse, look at the VA scandal that has taken place throughout our country, the VA hospitals. President Obama and many on the left have used the VA hospital system as a model for government-controlled health care, bragging about how great it is. Well, the delays and deceptions speak for themselves, and we've been warned. If that's what the best that Washington can do, I think we need to move in a different direction. We need to unleash the power of millions of Americans, of doctors, of nurses, of entrepreneurs who are inventing the future of healthcare. Advanced screenings and medical tests that require only a stick of your finger for high-risk populations. Personalized therapies for seniors who live far away from major hospitals. Genomic medicine, so treatments match each person's physiology. An app on your smartphone that calls a doctor to your front door, just as it does for a car to come to pick you up. New devices that can mimic what our body was designed to do. I want all of us to embrace this change so that we can finally answer these questions with confidence. Did the patient get the care he or she needed? Did her health improve? Was there a more efficient and affordable way to get to the best result? My plan, therefore, focuses on 5 key steps. First, as I said, we'll repeal Obamacare. That means all of its mandates, its penalties, new spending, new taxes, the arbitrary picking and choosing of the parts of the law that are implemented and the ones that don't. All of that goes away, especially the new taxes on medical devices, drugs, and insurance, all of which that drive up the cost of health care for middle-income Americans. Second, instead of punishing innovation, we'll double down on it. My plan would aggressively support groundbreaking work at the NIH and our country's finest researchers as they find new treatments and new cures. If we started from scratch, if we didn't have a system of how we allocate the resources for the curing of diseases, the research that goes on, and if we started from scratch with the FDA, I can promise you it would be a less costly system that would take a lot less time and it would be more strategic in its efforts. And that's what we need to do. We need to reboot the strategy for health e-records and make medical record keeping more efficient, more shareable, and more secure. The President had a golden opportunity to be able to do this, but the simple fact is that the information technology funding through the stimulus was not focused on creating a shared platform from all of us to benefit. And so we have huge complexity in information technology, and that information is not protected, nor is it shared. We need to accelerate the FDA process of drug and device approvals so that potentially life-saving medications for cancer, Alzheimer's, and other major killers can reach patients more safely and quickly. I believe we need to create a consensus to, as we did in the 1960s when John F. Kennedy suggested we launch a man to the moon. We do that as an aspirational goal. I think we need to do the same thing as we create an aspirational goal to investigate and explore the brain. Think of all the challenges that exist in our communities today because we lag behind on understanding how the brain operates. Autism, Alzheimer's, mental illness, all of these challenges that play out in our society. A great country like ours, with abundance of resources like ours, if we were strategic in our approach rather than viewing all this kind of as a trough and everybody just kind of tries to get to the front of the high-grade slop in the front of the trough. That's not how it should work. We should be significantly more aspirational and strategic about how we go about doing this. Innovation led by the private sector will be the center of everything we do because that's the only way we can get better care at lower costs. We need to fix where the government is holding back innovative health care, and we also need to have more innovative ways to pay for health care. Therefore, we would give people more control over their health care dollars. In my plan, we would propose tax credits to those without employer coverage so that they could pay for portable and secure insurance that provides preventative care and also provides comprehensive coverage for major medical events. This will help middle-class households who currently don't qualify for the Obamacare subsidies and have been slammed by higher premiums brought about by Obamacare. We would make it easier for small businesses to help their employees get coverage. Today, as a small business person, it's either or. Either you provide insurance for your employees or you don't. A better approach perhaps would be to make it easier for lower cost insurance for small businesses to provide care, but if they wanted to provide support for individuals that wanted to get their own care in a less mandated form of access to care, they should have that right to do, and that should be a tax write-off for them. Many people are frustrated with the higher deductible plans, and we'll give them support they need by making it easier to save tax-free for their out-of-pocket health care costs and copays, such as copays and over-the-counter medications. This system would work far better. Name a system where, when you don't have the consumer actually be engaged in making decisions, you get a good result. That's not how it works. The best system is one where people are totally engaged, where we have transparent information for them to make decisions for themselves, and where they're focused, where there's support for them to be able to have the kind of insurance that will allow them to grow and prosper, along with a health savings account, so that they're rewarded for healthy lifestyle decisions as they go forward. Whatever they don't spend, they should be able to save, and we'll give them real transparency to decide which healthcare provider will provide the best value. By giving individuals more control over their healthcare dollars, healthcare providers are going to be more accountable for results, and they're going to really compete to design the new ways to deliver care. This will require some major changes on how we regulate health insurance. States, rather than Washington, D.C., are much better equipped to set the standards for health insurance. So here's what I propose. We will open up state insurance markets to much broader competition and choice. Right now, Obamacare locks in a small handful of expensive, one-size-fits-all mandated policies engineered in Washington, D.C. We need to break up the insurance monopolies and let people buy health insurance designed for what they actually want. For example, an individual who may want to buy a high-deductible plan for for unexpected events, the true form of insurance that should be the norm. But maybe they would want to also have one that adds preventative care and diabetes management with no cost sharing at all. Or physicians may want to develop a plan that uses precision medicine to identify and cure one's cancer. The possibilities for innovation are endless if we just trust the marketplace to do what it does so well. If people are informed and they make decisions based on the proper information that they have, that the system is much more transparent, the providers of insurance and the providers of care will respond with a significant amount of innovation. Plans to protect you in case you get sick and plans with a focus on certain conditions such as heart disease would become the norm. Plans that are perfect for different stages of life, whether people are single or whether they have a family or whether they're retired. And let me be clear about this. Everybody will have access to the tax credits that will help them buy insurance that protects them from losing their life savings from major medical events. That should be the national focus, making sure that people have catastrophic coverage so that their lives are not turned upside down by an adverse event that could have real devastation for their family. Whatever else people want insurance to cover, they'll be able to buy that. And we won't force people to buy coverage they don't want either because they don't need it or it violates their conscience. And frankly, that's one of the most egregious parts of Obamacare, the idea that you're forced to do things against your own conscience, and we would get rid of that. There are certain things that we will insure. We will expect that vulnerable Americans, regardless of how much money they make, get the care and outcomes they deserve. Hillary Clinton says that that will happen under Medicaid. Let me tell you something. I was governor of the state of Florida. I think we had the 4th largest Medicaid plan. And I can just promise you that states are extraordinarily frustrated with the federal-state partnership that is Medicaid. And spending more through a broken insurance system is not the answer to this. Let's try a new approach. Let's let the states have the power to create a safety net we need for the 21st century and hold them accountable for the results they achieve. If we took the money that goes right now to Medicaid and took the subsidies on Obamacare and put S-chip in there in the mix and allowed states to innovate with certain outcome criteria, I can promise you we would get a better result. And you know why I know that? Because I had a chance to do a version of that when I was governor of the state of Florida with our Medicaid plan. We had a pilot program in Fort Lauderdale and Jacksonville. In effect, it was the 25th largest Medicaid plan, and we created tiered premiums where Medicaid beneficiaries were given choice counseling, where we empowered them to make choices. This notion that people living in poverty don't know what's right for their families, we better start rejecting that out of hand. Whether it's health care or education or what's right for their families or the safety of their neighborhoods, America doesn't do this right. This top-down belief that some people are smart and some people aren't, I reject it, and I hope you do as well. A Medicaid plan that empowers people to make decisions for themselves will get a far better result. Imagine a system, which is what we had in Florida, where you had choice counseling, where you rewarded the proper making healthy lifestyle decisions by allowing people to have more money to make healthy lifestyle decisions the next year, where there's competition, where there's choices, where people pick the plan for them. Maybe they had a child that had asthma, yet a higher premium based on the actuarial cost of the Medicaid program for those types of beneficiaries. They're empowered to make more choices because they got more for the premium dollars that they had. A system that is focused on people rather than on government will yield a far better result. And the net result of this was we did this at a lower cost than the old Medicaid plan. We did it at higher quality. And Medicaid beneficiaries, based on outside observations and studies, suggested that it was far better for them. Why not empower people when we have a chance? And I believe the states are the place where this will happen. Washington has had its day. It's had its chance to do these things, and it has failed us miserably. Try to get any change in a Medicaid program with Washington, D.C., it nearly takes an act of God. We need to liberate our country to be able to, from the bottom up, begin to solve these problems in a better way. I won't accept the straw man argument from the other side that they've been making that the opposite of Obamacare is no care. There is a better way, and it doesn't mean going back to the way things used to be. We need a system that doesn't just address the changes in health care, but also one that meets the needs for our economy. As you may know, my aspiration is that this country should grow at 4% per year as far as the eye can see. If we were doing that, I can promise you that the demands on government would subside. There'd be a lot more people in the private insurance market working for companies that would be able to increase their pay instead of having to slough off their health care costs. The greatest suppression of wages today is Obamacare and a health care system that existed prior to Obamacare. It is not working. More and more of the costs are associated or put on the backs of employees, and take-home pay has declined. We're in the 6th year of a recovery, and disposable income today is $2,000+ less than it was the day recovery started. The healthcare costs are part of this, and moving to a different system would make it work. According to the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office, repealing Obamacare would increase GDP growth by 0.7% over 5 years, which is a big part, not the only part, but a big part of reaching the goal of 4% growth instead of this new normal of 2% growth. Repealing Obamacare alone would increase the numbers of hours worked and add the equivalent of 4 million full-time equivalent jobs to our economy. There are a lot of people working part-time, 6.5 million people. They want to work full-time, but they're stuck in a system because of these rules having these adverse outcomes that either weren't anticipated or people didn't care. No matter how you earn a living, my plan will give American people control over their health care. And I reject the arguments you hear from the progressive left, whether it's Senator Sanders or Hillary Clinton or the Obama administration, that Americans aren't equipped to make these decisions and that government has to do the work for them. That is not the American way. If you inform people and empower them with the right information in a much more transparent system, I can promise you that people are smart. They will act on their self-interest, which is lower costs at a higher quality for their families. I'm not afraid of giving people information about their health care and how much it costs and how they can save. You know why? Because I got to do that as governor of the state of Florida as well. We were the first state to put online all of the costs of procedures for hospitals. Hospitals at first thought this was kind of a radical idea. They didn't like it. But then they realized, why shouldn't we do this? Because then they started offering care and promoting the fact that they had better outcomes at lower cost. Think about every aspect of our economy. I mean, think about this. Is this the only place in the economy where low cost and higher quality is assumed to be impossible to achieve? The rest of the economy does this daily. Almost every aspect of our life, the push is to lower cost and through innovation create more abundance, more prosperity, more possibilities, more choices, higher quality. Healthcare needs to get to that as well. There will be an explosion of benefits for consumers and for people in terms of our economy and better health if we tear down the barriers that are so commonsensical in every other aspect of our economy and economic life in this country. For some odd reason, people just can't see how lower costs can improve if you do it the right way, quality, where we prevent illness and we create a better chance for people to live a life of purpose and meaning. That's how healthcare could work, but it's going to require the kind of leadership we need to fix these big, complex things. Look, whether it's regulation in general or taxes or embracing the energy revolution in our midst or reforming our higher education system where we have that explosion of debt and people, young people particularly, are stuck with recourse debt, and we haven't reformed the higher education system to make sure that degrees are obtained in a way that allows young people to begin their journey in life. All of these things are broken right now because we haven't had the leadership in Washington to bring people together to fix them. And I believe if we do it in healthcare, this will be the most exciting time to be alive in this world. This is an essential element of what the next president has to do. I believe I have the skills to do it. I have the zeal for reform, I can promise you that. And I believe that if we get this right, as I said, we'll have our grandchildren living way beyond 100. We'll be hopefully up in heaven, at least my age. But we'll have a society that will lead the world, a society that will continue to be the envy of this entire planet. I think it's worth fighting for. I hope you do as well. Thank you all very much. We're not doing Q&A right now. No. No, I've been told that. Protocol instructions are right now. Yeah. How the Celtics look this year? Better than last year. They were good last year compared to the year before. Right.
They're getting there.
When's the season start? Next week?
Right now, just go through it.
Yeah. Should be going back tomorrow. This is our time of year. It's starting to get drier and a little cooler.
All the snow, but not taking any questions.
You talk to that woman right there. I got 6 meetings today, and you can come to those and ask questions.
Here we go.
Hey,
morning, Governor. I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Is there a reason why you didn't mention the Trial Lawyers of America in connection with the $100 billion plus that they suck out of the healthcare system?
No, in our proposal, we call for tort reform, but I think it ought to be state-based.
I see.
I don't think. It's an interesting subject, but I think preempting the states is what Obamacare does, and I think those things ought to be decided at the state level. We did it in Florida. It was ugly, but we got it done.
I bet it was ugly.
We put on caps for non-economic damages, and it lowered premiums dramatically.
Very good.
But we had 4 special sessions.
Very good. Maybe you want to mention it next time you give the speech.
Yeah, no, it's a good point. Thank you.
Good to see you.
Thank you.
Have a few more kids here.
Yeah.
How you doing?
To your point on the day.
Thank you.
Hi there,
How are you? I'm good. How are you doing? Where do you go? Egypt?
Yeah. I go here. Yeah, I'm a senior.
How things in Egypt?
It's only getting better. It's still kind of I don't know. But I've been like maybe I would rather not
the 10-day forecast. Right now it's not showing you the 10-day forecast, so what I'm going to do...
But it is exciting.
I'm going to show you what it looks like outside because we have a tower cam. So you guys are going to look at the weather, and Kinsey will be joining you momentarily.
Hi, all. Kinsey Schofield here checking in with you. I am currently getting my system up and running, so I am with you, but unfortunately you can't see me yet. So give me 2 seconds to get the system up and running, and you will see me any minute now. All right, you can take a peek at me setting up my computer. Although that weather graphic Samia had up before she gave you this is moving and pretty exciting looking. I am still, again, sitting at my computer. It takes me a little while to get this one program open that helps me share video with you. You hear me complaining about it a lot if you are a regular viewer. So I'm just trying to get that up and going so that I can bring you videos. It works, yay! I know we were trying to bring you a live stream of a local event. And I'm watching them deal with that right now. Give me 2 seconds while I find out what's going on here. We do have a live event coming for you from NAU, but it is going to take our crew a few minutes to set up. In the meantime, I'm going to pull some stories that I have for you. And this is in, actually... Just getting notes from my producer. Now, everybody, you've noticed we're doing a new system here on Fox 10 News now where we give you 5 headlines, 5 stories. Kerwin Williams retweeted me. He's from the Cardinals. Jude LaCava was interviewing him today, and I was in there helping Jude. Jude is kind of technically challenged. It's adorable. And I was in there helping Jude figure some of that stuff out. Oh, it's me, ×2. And snapped a picture and tweeted it. And the Cardinal just retweeted. Thank you, Cardinal. We are giving you our top 5 headlines of the day. This one I don't have any graphics or any, truly because what I did find was unfortunate in regards to this story, but Planned Parenthood reverses policy of taking money for fetal tissue donations. Now, if you'll recall, this has been a huge issue that almost shut down the government. Bobby Jindal stopped giving Planned Parenthood funding over it. There was a very heated exchange on the floor in regards to it, and I don't think they're admitting any wrong here, but Planned Parenthood has reversed its policy on taking money for fetal tissue donations, I'm sure due to the controversy in some of those horrific videos that we saw, whether they were doctored or not. I don't remember, I don't know if you remember, John Hook actually posted this. I can show you his Facebook page, his always controversial Facebook page. He's always trying to get a reaction out of people. Let's see here. John Hook posted on his Facebook page not too long ago about this particular topic and the editing of some of those Planned Parenthood videos. Look at how busy he is on Facebook. He likes Facebook more than I could ever like Facebook. Here we go. Quick guide to Planned Parenthood videos, Real Clear Politics. And this website provided the unedited version of the videos so that you could kind of gauge for yourself if they were real or not, or what if those edits were necessary. But it listed
a complete list of the videos if you were just curious to watch them unedited. You can find that original link on John Hook's Facebook page. But that was an interesting headline for me today. Planned Parenthood reversing the policy and taking money for fetal tissue donations. Another story that I thought was absolutely ludicrous. It made me for the first time thankful for parts of my family that I have thought about disowning. Is this aunt? Oh, she lost it. Is this a new development?
You're not going to believe this legal case. An 8-year-old boy so happy to see his aunt at his own birthday party, he jumps into her arms, the impact breaking her wrist. Well, now she's suing the now 12-year-old boy for $127,000, claiming the injury has turned her life upside down. Let's get the real story from our legal panel. David Bruno, criminal defense attorney, former prosecutor and trial attorney. And Anne-Marie McAvoy, former federal prosecutor. Great to have the both of you here today. When I heard this story, I thought that it was outrageous, Anne-Marie, but now, am I alone on this? Can she sue him?
Well, I mean, unfortunately, this is one of the issues with our legal system. You can sue, but it doesn't mean she's going to win. I mean, she's got a very difficult case, and certainly the circumstances, this is a great example of the kind of cases that make people sometimes really despise how our legal system can sometimes work.
And so I guess this is the update. I didn't earlier today when I was looking at this. This woman lost a $127,000 suit against her 8-year-old nephew who jumped in her arms. He's 12 now. His mom died a year ago. He had to sit there in court with his father, likely very confused. I don't know how you were when you were 12 years old, but I wasn't able to comprehend something like this going on. And this would devastate me if it was a family member of mine. I would be absolutely devastated. And this woman actually complained that she was at a party recently and it was difficult for her to hold her hors d'oeuvres plate. These are first world problems. I can't repeat what Fleece just said in the chat room, although it did give me a giggle. Let me try to find some of my replies on Twitter when I tweeted this story. I thought that they were interesting replies.
But it's like photos don't do any justice.
That's just common sense here. Some people just shouldn't be ants. Being an ant can be a privilege, you know. And common sense said, yeah, some people just shouldn't be ants. But it does look like the aunt lost her case, probably due to the hors d'oeuvres comment, which really is something that I would consider a sentence she should have kept to herself. I'm sure you have seen this story as well. Actually, I know you have because I saw Samia talking about it earlier. This 23-year-old woman, it's hard to say 23-year-old woman because when you watch this girl in this video, she seems like a kid. I'm sure it's due to the alcohol consumption. But a Florida woman arrested for streaming drunken driving escapade on Periscope. I really hope I don't get a DUI. It was actually people, friends were telling her on Periscope, please pull over, please stop. Other friends that knew her closely texting her, please pull over, please stop. And then people that were watching were recognizing the area that she was around and actually reported her to the police by just her surroundings, and the police pulled her over. She was in a brand new car. I believe it was a 2015 Honda or something that's nice. She was in a brand new car, hit a curb, and just it goes to show you that. Oh, Toyota Corolla. She smashed into a curb, and when the door when the door of her car opened, they could smell the alcohol on her breath. And I don't think I can show you the video. I wish I could find the original, because I could show you the original, or I'll ask Samia if she's got it. But in the original video, it's like looking at a child. The way she's talking, I mean, she's obviously using some foul language, which is unfortunate, but it doesn't seem like a 23-year-old woman. And how can you even grasp that that is a good idea. I don't know. I would vote not to do that. Donald Trump is hosting Saturday Night Live. This is something I'm extremely excited about. I'm sure you're familiar with the fact that I love Donald Trump. I think he's probably one of my favorite parts of Fox 10 News Now. Let's see if I can pull up that story for you. He kind of is the star of Fox 10 News Now on some days. He originally hosted Saturday Night Live in 2004. You can see a screen grab there off of TMZ. And TMZ jokes that the big winner in this scenario is NBC. Trump has been a ratings magnet. CNN got its best ratings in history during the second Republican presidential debate, says TMZ. Oh, wow. And thanks to Donald Trump, Meet the Press, which is struggling, attracted 3.6 million viewers in August, thanks to the Donald. So that's going to be something to look forward to. And I actually looked into how tickets work at SNL a while back, and during the month of August, you have to submit an email requesting tickets. They do a random drawing, and you cannot request a specific date. So, for instance, if you love Justin Timberlake and you love Jimmy Fallon and you want the episode where Justin and Jimmy are on, that's completely irrelevant and you're out of luck. You submit an email during the month of August. There is a random drawing, and then you have to wait to see if you're chosen. If you're chosen, you have a certain amount of time to respond and confirm that you're going to go. I think I might have breaking news, but I might. Nope. What are these noises I'm hearing? It sounds like a spaceship is above us. Hopefully I'm being abducted. Anyway, you have to submit to a random drawing. You have to wait. You have to respond in a certain amount of time. And if you can't make it, then you can show up at 7 a.m. the day of the show at Rockefeller Center and get tickets for people that couldn't show up last minute or canceled at the last minute. So that's exciting. Another thing I want to show you, and this is kind of related, is this tweet from Donald Trump. I know you were watching this. Samia and I both covered this yesterday. Trump tweets. Let's see here. Trump tweets, "The arrogant young woman who questioned me in such a nasty fashion at No Labels yesterday was a Jeb staffer. How can you beat Russia and China?" And I know you saw this moment. I hated this moment yesterday. It was absolutely ludicrous, and let me find it for you. When that snarky girl stood up with her hands on her hips and started yelling at Trump, I don't think that you respect women. And hold on, I'm going to put it on me for a second while I try to find this clip for you. That's Ted Cruz. That's not Donald Trump. She puts her hands on her hips, says, "I don't think you're a fan of women," and then goes into, and he responds to that. He says, "I knew I shouldn't have picked you," as a joke. And I'm going to lower the volume. He says, "I knew I shouldn't have picked you," and then and he's actually good about moving on from weird moments like that. So he goes to kind of shoo her off, and then she's not done. She continues to yell. She says something to the effect of, "Am I going to make as much money as a man?" And he said, if you work as hard as a man, or if you do as good of a job as a man. Huh? Oh, and it's clipped on our YouTube channel. Here it is, right here. Oh, this is my face reaction to this moment. I'm just like, ugh. But it turns out she works for Jeb Bush. Hold on, let's see if we can find it. It's somewhere in here.
Oh, I thought it was finished.
Is it on? Okay. I want to get paid the same as a man, and I think you understand that.
Oh, this is not.
So
that's not
if you
enemy on different shores that's looking to come in and do numbers, believe me, I will take care of the people in this country far better than any of the folks that you're looking at right now. That I can tell you. Okay, yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Oh, I thought it was finished.
Did I not go as far
Is it
back?
on? Okay. I want to get
No,
paid.
I didn't go back
But
far
it's
enough.
fact that the government
Perspective is on the
of this country. They do.
I just think this is rude and I would have never done it.
Go ahead.
Okay. So maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you can prove me wrong, but I don't think that you're a friend to women.
I knew I shouldn't have picked her. I knew I shouldn't have picked her. All right, so let me give you that answer right now. I respect women incredibly. I have had women working for me in positions that they've never worked in terms of construction, in terms of so many different jobs. I had a woman who was in charge of the building of Trump Tower many years ago, before it was even thought, before anybody would have even thought of it, and did a fantastic job. I have given women more opportunity than I would say virtually anybody in the construction industry. I have a daughter named Ivanka and a wife named Melania who constantly want me to talk about women's health issues because they know how I feel about it, and they know how I feel about women. I respect women. I love women. I cherish women. You know, Hillary Clinton said he shouldn't cherish. Well, I said, I do cherish. I cherish women. My mother was one of the great people of the world, maybe the greatest ever, my mother. I respect women, and I'm going to take care of women. You know, Jeb Bush didn't want to fund women's health issues. You read that. You saw that. And then he took it back later. I will take care of women, and I have great respect for women, and I do cherish women. And I will take care of women. And I'll take care of us also from the enemy, meaning the enemy on different shores that's looking to come in and do numbers. Believe me, I will take care of the people in this country far better than any of the folks that you're looking at right now. That I can tell you. Okay, yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Oh, I thought it was finished.
Is it on? Okay. I want to get paid the same as a man, and I think you understand that. So, if you become president, will a woman make the same as a man, and do I get to choose what I do with my body?
You're going to make the same if you do as good a job. You're going to make the same if you do as good a job, and I happen to be pro-life. Okay? I'm pro-life. Okay. Question? Any other questions? Yes, go ahead. Go ahead. You have the mic back there? Yeah. Go ahead. Do you have a mic? Go ahead. Go ahead.
I have to rewind this.
Shout it out.
Just to...
And do I get to choose?
Let's see. What did Mike D say? He said something, too, that's interesting. Sometimes the comments are hilarious, but I can't say them out loud. Someone is forcing her to do something with her body. Questions, please. Oh. Let's see. I thought Mike D said something interesting. It's the Democrats' war on women. What a joke. Although she is a Jeb Bush volunteer, so I don't think she's a Democrat. She watches too much Disney Channel. She acts just like the actresses on that channel, says Les. And then Mike D, I think, said she's also an actress and not a very good one, but I can't find that. I saw several reports CNN put her up to that. They question. Yeah, it just seems like these could become a circus, these Donald Trump events, with people wanting their 15 minutes. People just, I mean, there's always an outburst at these events, whether they're positive or negative, and I don't know how they can control them, but in my mind, I would think I'd want to control them because I thought that one was idiotic, personally. She looks silly. You can see her, someone mentioned in the chat room, grabbing for the mic, giddy to talk. I muted it so you can see it again, but it's just, and the fact that she works for two other candidates, well, one actually being a presidential candidate, but working for another political figure, and then also volunteering for Jeb Bush. And Jeb Bush, his team released a statement saying that they did not put her up to it. However, look at her. She's like, can I have it back? Can I have it back? Can I have it back? They did not put her up to it. However, they felt like it was a fair reflection of Donald Trump disrespecting women. Something to that effect. Don't quote me. That's what I took away from the Jeb Bush statement. But it was another jab at Trump. I also have to tell you that we will be absolutely covering Donald live tweeting the CNN debate this evening. I can't show it to you, obviously, because it's CNN, but Donald Trump is saying he's going to live tweet from the debate, so we will check in with him periodically. He also does a lot of periscoping. His team is really good about periscoping, so I imagine we'll actually get some pictures or some visuals this evening throughout the debate. But he... Like, who did anything to you? She's a fetus. What is this? These people. They need to be very specific in who they pick to talk from now on. I'm okay with... Oh my goodness. Rich says, how does that frame Jeb using a woman to do his dirty work? It's interesting, but I don't think that it was Jeb, and his people said it wasn't a specific thing. But we are looking forward to some Donald Trump tweets this evening, and let me confirm that he hasn't started. There might be a pre-show. I am waiting to get some live visuals from Flagstaff for people. Oh no, not again. I can't look at her anymore. I'm done. Hold on, I have to talk to Samia. Thank you, Samia, for making my day. I do want to show you this. This is an interesting point made by our own Greta Van Susteren on the record with Greta. She said CNN should invite real Donald Trump to debate. If they can invite socialist Sanders to Democratic debate, why not a Republican? Although Sanders is branding himself firmly as a Democratic socialist, which I think is different, I think. Wow. A lot of interesting debate happening in the chat room over that girl at the Trump. Rachel says she's a cheeky chicken. Go home with your attitude, girl. Sorry you couldn't watch the Disney Channel today. Hilarious, says Chill66 blog. Oh, Tess says it's not your body you're killing. In regards to her question, can she control what goes on with her body? Oh my God, she's a fetus. Anything to you that... Who did anything to you? I love that comment. It made my day. Good, John. I'm glad she looked like a poor child actor. Oh man, are we being mean or what? I love it. So yes, I'm looking forward to Donald Trump's commentary during the debate. Greta was absolutely right. That would have shaken stuff up for sure. Oh, and it looks like we have a troll, so I'm going to go ahead and block this person that is saying obscene things to me. Bye. And we have to go back to the Trump before I let this go. He's just so blatant in what he says. The arrogant young woman who questioned me in such a nasty fashion at No Labels yesterday was a Jeb staffer. He right on the money. Right on the money, but it looks like we're waiting for him to begin the pre-show. It's been an exciting day for the Trump PR machine. I have to admit it. And I am waiting for live shots out of Flagstaff in regards to a walk for the victims of the shooting last Friday, early morning. That suspect, just a 19-year-old young man who was removed from a party, shot 4 individuals, killing 1, 3 survived. And I actually think I have it for you. Let's take a look at it right now. See if I can get some audio. I might not be able to get audio, hopefully. Looks like they are getting together to organize right now. You can see the walking in the distance. So where we were, this walk began at 3:30, and where we are currently positioned, we are seeing them circle back. Let me find some additional information on this for you. All right, there was a letter sent out to students that says, "Dear Lumberjacks, as we begin a new week on campus, the events that took place on Friday continue to weigh heavy on our minds. We have experienced a terrible tragedy that has left us all in a state of shock. I am deeply moved by the outpouring of support we have received from our students and their families. Our faculty and staff, our alumni, the Arizona Board of Regents, our community, fellow colleagues at colleges and universities around the country, and from the many others who have reached out to us during this difficult time. Over the last few days, I have also drawn strength from the resiliency of our students. You have demonstrated your fortitude and compassion during a time of great sorrow, as evidenced in the Friday night vigil held by fraternity and sorority life. Your message was one of solidarity, reminding us all to be united and remain NAU strong." I am getting some breaking news. Hold on. We might be going to Las Vegas here in a few minutes. NAU Strong. In this spirit, we will be uniting the campus and community in a public gathering on Tuesday, October 13th. The gathering will begin at 3:30 p.m. in the South Quad, and we will make our way to Old Main in the historic North Quad for a brief program beginning at approximately 4:15 p.m. We invite you to join the procession as we pass by your location, whether it's in a classroom, an office, the library, or the Union. Here is a map of the route. We will pause campus activities and ask that facility release students from class so all may join us at this time. Please wear NAU attire or navy blue in support of our Lumberjack family. Let's move forward, not to forget, but to remember who we are and what we mean to each other. Together we are NAU strong. Sincerely, NAU President. And that's what we are looking at now. That looks like one of the victims, actually, if I recall. Does he have the bandage around his neck? And I did just confirm that the walk was done in silence for those asking about sound.
give their local mayors that privilege. But it is an example of how closely the City of Flagstaff and NAU are connected. We have thousands of NAU graduates in our city. We have hundreds of NAU graduates that are employees of the City of Flagstaff. We love our NAU students. And when NAU is hurt, and NAU grieves, so does the city. I want to thank the NAU Police Department and Fire Department for their outstanding cooperation with NAU. We have no jurisdictional battles with NAU and the city. We cooperate on everything. We welcome you into our city as interns, as employees, and as residents. It's been a long time since I graduated from NAU, and the campus has changed incredibly, but it's been for the better. NAU has much more prestige and draw than it did in my day, and that's due to you. I thank you for being here. I can't tell you how impressive this is to look out on this sea of students. We will carry on, and I will see you at graduation. Thank you.
Thank you all for being here. I'm Alexandria Bukta, the Associated Students of Northern Arizona University Student Body President. A community can be defined in multiple ways. However, I believe the best definition for NAU is as follows: a feeling of fellowship with others as a result of sharing common attitudes, interests, experiences, and goals. Throughout the past 4 days that for many have felt like 4 weeks, the NAU student body has shown to the world the close-knit community that exists here on NAU's Flagstaff Mountain campus. Nick, Kyle, and Nick, thank you for having strength through this unexpected journey. Your friends and fellow students are here to stand with you throughout your walk to heal not only your bodies, but the healing of your mind and soul. Colin, your life was ended far too soon, but your memory will live on in the hearts of your friends and family. Your life has impacted the lives of many, not only of those who knew you, but the entire NAU community. At this time, I would like to ask all students in tribute to Colin to live a life of honor and to strive to be the best you can be academically, interpersonally, and for our lumberjack community and for the world we will soon serve and lead. Thank you.
Allie, thank you for your words. It's been a long time since Allie was in my class as a first-year student, and it's been a pleasure watching her take on responsibilities like serving as the ASNAU Student Body President. My name is Eric Yordi, and I'm a faculty member in the W.A. Franke College of Business. I'm humbled to be able to address you on behalf of the faculty and staff at NAU, both here in Flagstaff and at our sites across the state. As a member of the faculty, many of us, if not all of us, are driven by two great loves. One is the love of our subject matter. We love researching, writing, creating, and sharing about our chosen field. The other love we share with all of our staff members on campus, and that is of working with students. Watching your curiosity grow as we discuss and explore new ideas, getting to know you hearing about your dreams and desires, watching you figure out what you want to do with your lives and who you're going to be, and watching you turn from youth to adults. It is because of this second love of ours that our hearts break whenever a student is sick or suffers in some way. Our hearts break when a student is injured, and our hearts break when a student passes away. The events of last week are tragic. A life was lost. Students were physically hurt and will need time to recover. Students, faculty, and staff are emotionally hurting, which will also take time and perhaps some help to recover. Each of us have been affected by those events, and the campus is a different place as a result. We cannot go back and change what happened, though we wish we could. What we can do is we can go forward and control how what happened changes us. Isabel Allende, an award-winning author, wrote, "We don't even know how strong we are until we are forced to bring that hidden strength forward. In times of tragedy, of war, of necessity, people do amazing things. The human capacity for survival and renewal is awesome." NAU is an incredible place with wonderful people. Our students are amazing. Let us continue to work together and hold each other up so that we can be the best lumberjacks possible and move forward from this event. Thank you.
As we draw this portion to a close, I want to thank the President, the Mayor, Alexandria, and Eric for their words. I want to thank all of you for being NAU Strong, coming to join us. Please feel free to have some refreshments. The blue tents around the North Quad are provided for this. Spend some time with your friends and colleagues. We will close with another selection from the Shrine of the Ages.
maybe if we go by USB, you can. And it looks like that's a wrap on our NAU student walk, and we got to see a suite. Now my volume's all crazy because I was trying to figure out our volume issue for you, and now I'm hearing myself very loud in my left ear. But that was a sweet moment. We got to see the NAU students gathered around. I read that letter to you where they encouraged teachers to let students out early so everyone could participate. They asked everyone to wear navy blue in their NAU gear and just come together, remember the life that was taken, remember the lives that are now forever affected by this horrible tragedy that occurred on Friday. However, they wanted to focus on moving forward and not forget the victims, but fixate on the future and how united and strong they are going to be, the lumberjacks. So it was a heartfelt gathering. It was sweet. It was emotional. We are glad we could bring that to you. We're happy we could be there with them to experience that, because Friday was very devastating and it was upsetting to have to cover that and bring you some of that news all Friday. That was our coverage. So I am going to let you go. We're going to kick back up, I believe. I think I'm going to have Mike jump up here for me. But I'm going to let you go, and we're going to the way YouTube works is we can only upload a certain amount of time, and we're hitting that time frame. So we're gonna stop the feed, and we're gonna restart the feed. So stay here, stay at this link. It's the current link. Before I leave, I will give you the top 5 headlines for me right now. These are my favorite headlines, aside from the Democratic debate that's coming up. It starts within the next 40 minutes, I believe, on a competitor, so don't watch it. You should stay with us. The Democratic debate's going to be great. We are going to cover Donald Trump's live tweets here on Fox 10 News Now. Those will be hilarious. But 5 stories, 5 headlines that have me going right now. Planned Parenthood reversing their policy on taking money for fetal tissue donations. This was a huge, huge story. You saw some very upsetting video. Whether edited or not, they were salacious. And Planned Parenthood had to argue with, I believe it was Trey Gowdy that really just went after Planned Parenthood, and they had to argue their point, but realistically they have given in, and they are reversing their policy in regards to taking money for fetal tissue donations. Another story that had me shocked and appalled: an aunt suing her nephew for $127,000 when he ran up to her screaming, "I love you," at his birthday party and broke her wrist. This is when he was 8. He is 12 now, and she sued him. Apparently she just lost that case. A Florida woman was recently arrested for streaming her drinking and driving video on Periscope. She was arrested after that. She was 23 years old, and the video is horrible. It's out there. We have that for you, and I can play it for you a little later. Donald Trump is hosting SNL. That is going to be an amazing show. It'll be very silly. The last time he hosted was 2004, I believe. And then in regards to Donald Trump and tweeting, he tweeted, "The arrogant woman who questioned me in such a nasty fashion at the No Labels event yesterday was a Jeb staffer. How can he beat Russia and China?" We gave you that stream live and in full. We gave you his No Labels speech, and you saw that exchange here on Fox 10 News Now. So I thought that was really interesting, that it turned out that young lady was a Jeb staffer, as well as she also works for another Republican politician. So that's really interesting. And Jeb's camp came out and said they didn't put her up to it. However, they definitely showcased his reaction to her in their favor, saying, "Is this how we didn't think he handled that woman correctly." So those are my top 5 headlines for the time being. And I am going to go ahead and let you go so we can get a new stream up and running for you, but you are at the proper link. We're only going to be away for a little while. We'll miss you, but it's just going to be a blink, and we'll be back.